Preface of Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ashen Hoffman. Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. Preface. The siege of Gibraltar stands almost alone in the annals of warfare, unlike in its duration and in the immense preparation made for the united powers of France and Spain for the capture of the fortress. A greater number of guns were employed than in any operation of the time. Although in number and still more in caliber the artillery then used have in modern times been thrown into shade by the sieges of Sebastopol and Paris. Gibraltar differs, however, from these sieges inasmuch as the defense was a successful one, and indeed at no period of the invasion was the fortress in any danger of capture, save by hunger. At that period England was not, as she afterwards became, invincible by sea, and as we were engaged at the same time in a war with France, Spain, Holland, and the United States, it was only occasionally that a fleet could be spared to bring succor and provisions to the beleaguered garrison. Scurvy was the direst enemy of defenders. The art of preserving meat in tins had not been discovered, and they were forced to subsist almost entirely upon salt meat. During the first year of the siege, the supply of fresh vegetables was scanty in the extreme, and the garrison consequently suffered so severely from scurvy that at one time scarcely half the men of the garrison were strong enough to carry a firelock and perform the duty. The providential capture of a vessel laden with oranges and lemons checked the ravages of the scourge, and the successful efforts of the garrison to raise vegetables prevented it from ever afterwards getting a firm hold upon them. In such a siege there was but little scope for deeds of individual gallantry. It was a long monotony of hardships, and suffering nobly endured, and terminating in one of the greatest triumphs ever recorded in the long roll of British victory. G.A. Henty. End of preface.
Chapter 1 of Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Felicity Campbell. Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. Chapter 1. Something Like an Adventure. Had Mr. Tulloch, the headmaster and proprietor of a large school at Putney, been asked which was the most troublesome boy in his school, he would probably have replied without hesitation,
Bob Repton.
But being a just and fair-minded man, he would have hastened to qualify this remark by adding,
Most troublesome, but by no means the worst boy, you must understand that. He is always in scrapes, always in mischief. In all my experience, I have never before come across a boy who had such an aptitude for getting into trouble. But I have nothing else to say against him. He is straightforward and manly. I have never known him to tell a lie to screen himself. He is an example to many others in that way. I like the boy, in spite of the endless trouble he gives, and yet there is scarcely a day passes that I am not obliged to cane him, and even that does him no good as far as I can see, for he seems to forget it 5 minutes after it is over. I wonder sometimes if he has really got hardened and doesn't feel it. He is sharp and does his lessons well. I have no difficulty with him on that score, but he is a perfect imp of mischief.
With such characteristics, it need hardly be said that Bob Repton was one of the most popular boys at Tulloch's school. School life was in those days, for it was in August 1778 that Bob was at Tulloch's, a very different thing to what it is at present. Learning was thrashed into boys. It was supposed that it could only be instilled in this manner, and although some masters were of course more tyrannical and brutal than others, the cane was everywhere in use, and that frequently. Lads, then, had far less liberty and fewer sports than at present, but as boys' spirits cannot be altogether suppressed even by the use of the cane, they found vent in other ways, and there was much more mischief and more breaking out of bounds than now take place. Boys were less trusted and more harshly treated, in consequence of which there was a kind of warfare between the masters and the boys, in which the masters, in spite of their canes, did not always get the best of it. Bob Repton was nearly 15. He was short, rather than tall for his age, but squarely built and strong. His hair could never be got to lie down, but bristled aggressively over his head. His nose was inclined to turn up. His grey eyes had a merry, mischievous expression, and his lips were generally parted in a smile. A casual observer would have said that he was a happy-go-lucky, merry, impudent-looking lad. But he was more than this. He was shrewd, intelligent, and exceptionally plucky, always ready to do a good turn to others, and to take more than his fair share of blame for every scrape he got into. He had fought many battles, and that with boys older than himself, but he had never been beaten. The opinion generally among the boys was that he did not feel pain, and, being caned so frequently, such punishment as he got in a fight was a mere trifle to him. He was the thorn in the side of Mr. Purfleet, the usher who was generally in charge of the playground, who had learned by long experience that whenever Bob Repton was quiet, he was certain to be planning some special piece of mischief. The usher was sitting now on a bench with a book in his hand, but his attention was, at present, directed to a group of 4 boys who had drawn together in the corner of the playground.
"There is Repton again,"
he said to himself.
"I wonder what he's plotting now. That boy will be the death of me. I am quite sure it was he who put that eel in my bed last week, though of course I could not prove it."
Mr. Purfleet prided himself on his nerve. He had been telling the boys some stories he had read of snakes in India. Among them, one of an officer who, when seated at table, had felt a snake winding itself round his leg, and who sat for several minutes without moving, until some friends brought a saucer of milk and placed it near, when the snake uncurled itself and went to drink.
"It must have required a lot of nerve, Mr. Purfleet,"
Bob Repton had said,
"to sit as quiet as that." "Not at all, not at all,"
the usher replied confidently.
"It was the natural thing to do. A man should always be calm in case of sudden danger, Bob. The first thought in his mind should be, 'What is this?' The second, 'What had best be done under the circumstances?' And, these 2 things being decided, a man of courage will deal coolly with the danger. I should despise myself if I were to act otherwise."
It was 2 nights later that the usher, having walked down between the 2 rows of beds in the dormitory, and seeing that all the boys were quiet and apparently asleep, proceeded to his own bed, which was at the end of the room, and partly screened off from the rest by a curtain. No sooner did he disappear behind this than 6 heads were raised. An oil lamp burned at the end of the room, affording light for the usher to undress, and enabling him, as he lay in bed, to command a general if somewhat faint view of the dormitory. 5 minutes after Mr. Purfleet had disappeared behind the curtain, the watching eyes saw the clothes at the end of the bed pulled down and caught a partial view of Mr. Purfleet as he climbed in. A second later there was a yell of terror, and the usher leapt from the bed. Instantly the dormitory was in an uproar.
"What is it, Mr. Purfleet? What is the matter, sir?"
And several of the boys sprang from their beds and ran towards him, the only exceptions to the general excitement being the 4 or 5 who were in the secret. These lay shaking with suppressed laughter, with the bedclothes or the corner of a pillow thrust into their mouths to prevent them from breaking out into screams of delight.
"What is it, sir?"
It was some time before the usher could recover himself sufficiently to explain.
"There is a snake in my bed,"
he said.
"A snake!"
The boys repeated in astonishment. several of the more timid at once making off to their beds.
Certainly a snake.
Mr. Purfleet panted,
I put my legs down and they came against something cold
and it
began to twist about. In a moment, if I had not leapt out, I should no doubt have received a fatal wound. Where did it come from? What is to be done?
And a variety of other questions burst from the boys.
I will run down and get 3 or 4 hockey sticks, Mr. Purfleet.
One of the elder boys said.
That will be the best plan, Mason. Quick, quick! There, do you see it moving under the clothes?
There was certainly something wriggling, so there was a general movement back from the bed.
We had better hold the clothes down, Mr. Purfleet.
Bob Repton said, pushing himself forward.
If it were to crawl out at the top and get onto the floor, it might bite a dozen of us. I will hold the clothes down tight on one side, if someone will hold them on the other.
One of the other boys came forward, and the clothes were stretched tightly across the bed by the pillow. In a minute or two, Mason ran up with 4 hockey sticks.
Now, you must be careful,
Mr. Purfleet said.
because if it should get out, the consequences might be terrible. Now then, 4 of you take the sticks and all hit together as hard as you can. Now.
The sticks descended together. There was a violent writhing and contortion beneath the clothes, but the blows rained down fast, and in a very short time all movement ceased.
It must be dead now.
Bob Repton said.
I think we can look at it now, sir. Well, draw the clothes down very gently, boys, and be ready to strike again if you see the least movement.
The clothes were drawn down till the creature was visible.
It must be a cobra.
The usher said, looking at it from a distance.
It is thick and short. It must have escaped from somewhere. Be very careful, all of you.
Mason approached cautiously to get a nearer view, and then exclaimed,
Why, sir, it is an eel.
There was a moment's silence, and then a perfect yell of laughter from the boys. For a moment the usher was dumbfounded. Then he rallied.
You will all go to your beds at once,
he said.
I shall report the matter to Mr. Tulloch in the morning.
The boys retired, laughing, to their beds. But above the din, the usher heard the words in a muffled voice.
A man should always be calm in sudden danger.
Another voice, equally disguised, said, Yes, he should first ask himself, what is this? Then, what had best be done under the circumstances? A third voice then took it up. It follows that a man of courage will deal coolly with the danger. Then there was a chorus of 6 voices. I should despise myself if I were to act otherwise.
Silence!
The usher shouted, rushing down the line between the beds.
I will thrash the first boy who speaks.
As Mr. Purfleet had one of the hockey sticks in his hand, the threat was sufficient to ensure silence. To the relief of the 2 or 3 boys engaged in the affair, Mr. Purfleet made no report in the morning. Mr. Tulloch by no means spared the cane, but he always inquired before he flogged, and, as the usher felt sure that the snake story would be brought forward, by way of excuse for the trick played upon him, he thought it better to drop it, making a mental note, however, that he would get even with Bob Repton another time, for he made sure that he was at the bottom of the matter, especially as he had been one of those who had listened to the snake story. Mr. Purfleet was held in but light respect by the boys. He was a pale young man and looked as if he had been poorly fed as a boy. He took the junior classes, and the belief was that he knew nothing of Latin. Moffat, who took the upper classes, was much more severe, and sent up many more boys to be caned than did the junior usher, but the boys did not dislike him. Caning they considered their natural portion, and felt no ill will on that account, while they knew that Mr. Moffat was a capital scholar and, though strict, was always scrupulously just. Above all, he was not a sneak. If he reported them openly, but brought no accusation against them behind their back, while Mr. Purfleet was always carrying tittle-tattle to the headmaster. There was, therefore, little gratitude towards him for holding his tongue as to the eel, for the boys guessed the real reason of his silence, and put it down to dread of ridicule, and not to any kindliness of feeling.
Purfleet would give sixpence to know what we are talking about, Bob.
One of the group talking in the corner of the playground said.
It is worth more than that, Jim. Still, we shall have to be extra careful. He suspects it was our lot who played him the trick about the eel, and he will do his best to catch us out in something. Well, as I was saying, Johnny Gibson has got a first-rate dog for rabbits, and he says there are lots of them up on the common. I told him that I would come, and I expected 2 or 3 more, and we would meet him at the top of the hill at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. It will be getting light by that time. Of course, we shall get out in the usual way, and we can be back by 6:30, and no one will be any the wiser. Old Thomas never comes down till 7:15. I have heard him a dozen times. He just comes down in time to ring the bell for us to get up. Oh, I ain't afraid of Thomas,
one of the others said,
but I am afraid of Purfleet. There need be no fear about him. He never wakes till the bell rings and sleeps like a top. Why, he didn't wake the other morning when we had a scrimmage and you tumbled out of bed. Besides, we all sleep at the other end of the room, and even if he did wake up in the night, he wouldn't notice that we had gone, especially if we shoved something in the bed to make a lump. My only fear is that we shan't wake. We ought to keep watch till it's time to get up, but I'm sure we shouldn't keep awake. We must all make up our minds to wake at 3, then one of us will be sure to do it. And mind, if one wakes, he must promise not to go to sleep again before he hears the hall clock strike and knows what time it is. If it is before 3, he can go off to sleep again. That way, one of us is sure to be awake when it strikes 3. I say, shan't we just be licked if we are found out, Bob? Of course we shall. But as we get licked pretty well every day, that won't make much difference, and we shall have had awful fun. Still, if any of you fellows don't like it, don't you go. I am going, but I don't want to persuade any of you. Of course we are going if you are going, Bob. What are we going to do with the rabbits? Oh, I settled Johnny Gibson should keep them. He's going to bring his dog, you know. Besides, what could we do with them? We can't cook them, can we?
As it was clear to all the party that this could not be managed, no objection was raised to this disposal of their game. Bob Repton slept but little that night. They went to bed at 8, and he heard every hour strike after 9, dozing off occasionally and waking up each time convinced that the clock would strike 3 next time. At last he heard the 3 welcome strokes, and at once got up and went to the beds of the other 3 boys. They were all sound asleep, and required some shaking before they could be convinced that it was time to get up. Then each boy put his bolster in his bed, rolled up his nightshirt into a ball and laid it on the pillow, and then partly covered it up with the clothes. Then they slipped on their shirts, breeches and stockings, and, taking their jackets and shoes in their hand, stole out of the door at their end of the room and closed it behind them. They then crept downstairs to the room where their caps were kept, put on these and their jackets, and each boy got a hockey stick out of the cupboard in the corner in which they were kept. Then they very cautiously unfastened the shutter, raised the window, and slipped out. They pulled the shutter to behind them, closed the window, and then put on their shoes.
"That is managed first rate,"
Bob said.
"There wasn't the least noise. I made sure Wharton would have dropped his shoes." "Why should I drop them more than anyone else?"
Wharton asked in an aggrieved voice.
"I don't know, Billy. The idea occurred to me. I didn't think anyone else would do it, but I quite made up my mind that you would." "Well, I wish you wouldn't be so fast about making up your mind then."
Wharton grumbled.
"I ain't more clumsy than other people. You are all right."
Jim Sankey put in.
"Bob's only joking." "But he might as well joke with somebody else, Jim. I don't see any joke in it." "No, that is where the joke is, Billy,"
Bob said.
"If you did see the joke, there wouldn't be any joke in it." "Well, never mind. Here is the walnut tree. Now, who will get over first?"
The walnut tree stood in the playground near the wall and had often proved useful as a ladder to boys at Tulloch's. One of its branches extended over the wall, and from this it was easy to drop down beyond it. The return was more difficult, and was only to be accomplished by means of an old ivy which grew against the wall at some distance off. By its aid the wall could be scaled without much difficulty, and there was then the choice of dropping 12 feet into the playground, or of walking on the top of the wall until the walnut tree was reached. Tulloch's stood some little distance along the lower Richmond road. There were but one or two houses standing back from the road between it and the main road up the hill, and there was little fear of anyone being abroad at that time in the morning. There was, as yet, but a faint gleam of daylight in the sky, and it was dark in the road up the hill, as the trees growing in the grounds of the houses on either side stretched far over it.
"I say,"
Jim Sankey said,
"won't it be a go if Johnny Gibson isn't there after all?" "He will be up there by 4.
Bob said confidently.
"He said his father would be going out in his boat to fish as soon as it began to be daylight, because the tide served at that hour, and that he would start as soon as his father shoved off the boat." "My eye, Jim, what is that ahead of us? It looks to me like a coach." "It is a coach, or a carriage, or something of that sort." "No, it isn't. It is a light cart. What can it be doing here at this hour? Let us walk the other side of the road."
They crossed to the left. As they got abreast of the cart, a man, whom they had not noticed before, said sharply,
"You are about early?" "Yes, we are off to work,"
Bob replied, and they walked steadily on.
"He couldn't see what we were like."
Jim Sankey said, when they had got 100 yards further.
"Not he,"
Bob said.
"I could not make out his figure at all, and it is darker on this side of the road than it is on the other." "I say, you fellows, I think he is up to no good." "What do you mean, Bob?" "Well, what should a cart be standing on the hill for at this time in the morning?" "That's Admiral Langton's, I know. The door is just where the cart was stopping." "Well, what has that got to do with it, Bob? The cart won't do him any harm." "No, but there may be some fellows with it who may be breaking into his house." "Do you think so, Bob?" "Well, it seems likely to me it may be his house or one of the others." "Well, what are we to do, Bob?" "I vote we see about it, Jim. We have pretty nearly half an hour to spare now before Johnny Gibson will come along. We have got our hockey sticks, you know." "But suppose there shouldn't be any men there, Bob, and we should be caught in the grounds. They would think we were going to steal something." "That would be a go."
Bob said,
But there isn't likely to be anyone about at 3:30, and if there were, I don't suppose he would be able to catch us. But we must risk something anyhow. It will be a bit of fun, and it will be better than waiting at the top of the hill with nothing to do till Johnny Gibson comes.
They were now past the wall in front of Admiral Langton's, and far out of sight of the man in the cart.
There is some ivy on this wall.
Bob said.
We can climb over it by that.
Then we will make our way along until we can find some place where we can climb over into the Admiral's garden. Perhaps there are some dogs about.
Wharton objected.
Well, if there are, they are most likely chained up. We must risk something. Well, here goes. If you don't like it, Wharton, you can stay behind.
So saying, he put his hockey stick between his teeth and then proceeded to climb up the wall by means of the ivy. The wall was but 9 feet high, and as soon as he gained the top, Bob said,
Come on, you fellows. I'm going to drop down.
In 2 minutes he was joined by the other 3.
There is a path just beyond.
Bob said,
Let us go by that. Don't you fellows say a word. As Wharton says, there may be some dogs about.
Quietly they stole along the path, which ran parallel to the road until it turned off at right angles.
Now, the first tree that grows against the wall we will get over by,
Bob whispered. After going 20 yards he stopped.
This tree will do. But what are you going to do if there should be some men?
Wharton asked in a tone that showed he objected altogether to the proceeding.
It depends upon how many of them there are.
Bob replied.
Of course the Admiral has got some men in the house, and they will wake up and help us if we give the alarm. Anyhow, we ought to be able to be a match for 2 men with these sticks, especially if we take them by surprise. What do you say, Jim? I should think so.
Jim replied.
Anyhow, if you are game to go on, I am. What do you say, Fullerton? Oh, I am ready.
Fullerton, who was a boy of few words, replied.
Only, if there is anyone, Bob, and we get into a row with them, of course it will all come out about us, and then shan't we get it just? I suppose we shall,
Bob admitted.
but I don't see how we can help that. Well, we are in for it now.
And he began to climb the tree and, working along a limb which extended over the wall, he dropped down into the garden. The others soon joined, Wharton being more afraid of staying behind by himself than of going with the rest.
Now, what are we to do next? I should say we ought to find out whether anyone has got into the house. That is the first thing. Then, if they have, we have got to try to wake up the people and to frighten the men inside. Have you got some string in your pockets? I have got some.
They all had string.
What do you want string for, Bob? String is always useful, Jim. We may want to tie their hands, but what I was thinking was we might fasten it across the stairs or some of the passages and then set up a sudden shout,
And they would think the watchman had come and would make a bolt, and when they got to the string, over they would go, and then we would drop on them with these hockey sticks before they could get up. Well, come on. There mayn't be anyone here after all. Now, we will go up to the house and creep round.
The house stood 30 or 40 yards away, and, stepping as noiselessly as they could, the boys crossed the lawn and moved along the front. Suddenly, Tom Fullerton caught hold of Bob's arm.
Look, Bob, there is a light in that room. Do you see? Through the slit in the shutters.
So there is. Well, there is no mistake now. There must be some fellows belonging to that cart inside. That must be the drawing room or dining room, and they would never have lights there at this time of night. Now, let us find out where they got in. This is something like fun. It beats rabbit hunting all to nothing. Now mind you fellows, if we do come upon them and there is a fight, you remember the best place to hit to begin with is the ankle. You have only just got to fancy that it is a bung and swipe at it with all your might. Anyone you hit there is sure to go down, and if he wants it, you can hit him over the head afterwards. Now come along. I expect they got in at the back of the house.
They soon came upon a door at the side of the house. It was open.
That looks as if they had been let in,
Bob whispered.
See, there is a light in there somewhere. Come on. Now, let us take our shoes off.
The others were thoroughly excited now and followed Bob without hesitation.
Bob, is the key in the door?
Jim whispered.
Yes, on the inside. They have been let in. I wish I dare lock it and take the key away. Let me see if it turns easy.
Very gently he turned the key and found the bolt shot noiselessly. It had doubtless been carefully oiled. He turned it again, shut the door, locked it, and put the key in his pocket. Then they crept on tiptoe along the passage. At the end were 2 large chests strengthened with iron bands. A lighted lantern stood upon them. Bob peered round the corner into the hall. No one was to be seen, but he heard a noise through an open door, from which came a stream of light. Motioning the others to stand still, he crept forward noiselessly till he could look into the room. A man was occupied in packing some articles of massive plate, clocks, and other valuables into a sack. He was alone. Bob made his way back to the others.
There's only one fellow there,
he said.
If there are any more, they are upstairs. Let us have this one first. His back is to the door. Now, Wharton, you hold our handkerchiefs and the string. If he don't look round, I will jump on his back and have him down. The moment he is down, you two throw yourselves on him, and you shove the handkerchiefs into his mouth, Wharton. In the surprise he won't know that we are only boys, and we will tie his hands before he has time to resist. Now, come on.
They were all plucky boys, for Wharton, although less morally courageous than the others, was no coward physically. Their stockinged feet made no sound, and the man heard nothing until Bob sprang onto his back, the force sending him down onto his face. Bob's arm was tightly round his throat, and the other 2 threw themselves upon him, each seizing an arm, while Wharton crammed 2 handkerchiefs into his mouth. The man's hands were dragged behind his back as he lay on his face, and his wrists tied firmly together. He was rendered utterly helpless before he had recovered from the first shock of surprise.
Tie his ankles together with the other 2 handkerchiefs, Bob said, still lying across him. That is right. You are sure they are tight? There, he will do now. I must lock him in.
This was done.
Now then, let's go upstairs. Now, fasten this last piece of string across between the banisters 6 or 8 steps up. Make haste,
he added, as a faint cry was heard above. It did not take a second to fasten the string at each end, and then, grasping their sticks, the boys sprang upstairs. On gaining the landing, they heard voices proceeding from a room along a corridor, and, as they crept up to it, they heard a man's voice say angrily,
Now, we ain't going to waste any more time. If you don't tell us where your money is, we will knock you and the girl on the head. No, you can't talk, but you can point out where it is. We know that you've got it. Very well, Bill, hit that young woman over the head with the butt of your pistol. Don't be afraid of hurting her. Ah, I thought you would change your mind. So, it's under the bed. Look under, Dick. What is there? A square box.
another voice said.
Well, haul it out.
Come on.
Bob Repton whispered to the others.
The moment we are in, shout.
He stood for a moment in the doorway. A man was standing with his back to him, holding a pistol in his hand. Another, similarly armed, stood by the side of a young woman who, in a loose dressing gown, sat shrinking in an armchair into which he had evidently been thrust. A third was in the act of crawling under the bed. An elderly man in his nightshirt was standing up. A gag had been thrust into his mouth, and he was tightly bound by a cord round his waist to one of the bedposts. Bob sprang forward, whirling his hockey stick round his head and giving a loud shout of
Down with the villains!
the others joining at the top of their voices. Before the man had time to turn round, Bob's stick fell with all the boy's strength upon his ankle, and he went down as if he had been shot, his pistol exploding as he fell. Bob raised his stick again and brought it down with a swinging blow on the robber's head. The others had made a rush together towards the man standing by the lady. Taken utterly by surprise, he discharged his pistol at random and then sprang towards the door. 2 blows fell on him, and Sankey and Fullerton tried to grapple with him, but he burst through them and rushed out. Bob and Wharton sprang on the kneeling man before he could gain his feet, and rolled him over, throwing themselves upon him. He was struggling furiously and would soon have shaken them off, when the other boys sprang to their assistance.
You help them, Jim. I will get this cord off,
Fullerton said, and, running to the bed, began to unknot the cord that bound the Admiral. The ruffian on the ground was a very powerful man, and the 3 boys had the greatest difficulty in holding him down, till Fullerton slipped a noose round one of his ankles, and then, jumping on the bed, hauled upon it with all his strength, the Admiral giving his assistance.
Get off him. He is safe.
He shouted, but the others had the greatest difficulty in shaking themselves free from the man, who had fortunately laid his pistol on the bed before he crawled under it to get at the box. Jim Sankey was the first to shake himself free from him, and, seeing what Fullerton was doing, he jumped onto the bed and gave him his assistance, and in half a minute the ruffian's leg was lashed to the bedpost at a height of 5 feet from the ground. Just as this was done, there was a rush of feet outside, and 3 men, one holding a cutlass and the other 2 armed with pokers, ran into the room. It was fortunate they did so, for the man whom Bob had first felled was just rising to his feet, but he was at once struck down again by a heavy blow over the head with the cutlass. By this time the Admiral had torn off the bandage across his mouth.
Another of them ran downstairs, Jackson. Give chase. We can deal with these fellows.
The 3 men rushed off.
Well, I don't know who you are,
The Admiral went on, turning to the boys.
but you turned up at the nick of time, and I am deeply indebted to you, not only for saving my money, although I should not have liked to lose that, but for having captured these pirates. That villain has not hurt you much, I hope.
For both Bob and Jim Sankey were bleeding freely from the face from the heavy blows the robber had dealt them.
No, sir,
We are not hurt to speak of.
Bob said.
We belong to Tulloch's school. To the school?
The Admiral exclaimed.
What on earth are you doing here at 4 o'clock in the morning? But never mind that now. What is it, Jackson? Has he got away? No, sir. He was lying in a heap at the bottom of the stairs. There was a lanyard fastened across.
We tied a string across, sir, as we came up,
Bob explained.
Well done, lads. Are there any more of them, Jackson? Don't see any signs of any more, Admiral. There are the 2 plate chests in the passage, as if they had been brought out from the butler's strong room in readiness to take away. Where is the butler? He must have heard the pistol shots.
The Admiral exclaimed angrily.
He is not in his room, Admiral. We looked in to bring him with us. The door was open, but he isn't there.
There is another man in the drawing room, tied,
Bob said.
He was putting a lot of things into a sack.
The scoundrel! Perhaps that is the butler.
The Admiral said.
Well, Emma, you had better go back to bed again. Jackson, you stand guard over these 2 villains here, and split their heads open if they venture to move. Now let us go and see to this other fellow.
The Admiral proceeded downstairs, followed by the boys. The other 2 servants were standing beside the 3rd robber, who was still insensible.
You keep watch over him, John,
the Admiral said.
William, you come with us. There is another man in the drawing room, but he is tied.
There is the key, sir,
Bob said, producing it.
We thought it safest to lock him up.
Upon my word, young gentlemen, you seem to have thought of everything. If I were in command of a ship, I should like to have you all as midshipmen.
The door was opened. The man was still lying on the ground, but had rolled some distance from where they had left him. He had succeeded in getting his feet loosened from the handkerchief, but the whipcord round his wrists had resisted all his efforts to break or slacken it. He was panting heavily from the exertions he had made.
It is Harper,
the Admiral said in a tone of indignation and disgust.
So, you treacherous scoundrel! It was you who let these men in, was it? Well, it is a hanging matter, my lad, and if any fellow deserves the rope, you do. You had better go and get some more cord, Williams, and tie all these 4 fellows up securely. Let Jackson see to the knots. Where did the scoundrels get in?
He asked, turning to the boys.
At the door, at the end of the passage, sir, where the plate chests are standing. We found it open. Here is the key of it. We locked it after we came in, so as to prevent anyone from getting away. There is another man with a cart in the road.
We will see to him directly we have got the others all tied up safely,
the Admiral said.
That is the first thing to see to.
In 5 minutes, the 4 men were laid side by side in the hall, securely bound, hand and foot.
Now, Williams, you keep guard over them. Jackson, do you and John sally out. There is a cart standing outside the gate and a fellow in it. Bring him in and lay him alongside the others.
The boys followed the 2 men to see the capture. The light had broadened out over the sky, and it was almost sunrise as they sallied out. They went quietly along until they reached the gate, which stood ajar. Then they flung it open and rushed out. To their disappointment, the cart was standing about 50 yards lower down the hill. The man was in it, with his whip in one hand and the reins in another, and was looking back, and the moment he saw them, he struck the horse and drove off at the top of his speed. The pace was such that it was hopeless for them to think of following him.
I expect he heard the pistol shots,
Jackson said,
and sheered off a bit, so as to be able to cut and run if he found his consorts were in trouble. Well, we cannot help it. We have taken 4 prizes out of the 5, and I call that pretty fair.
I think we had better go now,
Bob said.
We have got a friend waiting for us.
Then he must wait a bit longer,
Jackson said.
The Admiral will want to ask you some more questions. But if your friend is anywhere near, one of you might run and tell him to back and fill a bit till you come to him.
Tell him to do what? Jim Sankey asked.
Tell him to wait a bit, lad.
I will run up, Wharton said. Shall I tell him we shan't want him at all today, Bob? I think so, Wharton. You see, it is 4 o'clock now, and we mayn't be able to get away for half an hour, and it will be too late then. Besides, Jim and I have been knocked about too much to care for rabbit hunting now. You tell him we will go some other day. You needn't tell him that, Wharton, Fullerton put in. It will be some time before we get a chance, you may be sure. All right. Tell him to go home then, Wharton. Tell him I will make it all right with him for losing his morning's work. Of course, you will come in here when you come down the hill again. Wharton nodded and started at a run up the hill, while his companions accompanied the two men into the house. The Admiral was down in the hall again. He had now had time to add to his former scanty costume.
Get the shutters of the drawing-room open, Jackson,
he said, after hearing the report of the man's escape.
And tell the maids, I suppose they are all up, to light a fire and get some coffee ready at once and something to eat. Now, young gentlemen, sit down and tell me all about this business. Now, which of you will be spokesman?
Jim nodded to Bob. It's his doing, sir. I mean, about our coming in here. We should never have thought anything about the cart, if it hadn't been for Bob, and we didn't much like coming, only he pretty well made us, and he arranged it all. That's all rot, Bob said. We were just all in it together, sir, and this is how it was. And he told the whole story of what had taken place.
Well, you couldn't have done better if you had been officers in His Majesty's service,
the Admiral said.
You have saved me the loss of my 2 plate chests, of all the plate in this room, and that couldn't be counted in money, for they were most of the things given me at different times on service, and of £500 I had in that box upstairs, altogether at least £2,000 in money value. More than that, you prevented my being captured, and it would have been a sorer blow to me than the loss of the money if those scoundrels had had their way and had got off scot-free. But you haven't told me yet how you happened to be going up the hill at 3:30 o'clock in the morning. What on earth were you doing there? Surely your master does not allow you to ramble about in the middle of the night?
Well, no, sir, that is the worst of it, Bob said. You see, I had arranged with one of the fishermen's boys, who has got a first-rate dog, that we could meet him upon the common and do some rabbit hunting. We slipped out from Tulloch's, and meant to have been back before anyone was up. And now I expect we shall get it nicely, because I suppose it must all come out. The Admiral laughed.
You are 4 nice young scamps,
he said, for Wharton had rejoined them before Bob had finished the story.
But it is not for me to blame you. It will certainly have to be told, lads, because you will have to appear as witnesses at the trial of these fellows. But I will go down myself the first thing in the morning and speak to your master.
Thank you, sir. Bob said it won't make any difference about the thrashing. We are bound to get that. But we shan't mind that. We are pretty well accustomed to it. Still, if you speak for us, I expect we shall get off with that. Otherwise I don't know what Tulloch would have done when he found out that we had been slipping out at night.
I expect it is not the first time you have done it.
Well, no, it is not, sir. We have been out 2 or 3 times with one of the fishermen in his boat.
I expect you are nice young pickles,
the Admiral said.
Well, what time does school begin?
7:30, sir.
Very well, then. I will be there at that hour, lads, and do my best for you. You see, with those faces of yours, you would be sure to be noticed anyhow, and I hope you wouldn't, in any case, have been mean enough to screen yourselves by lying.
That we shouldn't, Bob said. I don't think there is a boy in the school who would tell a lie to Tulloch.
That is right, lads. A gentleman will never tell a lie to screen himself when he has got into a scrape. I wouldn't keep the smartest young officer in the service on board a ship of mine if I caught him telling a lie, for I should know that he would not only be a blackguard, but a coward. Cowardice is at the bottom of half the lying of the world. Upon my word, I would rather that a boy were a thief than a liar. Well, here is breakfast. Now sit down and make yourselves at home, while I go up and see how my daughter is, after the fright she has had.
Half an hour later, after eating a hearty breakfast, the 4 boys started for school. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Priamides. Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. Chapter 2. A Great Change. It was just striking 6 when they again climbed over the wall and descended by the tree. They had had a discussion whether they should wait until the doors were opened and walk quietly in, or return as they left. They adopted the latter plan because they thought that if the matter was reported to Mr. Tulloch, he might proceed to administer punishment before the Admiral arrived to give his version of the affair. The door was still ajar. As they opened it, they gave an exclamation of surprise, for there, sitting on a chair in the passage, was Mr. Purfleet. He smiled unpleasantly.
"So here you are. You have had a pleasant ramble, no doubt, but I don't quite know what view Mr. Tulloch may take of it." "It was very good of you to sit up for us, Mr. Purfleet," Bob said quietly. "But you see, we had left the door open, and could have got in by ourselves. I hope you will not have caught cold, sitting there only in a dressing-gown." "You are an impudent young scamp," Mr. Purfleet said, in a rage. "You will laugh at the other side of your mouth presently. You and Sankey are nice-looking figures, ain't you, with your faces all cut and swollen?" "We have been a little in the wars," Bob replied. "I don't want to hear anything about it," the usher replied. "You will have to explain matters to Mr. Tulloch." "So I suppose, Mr. Purfleet. Well, Jim, we'll go and have a good wash. The bell will be ringing in half an hour."
So saying, Bob went into the lavatory, followed by his companions, while the usher returned upstairs. He was certainly disappointed. Quietly, as the boys had dressed, the slight noise they had made in closing the door had woke him. He thought little of it, but just as he was going off to sleep again, he heard the bolts of the door below withdrawn. He at once got up and walked to the other end of the dormitory, and discovered that the 4 boys were missing. Chuckling to himself that he should now be able to repay the grudge he owed to Bob, he put on his dressing-gown and went downstairs, and had sat there for 3 hours, momentarily expecting their return. He had certainly felt chilly, but had borne it patiently, comforted by the joyful expectation of the utter dismay that would be felt by the culprits when they saw him. The meeting had not passed off at all as he had anticipated, and he could only console himself by thinking that his turn would come when he made his report to Mr. Tulloch. The 4 boys did not return to the dormitory, but after they had washed, strolled about in the playground. There was quite a ferment in the dormitory when their absence was perceived, and the others noticed the 4 made-up figures in their place. The operation of dressing was got through with much greater alacrity than usual, and when they went downstairs and saw the 4 missing boys in the playground, these were at once surrounded by an excited throng. They refused, however, to answer any questions. "You will hear it all in good time," Bob said. "We have been out, and we have been caught. That is all I'm going to tell you." At the usual hour the bell rang, and the boys assembled in the schoolroom. The 2 ushers were in their places. They waited 3 or 4 minutes for Mr. Tulloch to appear. Then the door opened, and the manservant entered, and walking up to Mr. Moffat, said a word or two. The latter nodded. "Lessons will begin at once," he said in a loud voice. "The first class will come up to me." The boys of this class, who occupied the senior dormitory, at once began their lessons, while Mr. Purfleet took the lower class. The second class, including Bob and his friends, remained in their places. In a quarter of an hour the door opened, and Mr. Tulloch entered, accompanied by Admiral Langton. Mr. Tulloch was looking very serious, while the Admiral looked hot and angry. "We are going to catch it," Bob whispered to Jim Sankey. "I knew the Admiral wouldn't be able to get us off. "I wish all the boys to return to their places, Mr. Moffat. I have something to say," Mr. Tulloch said in a loud voice. When the boys were all seated, he went on. "Admiral Langton has been telling me that 4 of my boys were out and about soon after 3 o'clock this morning. The 4 boys in question will stand up. I do not say that this is the first time that such a serious infraction of the rules of the school has taken place. It has happened before. It may, for aught I know, have happened many times without my knowledge. But upon the occasions when it has come to my knowledge, the offenders have been most severely punished. They must be punished now. Admiral Langton has been telling me that the boys in question have behaved with very great courage, and have been the means of saving him from the loss of a large sum of money and plate, and of capturing 4 burglars. A buzz of surprise passed around the school. That this conduct does them great credit, I am fully prepared to admit. Had they been aware that this burglary was about to be committed, and had they broken out of the house in the middle of the night for the purpose of preventing it, I allow that it might have been pleaded as an excuse for their offense. But this was not so. It was an accident that occurred to them when they were engaged in breaking the rules, and cannot be pleaded as a set-off against punishment. Admiral Langton has pleaded with me very strongly for a pardon for them, but I regret that I am unable to comply with his request. The Admiral, as a sailor, is well aware that discipline must be maintained, and I am quite sure that when he was in command of a ship, he would not have permitted his judgment to be biased by anyone. I have put it to him in that way, and he acknowledges that to be so. The 2 matters stand distinct. The boys must be punished for this gross breach of the rules. They may be thanked and applauded for the courage they have shown and the valuable service they have rendered to Admiral Langton. I have, however, so far yielded to his entreaties that while I must administer a severe caning for the gross breach of the rules, I shall abstain from taking any further steps in the matter, and from writing to the boys' parents and guardians, requesting them to remove their sons from the school at once, as I certainly otherwise would have done. At the same time, I am willing to hear anything that these boys may have to urge in explanation or defense of their conduct. I have already been informed by Admiral Langton that their object in so breaking out was to hunt rabbits up on the common.
"I wish to say, sir," Bob said in a steady voice, "that it was entirely my doing. I made the arrangements and persuaded the others to go, and I think it is only right that they should not be punished as severely as I am." "We were all in it together, sir," Jim Sankey broke in. "I was just as keen on it as Bob was." "So was I," Fullerton and Wharton said together.
"Well, lads," Admiral Langton said, taking a step forward and addressing the boys in general, "as your master says, discipline is discipline. This is his ship, and he is on his own quarter-deck. But I wish to tell you all that, in my opinion, you have every reason to be proud of your schoolfellows. They behaved with the greatest pluck and gallantry, and were I again in command of a ship, I should be glad to have them serving me. I am only sorry that I cannot persuade Mr. Tulloch to see the matter in the same light as I do. Goodbye, lads." And he walked across and shook hands with the 4 boys. "I shall see you again soon." And the Admiral turned abruptly and walked out of the schoolroom. Mr. Tulloch at once proceeded to carry his sentence into effect, and the 4 boys received as severe a caning as they ever had had in their lives, and even Bob, case-hardened as he was, had as much as he could do to prevent himself from uttering a sound while it was being inflicted. Lessons were then continued, as usual, until 8 o'clock, when the boys went in to breakfast. After that was over, they went into the playground until 9, and the 4 culprits gave the rest a full account of the events of the night.
"I don't mind the thrashing," Bob said, "although Tulloch did lay it on hot. It was well worth it, if it had only been to see that sneak Purfleet's face when the Admiral told the story. I was watching him when Tulloch came in, and saw how delighted he was at the tale he was going to tell, and how satisfied he was that he should get no end of credit for sitting 3 hours in his dressing-gown in order to catch us when we came in. It was an awful sell for him when he saw that the Admiral had come out with the whole story and there was nothing whatever for him to tell."
When they went into school again, Mr. Tulloch said, "Boys, I hear that 4 of your number have behaved with great gallantry. They have prevented a serious robbery and arrested the men engaged in it. I shall therefore give you a holiday for the remainder of the day. The 4 boys in question will proceed at once to Admiral Langton's, as they will be required to accompany him to Kingston, where the prisoners will be brought up before the magistrates." There was a general cheer from the boys, and then Bob and his companions hurried upstairs to put on their best clothes, and ran off to the Admiral's. "Well, boys, is it all over?" he asked as they entered.
"All over, sir," they replied together.
"Well, boys, I think it was a shame but I suppose discipline must be maintained in school, as well as on board a ship. But it vexes me, amazingly, to think that I have been the means of bringing you into it."
"It is just the other way, sir," Bob said, "and it is very lucky for us that we came in here, sir, instead of going up to the common, as we intended. One of the ushers found out that we had gone, and sat up until we came back, and, if it had not been for you, we should not only have got a thrashing, but should all have been expelled, so it is the luckiest thing possible that we came in here."
"Well, I am very glad to hear that, boys. It has taken a load off my mind, for I have been thinking that, if you had not come in to help me, you would have got back without being noticed. Emma, these are the 4 lads who did us such good service last night. They caught sight of you before, but you were hardly in a state to receive them formally." The young lady laughed as she came forward and shook hands with them.
"You need not have mentioned that, Papa. Well, I am very much obliged to you all, for I have no doubt they meant to have my watch and jewels as well as Papa's money."
"Now it's time for us to be off," the Admiral said. "My carriage is at the door, and to fly. You 2, who have been knocked about, had better come with my daughter and myself. The others can either ride inside the fly, or one can go in the box of each vehicle, as you like." Wharton and Fullerton both said that they should prefer going outside, and in a few minutes they were on their way, the 3 men-servants riding inside the fly. The prisoners had been sent off 2 hours before in a cart under the charge of the 2 local constables. The case lasted but an hour, the 4 men being all committed for trial. The party then returned to Putney. The Admiral insisted upon the boys stopping to lunch with him. After the meal was over, he inquired what they were going to do on leaving school, and what profession they intended to adopt. Bob was the first questioned.
"I am going to be a wine merchant, sir," he said. "I have got no choice about it. I lost my father and mother years ago, and my guardian, who is an uncle of mine, is in the wine trade, and he says I have got to go in too. I think it's horrid, but there is no good talking to him. He is an awfully crusty old chap. I should like to be a soldier, or a sailor, but of course it is of no use thinking of it. My guardian has been very kind to me, even though he is so crusty, and it wouldn't be right not to do as he tells me, and I don't suppose the wine business is so very bad when one is accustomed to it."
"Has your uncle any sons, lad?"
"No, sir, he is an old bachelor, and he says that some day I am to have his business."
"Then you can't do better than stick to it, lad," the Admiral said. "A boy who has before him the prospect of a solid substantial living on shore is simply a fool if he goes to sea. It is a rough life, and a hard one, and if you don't get shot or drowned, you may get laid on the shelf with the loss of a limb and a pension that won't find you in grog and tobacco. It is a pity, for you would have made a good officer, but you will be vastly better off in all respects at home, and I can tell you there is not one sailor out of 5 who would not jump at a berth on shore if he could get the chance." Sankey's father was a country clergyman, and at present Jim had no particular prospect. "Would you like to go to sea, boy?"
"Yes, sir, I should like it of all things."
"Very well. Give me your father's name and address, and I will write to him about it." Fullerton's father was a landed proprietor in Somersetshire, and he was the eldest son. Wharton was to be a lawyer, and was to begin in his father's office in a year or 2. Admiral Langton took notes of the addresses of the boys' relatives. When he had done that, he said to them, "Now, lads, I know you would rather be off. I remember when I was a midshipman. I was always glad enough to escape when I had to dine with the captain." A week later, a young man came down from the city watchmakers with 4 handsome gold watches and chains for the boys, with an inscription stating that they had been presented to them by Admiral Langton in remembrance of their gallant conduct on the night of August 6, 1778. They were immensely delighted with the gift, for watches were, in those days, far more expensive luxuries than at present, and their use was comparatively rare. With the watches were 4 short notes from the Admiral, inviting them to come up on the following Saturday afternoon. They had, by this time, received letters from their families, who had each received a communication from the Admiral expressing his warm commendation of their conduct and his thanks for the services that the boys had rendered. Jim Sankey's father wrote saying that the Admiral had offered to procure him a berth as a midshipman at once, and that he had written, thankfully accepting the offer, as he knew that it was what Jim had been most earnestly wishing, though, as he had no interest whatever among naval men, he had hitherto seen no chance of his being able to obtain such an appointment. This communication put Jim into a state of the wildest delight and rendered him an object of envy to his schoolfellows. Fullerton's father wrote his son a hearty letter congratulating him on what he had done, and saying that he felt proud of the letter he had received from the Admiral. Wharton's father wrote to him sharply, saying that thief-taking was a business that had better be left to constables, and that he did not approve of freaks of that kind. Mr. Bale wrote an irascible letter to Bob. "My dear nephew," he began, "I am astonished and most seriously displeased at contents of communication I have received from a person signing himself J. Langton, Admiral. I gather from it that instead of pursuing your studies, you are wandering about at night, engaged in pursuits akin to poaching. I say akin because I am not aware whether the wild animals upon the common are the property of the lord of the manor, or whether they are at the mercy of vagabonds. It appears to me that there can be no proper supervision exercised by your masters. I spoke to you when you were here 6 weeks ago as to your school reports, which, although fairly satisfactory as to your abilities, said there was a great want of steadiness in your general conduct. I am convinced that you are doing no good for yourself, and that the sooner you settle down to a desk in my office, the better. I have therefore written this morning, informing Mr. Tulloch that I shall remove you at Michaelmas. Your sister has been here with her husband today. I am sorry to say that they do not view your wild and lawless conduct in the same light that I do, and that they are unable to see there is anything positively disreputable in your being mixed up in midnight adventures with burglars. I am glad to gather, from Admiral Langton's letter, that Mr. Tulloch has seen your conduct in the proper light, and has inflicted a well-merited punishment upon you. All this is a very bad preparation for your future career as a respectable trader, and I am most annoyed to hear that you will be called on to appear as a witness against the men who have been captured. I have written to Admiral Langton, acknowledging his letter, and expressing my surprise that a gentleman in his position should give any countenance whatever to a lad who has been engaged in breaking the rules of his school, and in wandering at night like a vagabond throughout the country." Bob looked rather serious as he read through the letter for the first time, but after going through it again he burst into a shout of laughter. "What is it, Bob?" Tom Fullerton asked. "Read this letter, Tom. I should like to have seen the Admiral's face as he read my uncle's letter, but it is too bad. You see, I have regularly done for myself. I was to have stopped here till a year come Christmas, and now I have to leave at Michaelmas. I call it a beastly shame." It was some consolation to Bob to receive next morning a letter from his sister, saying that she was delighted to hear how he had distinguished himself in the capture of the burglars. "Of course it was very wrong of you to get out at night, but Gerald says that boys are always up to tricks of that sort, and so I suppose it wasn't so bad as it seems to me. Uncle John pretends to be in a terrible rage about it, but I don't think he is really as angry as he makes himself out to be. He blew me up, and said that I had always encouraged you, which of course I haven't, and when Gerald tried to say a good word for you, he turned upon him, and said something about fellow-feeling making men wondrous kind. Gerald only laughed, and said he was glad my uncle had such a good opinion of him, and that he should have liked to have been there to lend a hand in the fight, and then Uncle said something disagreeable, and we came away. But I feel almost sure that Uncle John is not really so angry as he seems, and I believe that, if Gerald and I had taken the other side, and had said that your conduct had been very wicked, he would have defended you. It was stupid of us not to think of it, for you know Uncle always likes to disagree with other people. There is nothing he hates more than their agreeing with him. His bark is much worse than his bite, and you must not forget how good and kind he has been to us all. You know how angry he was with my marriage, and he said I had better have drowned myself than have married a soldier, and I had better have hung myself than have married an Irishman, especially when he had intended all along that I should marry the son of an old friend of his, a most excellent and well-conducted young man with admirable prospects. But he came round in a month or two, and the first notice of it was a letter from his lawyer, saying that in accordance with the instruction of his client, Mr. John Bale, he had drawn up and now enclosed a post-nuptial settlement, settling on me the sum of 5,000 pounds consols, and that his client wished him to say that had I married the person he had intended for me, that sum would have been doubled. The idea, when I never even saw the man! And when I wrote, thanking him, he made no allusion to what he had said before, but wrote that he should be glad at all times to see my husband and myself whenever we came to town, but that, as I knew his hours were regular, and the door always locked at 10 o'clock, just as if Gerald was in the habit of coming in drunk in the middle of the night. Fortunately nothing puts Gerald out, and he screamed over it, and we went and stopped a week with Uncle, a month afterwards, and he and Gerald got on capitally together, considering.
Gerald said it was like a bear and a monkey in one cage, but it was really very funny. So I have no doubt he will come round with you. Do try and not vex him more than you can help, Bob. You know how much we all owe him."
This was true. Bob's father had died when he was only 3 years old, he being a lawyer with a good business at Plymouth, but he had made no provision for his early death and had left his wife and 2 children almost penniless. Mr. Bale had at once taken charge of them, and had made his sister an allowance that enabled her to live very comfortably. She had remained in Plymouth, as she had many friends there. Her daughter Carrie, who was 6 years older than Bob, had 4 years before married Gerald O'Halloran, who was then a lieutenant in the 58th Regiment, which was in garrison there. He had a small income derived from an estate in Ireland, besides his pay, but the young couple would have been obliged to live very economically had it not been for the addition of the money settled on her by her uncle. Her mother had died a few months after the marriage, and Mr. Bale had at once placed Bob at the school at Putney, and had announced his intention of taking him in due time into his business. The boy always spent one half of his holidays with his uncle, the other with his sister. The former had been a trial, both to him and to Mr. Bale. They saw but little of each other, for Mr. Bale, who, like most businessmen of the time, lived over his offices, went downstairs directly he had finished his breakfast, and did not come up again until his work was over, when, at 5 o'clock, he dined. The meal over, he sometimes went out to the houses of friends, or to the halls of one or other of the city companies to which he belonged. While Bob was with him, he told off one of the foremen in his business to go about with the boy. The days, therefore, passed pleasantly, as they generally went on excursions by water, up or down the river, sometimes, when it was not otherwise required, in a light cart used in the business, to Epping or Hainault Forest. Bob was expected to be back by dinner, and thanks to the foreman, who knew that his employer would not tolerate the smallest unpunctuality, he always succeeded in getting back in time to wash and change his clothes for dinner. The meal was a very solemn one, Mr. Bale asking occasional questions, to which Bob returned brief answers. Once or twice the boy ventured upon some lively remark, but the surprise and displeasure expressed in his uncle's face at this breach of the respectful silence, then generally enforced upon the young, in the presence of their elders, deterred him from often trying the experiment. Mr. Bale was as much bored as was Bob by these meals, and the evenings that sometimes followed them. He would have been glad to have chatted more freely with his nephew, but he was ill at ease with him, as he would have been with a young monkey. There was nothing in common between them, and the few questions he asked were the result of severe cogitation. He used to glance at the boy from under his eyebrows, wondering what he was smiling to himself about, and wish that he understood him better. It did not occur to him that if he had drawn him out and encouraged him to chatter as he liked, he should get underneath the surface, and might learn something of the nature hidden there. It was in sheer desperation, at finding nothing to say, that he would often seize his hat and go out, when he had quite made up his mind to stay indoors for the evening. Bob put up as well as he could with his meals and the dull evenings, for the sake of the pleasant time he had during the day, but he eagerly counted the hours until the time when he was to take his place on the coach for Canterbury, where the 58th were now quartered. He looked forward with absolute dread to the time when he would have to enter his uncle's office. "What is the use of being rich, Carrie?" he would say to his sister, "if one lives as uncle does? I would rather work in the fields." "Yes, Bob, but you see, when you get to be rich, you needn't live in the same way at all. You can live as some traders do in the country, at Hampstead, Dulwich, or Chelsea, and ride into business, and you can, of course, marry and enjoy life. One needn't live like a hermit, all alone because one is a trader in the city." The one consolation Bob had was that his uncle had once said that he considered it was a great advantage to any young man going into the wine trade to go over to Spain or Portugal for 2 or 3 years, to learn the whole routine of business there, to study the different growths and know their values, and to form a connection among the growers and shippers. Bob had replied gravely that he thought this would certainly be a great advantage, and that he hoped his uncle would send him over there. "I shall see when the time comes, Robert. It will, of course, depend much on the relations between this country and Spain and Portugal, and also upon yourself. I could not, of course, let you go out there until I was quite assured of your steadiness of conduct. So far, although I have nothing to complain of myself, your schoolmaster's reports are by no means hopeful on that head. Still, we must hope that you will improve." It was terrible to Bob to learn that he was to go 15 months sooner than he'd expected to his uncle's, but he was somewhat relieved when upon his arrival at the house at Philpot Lane, his uncle, after a very grave lecture on the enormity of his conduct at school, said, "I have been thinking, Robert, that it will be more pleasant, both for you and for me, that you should not at present take up your abode here. I am not accustomed to young people. It would worry me having you here, and after your companionship with boys of your own age, you might find it somewhat dull. I have therefore arranged with Mr. Medlin, my principal clerk, for you to board with him. He has, I believe, some boys and girls of about your own age. You will, I hope, be able to make yourself comfortable there."
"Thank you, Uncle," Bob said, suppressing his impulse to give a shout of satisfaction and looking as grave as possible. "I think that would be a very nice arrangement."
"Mr. Medlin is a very trustworthy person," Mr. Bale went on. "He has been with me for upwards of 20 years, and I have the greatest confidence in him. You had better sit down here, and take a book. At 5 o'clock come down into the counting-house. Mr. Medlin will leave at that hour." Bob had hitherto avoided the counting-house. He had occasionally, on previous visits, slipped down to his friend the foreman, and had wandered through the great cellars, and watched the men at work bottling, and gazed in surprise at the long tiers of casks stacked up to the roof of the cellar, and the countless bottles stowed away in the bins. Once or twice he had gone down into the counting-house with his uncle, and waited there a few minutes until the foreman was disengaged. He had noticed Mr. Medlin at work at his high desk in one corner, keeping, as it seemed to him, his eye upon 2 young clerks, who sat on high stools at opposite sides of the desk, on the other side of the office. Mr. Medlin had a little rail round the top of his desk, and curtains on rods that could be drawn round it. He was a man of 6 or 7 and 30, with a long face, smooth shaven. He always seemed absorbed in his work, and, when spoken to by Mr. Bale, answered in the fewest possible words, in an even, mechanical voice. It had seemed to Bob that he had been entirely oblivious to his presence, and it did not appear to him now, as he sat with a book before him, waiting for the clock on the mantel to strike 5, that existence at Mr. Medlin's promised to be a lively one. Still, as there were boys and girls, it must be more amusing than it would be at his uncle's, and, at any rate, the clerk would not be so formidable a personage to deal with as Mr. Bale. At 1 minute to 5 he went down, so as to open the counting-house door as the clock struck. As he went in through the outer door, his uncle came out from the inner office. "Ah, there you are, Robert." "Mr. Medlin, this is my nephew, who, as we have arranged, will take up his residence with you. I am afraid you will find him somewhat headstrong and troublesome. I have already informed you why it has been necessary to remove him from school. However, I trust that there will be no repetition of such follies, and that he will see the necessity of abandoning schoolboy pranks and settling down to business." "Yes, sir," Mr. Medlin replied, seeing that his employer expected an answer. Bob had noticed that although the clerk's eyes were directed upon him, there appeared to be no expression of interest or curiosity in them, but that they might as well have been fixed upon a blank wall. "Your boxes have already been sent round in the cart to Mr. Medlin's, Robert. I don't know that there is anything else to say. Mr. Medlin will, of course, put you in the way of your duties here, but if you have anything to say to me, any questions to ask, or any remarks connected with the business or otherwise you wish to make, I shall always be ready to listen to you, if you will come into the counting-house at 4:30. So saying, Mr. Bale retired into his private room again. Mr. Medlin placed his papers inside his desk, locked it, took off his coat and hung it on a peg, put on another coat and his hat, and then turned to Bob. "Ready?" "Quite ready." Mr. Medlin led the way out of the counting-house, and Bob followed. Mr. Medlin walked fast, and Bob had to step out to keep up with him. The clerk appeared scarcely conscious of his presence until they were beyond the more crowded thoroughfare. Then he said, 2 miles, out Hackney Way. Not too far." "Not at all," Bob replied. "The farther the better." "No burglars there. Wouldn't pay." And Bob thought that the shadow of a smile passed across his face. "We can do without them," Bob said. "Hate coming here, I suppose?" "That I do," Bob said cordially. Mr. Medlin nodded. "Not so bad as it looks," he said, and then walked on again in silence. Presently there was a break in the houses. They were getting beyond the confines of business London. "Do you see this little garden?" Mr. Medlin asked, suddenly in a tone so unlike that in which he had before spoken that Bob quite started. The lad looked at the little patch of ground with some stunted shrubs, but could see nothing remarkable in it. "Yes, I see it, sir," he said. "That, Bob," Mr. Medlin went on, "for I suppose you are called Bob, marks the end of all things." Bob opened his eyes in astonishment and again examined the little garden. "It marks, Bob, the delimitation between London and country, between slavery and freedom. Here, every morning, I leave myself behind. Here, every evening, I recover myself, or, at least, a considerable portion of myself. At a further mark, half a mile on, I am completely restored. I suppose you used to find just the same thing at the door of the schoolroom." "A good deal, sir," Bob said in a much brighter tone than he had used since he said good-bye to the fellows at Tulloch's. "I am glad you feel like that. I expect you will get like that, as to the city, in time. But mind, lad, you must always find yourself again. You stick to that. You make a mark somewhere, leave yourself behind in the morning, and pick yourself up again when you come back. It is a bad thing for those who forget to do that. They might as well hang themselves better. In there," and he jerked his thumb back over his shoulder, "we are all machines, you know. It isn't us. Not a bit of it. There's just the flesh, the muscle, the bones, and a frozen bit of our brains. The rest of us is left behind. If as we come out we forget to pick it up, we lose ourselves altogether before long, and then there we are, machines to the end of our lives. You remember that, Bob. Keep it always in mind." "It is a pity that my uncle didn't get the same advice 40 years ago, Mr. Medlin." "It is a pity my employer did not marry. It is a pity my employer lives in that dull house in that dull lane all by himself," Mr. Medlin said angrily. "But he has not got rid of himself altogether. He is a good deal frozen up, but he thaws out sometimes. What a man he would be if he would but live out somewhere and pick himself up regularly as I do, every day. This is my second mark, Bob, this tree growing out in the road. Now, you see, we are pretty well in the country. Can you run?" "Yes, I can run pretty well, Mr. Medlin." "Very well, Bob. You see that tree growing out beyond that garden wall about 400 yards on? It is 420, for I have measured it. Now then, you walk on 50 yards, and then run for your life. See if I don't catch you before you are there." Bob, wondering as he went along at the astounding change that had come over his companion, took 50 long steps. Then he heard a shout of "Now!" and went off at the top of his speed. He was still 100 yards from the mark when he heard steps coming rapidly up behind him, and then the clerk dashed past him and came in fully 20 yards ahead. "You don't run badly," he said as Bob stopped, panting. "My Jack generally comes to meet me, and I always give him 70 yards, and only beat him by about as much as I do you. He couldn't come this afternoon. He is busy helping his mother to get things straight. I expect we shall meet him presently. Well, what are you laughing at?" "I was just thinking how astonished my uncle would be if he were to see us." Mr. Medlin gave a hearty laugh. "Not so much as you would think, Bob. 5 years ago my employer suddenly asked me, just as we were shutting up one afternoon, if I was fond of fishing. I said that I used to be. He said, 'I am going down for a fortnight into Hampshire. I have no one to go with. Suppose you come with me?' I said, 'I will.' He said, 'Coach tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, Black Horse Yard.' I was there. As we went over London Bridge, I found myself, as usual, and he found himself. I explained to him that I could not help it. He said he didn't want me to help it. We had a glorious fortnight together, and we have been out every year since. He never alludes to it between times. No more do I. He is stiffer than usual for a bit. So am I. But we both know each other. You do not suppose that he would have sent you to me if he hadn't known that I have got another side to me?" "Well, I should not have thought," Bob said, "from the way he talked when he introduced me to you, that he ever had such an idea in his mind." "He was obliged to talk so," Mr. Medlin said, laughing. "We were just machines at the time, both of us. But he talked in quite a different way when we were down fishing together 3 weeks ago. He said then you were rather a pickle, and that he didn't think you would do yourself any good where you were, so that he was going to bring you up to business. I don't want him to turn out a dull blockhead, he said, and so I propose that you should take charge of him, and teach him to keep himself young. I wish I had done it myself. And so it was settled. There is no better employer in the city than your uncle. There is not a man or boy about the place who isn't well paid and contented. I used to think myself a lucky man before we went out fishing together for the first time, but 6 months after that he gave me a rise that pretty well took my breath away. Ah, here come the young'uns. A couple of minutes later, 4 young people ran up. There was a boy about Bob's age, a girl a year younger, a boy, and another girl in regular steps. They greeted their father with a joyous shout of welcome. "So you have got everything done," he said. "I thought you would meet me somewhere here. This is Bob Repton, my employer's nephew, and future member of the firm. Treat him with all respect and handle him gently. He is a desperate fellow, though he doesn't look it. This is the young gentleman I told you of, who made a night expedition and captured 4 burglars." After this introduction, Bob was heartily shaken by the hand all round, and the party proceeded on their way, the 2 girls holding their father's hand, the boys walking behind with Bob, who was so surprised at the unexpected turn affairs had taken, for a time he almost lost his usual readiness of speech. End of Chapter 2. Read by Priamides, Lord and Virginia, 2023.
Chapter 3 of Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ashton Hoffman. Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. Chapter 3. An Unexpected Journey. Hawthorne Cottage, Mr. Madeline's abode, was a pretty little house standing detached in a good-sized garden, surrounded by a high wall. "Here we are, mother," the clerk said as he led the way into the cozy room, where tea was laid upon the table, while a bright fire blazed in the grate. A very pleasant-faced lady, who did not look to Bob more than 30, although she must have been 4 or 5 years older, greeted her husband affectionately. "My dear," he said in an exuberance of feelings, "you forget that I have brought you home a visitor. This is Mr. Robert Repton. While he is resident in the house, he may be greeted as Bob. We had a race, and he runs faster than Jack. 50 yards in 420 is the utmost I can give him." "That nonsense you do talk, Will," his wife said, laughing. "I am sure Master Repton must think you out of your mind." "It's very jolly way of being out of his mind, Mrs. Melton. You don't know how pleased I am. He thought I was an ogre, my dear, and that you were an ogress. Now let the banquet be served, for I am hungry, and I expect Bob is too. As for the children, they are always hungry, at least it seems so." It was a merry meal, and Bob thought he had never enjoyed one as much, except at his sister's. After tea they had music, and he found that Mr. Medlin performed admirably on the violin. His wife played the spinet, Jack the clarinet, and Sophie, the eldest girl, the piccolo. "She is going to learn the harp presently," Mr. Medley explained, "but for the present, when we have no visitors, and I don't count you after this evening, she plays the piccolo. She is a little shy about it, but shyness is the failing of my family." "It is very jolly," Bob said. "I wish I could play on an instrument." "We will see about it in time, Bob. We want a French horn, but I don't see at present where you are to practice." "Has Uncle ever been here?" Bob asked late in the evening. "Yes, he came here in the evening we got back from our fishing expedition. He wanted to see the place before he finally settled about you coming here. My wife was a little afraid of him, but there was no occasion, and everything went off capitally, except that Sophia would not produce her piccolo. I walked back with him till he came upon a hackneyed coach. He said as he got in, 'I have spent a most pleasant evening, Madeline. You are a very lucky fellow.'" I went back to work the next morning, and we both dropped in the old groove, and nothing more was said until yesterday, when he informed me that you were coming today. Oh dear, Bob said, as he started with the clerk at 8 o'clock on the following morning. Now I'm going to begin at that wretched counting-house. No, you're not, Bob. You're not coming in there at present. When your uncle and I were talking, when we were fishing, you know he said that he saw no use in your going in there at present, and thought it would be quite time for you to learn how the books are kept in another 3 or 4 years, and that till then you could go into the cellar. You will learn bottling and packing and blending, and something about the quality and value of wines. You will find it much more pleasant than being shut up in a counting-house, making out bills and keeping ledgers. A great deal, Bob said joyfully. I shan't mind it at all. Bob observed and noticed change in his companion's demeanor when he arrived at the tree, and on passing the last garden his face assumed a stolid expression as brisk springy walk settled down into a business pace. His words became few, and he was again a steady and mechanical clerk. A fortnight later Bob was summoned to the counting-house. Mr. Bell wishes to see you, Mr. Medlin said. Bob entered, wondering what he was wanted for. I received a subpoena a week ago, Robert, for you to attend as a witness at Kingston tomorrow. These interruptions to business are very annoying. I did not mention it to you before, for if I had done so, you would be thinking of nothing else. This morning I have received a letter from Admiral Langton requesting me to allow you to go down by the stage this afternoon and to sleep in his house. He will take you over in the morning, and you will sleep there again tomorrow night and come back by the early stage. I trust that you will endeavor to curb your exuberance of spirits. This is a very grave matter, and anything like levity would be altogether out of place. The letter says that the stage leaves the Bell Tavern at 4 o'clock. Bob replied gravely that he would be there at the time, and went off to his work again until 12 o'clock. When he arrived at the Admiral's at 6:15, a lad in midshipman's uniform came rushing out into the hall. "Hello, Bob." "Why, Jim, but no, I suppose I ought to say Mr. James Sankey to an officer of your importance. How comes it, sir, that you are so soon attired in His Majesty's uniform?" "I will punch your head, Bob, if you go on with that nonsense." "But I say, isn't it jolly? The afternoon after you left came down a big letter with a tremendous seal, and therein I was informed that I was appointed to His Majesty's ship, Brilliant, and was ordered to join immediately after. Of course, I did not know what to do, so I came up here, and who do you think I found here? Captain Langton, the Admiral's son, who is a command of the Brilliant. Of course it was he who had got me the appointment. He was very kind, and told me that I could not join until after this trial, so that I could go down home and stop there till today. The Admiral sent me straight off to be measured for my uniform. When I started next day, he gave me a letter to my father. An awful nice letter it was, saying that he intended to present me with my first outfit. I got here about an hour ago, and have been putting on my uniform to see how it fits." "You mean to see how you looked in it, Jim? It looks first rate. I wish I was in one too, and was going with you instead of sticking in Philpot Lane. I am awfully sorry for you, Bob. It must be beastly." "Well, it is not so bad as I expected, Jim, and Uncle is turning out much better. I didn't live there, but with the head clerk out of Hackney. He is an awfully jolly sort of fellow. You never saw such a rum chap. I will tell you all about it afterwards. I suppose I ought to go in and see the Admiral?" "He is out at present, Bob. He will be back at 8 o'clock to supper, so you can come up and tell me all about it. Captain Langton is here too." Captain Langton spoke very kindly to Bob when the two boys came down to supper, and told him that if at any time he chanced his mind and there was a vacancy for a midshipman on board his ship, he would give him the berth. I shall be very glad to have you with me, he said, after the service you rendered my father and sister. On the following morning, Fulton and Wharton came up from the school, and 2 carriages conveyed the witnesses over to Kingston. The prisoners Bob heard were notorious and desperate criminals, who the authorities had long been anxious to lay hands on. The butler was one of the gang and had obtained his post by means of forged character. The trial only occupied 2 hours, for taken in the act as the men were, there was no defense whatever. All 4 were sentenced to be hung, and the judge warmly complimented the 4 boys upon their conduct in the matter. The next morning Bob returned to his work in the city. For the next 3 months his existence was a regular one. On arriving in the cellar he took off his jacket, put on a large apron that completely covered him, and from that time until 5 o'clock he worked with the other boys, bottling, packing, storing the bottles away in the bins, or taking them down as required. He learned from the foreman something of the localities from which the wine came, the value and prices, but had not begun to distinguish them by taste or by bouquet. Mr. Bale, the former, said had given strict orders that he was not to begin tasting at present. 3 days before Christmas, one of the clerks brought him down word that Mr. Bale wished to see him in the office at 5 o'clock. During 3 months he had scarcely spoken to his uncle. The latter had nodded to him whenever he came into the cellar, and had regularly said, "Well, Robert, how are you getting on?" To which he had regularly replied, "Very well, uncle." He supposed that the present meeting was for the purpose of inviting him to dine at Philpot Lane on Christmas Day, and although he knew that he should enjoy the festivities more at Hackney, he was prepared to accept it very willingly. "I have sent for you, Robert," Mr. Bale said, when he entered his office, "to say that your sister has written to ask me to go down to spend Christmas with her at Portsmouth. As her husband's regiment is on the point of going abroad, I shall decide on accepting her invitation, and for the same reason I shall take you down with me. You shall therefore have your box packed tonight, and I shall send down a cart to fetch it tomorrow. You will sleep here tomorrow night, and we start the next morning." "Thank you very much, Uncle," Bob said in delight, and then, seeing that nothing further was expected of him, he ran off to join Mr. Medlin, who was waiting for him outside. "What do you think, Mr. Medlin? I'm going down to spend Christmas at my sister's." "Ah," the clerk said in a dull, unsympathetic voice. "Well, mind how you walk, Mr. Robert. It does not look well coming out from a place of business as if you were rushing out of school." Bob knew well enough that it was no use whatever trying to get his companion to take an interest in matters unconnected with business at present, so he dropped into his regular pace and did not open his lips again until they had passed the usual boundary. Then Mr. Medlin said briskly, "So you're going down to your sister's, Bob?" "Yes, that will be first rate, won't it? Of course I went down in the summer to Canterbury, and wholly expect to go again this year, as I have only been 3 months here. I did not even think of going." It will be the last holiday I shall have for some time. You know, Carrie said, when she wrote to me a month ago, that the regiment expected to be ordered abroad soon, and Uncle said it is on the point of going now. He is coming down with me?" His voice fell a little at this part of the announcement. "He is, eh? You think you will have to be on your best behavior, Bob?" "Before you told me about him, Mr. Merlin, I should have thought it would quite spoil the holiday, but I do not feel it so bad now." "He will be all right, Bob. You have never seen him outside the city yet. Still, I shouldn't be up to any tricks with him. You know, if I were you, shouldn't put cobbler's wax on his pigtail or anything of that sort." "As if I should think of such a thing, Mr. Medlin." "Well, I don't know, Bob, but you have made Jack pretty nearly as wild as you are yourself. You are quite a scandal in the neighborhood. You too, and you nearly frightened those 2 ladies next door into fits last week by carrying in that snowman and sticking him up in the garden when you knew they were out. I thought they were both going to have fits when they rushed in to tell me there was a ghost in the garden." "I believe you suggested it yourself, Mr. Medlin," Bob said indignantly. "Besides, It serves them right for coming in to complain that we had thrown stones and broken their window, when we had done nothing of the sort. It was rather lucky for you that they did so, Bob, for you see we were all so indignant then that they didn't venture to accuse you of the snowman business, though I have no doubt they were convinced in their own minds that it was you. But that is only one out of the 20 pranks that you and Jack have been up to. Jack and I, someone else, Mr. Merlin. We carry them out, but I think someone else always suggests them. Not suggest, Bob. Far from it. If I happen to say that it would be most reprehensible thing if anyone were to do something, or somehow or other, that is the very thing that Jack and you do. It was only last week I said that it would be a very objectionable trick if anyone was to tie paper bands round the neck of the clergyman's black cat, who was always stealing our chickens. And to my surprise, the next morning when we started for business, there was quite a crowd outside his house watching the cat calmly sitting over the porch with a white band round its neck. Now that is an example of what I mean. Quite so, Mr. Merlin. That is just what I meant too. And it was much better than throwing stones at him. It is a savage beast, though it does look so demure, and scratched Jack's hand and mine horribly when we were trying on the bands. At the tree the others met them, and they laughed and chatted all the way back, the young ones expressing much regret, however, that Bob was to be away at Christmas. At the appointed time, Mr. Bear and Bob took their places on the coach. The latter felt a little oppressed, for his uncle had the evening before been putting him through a sort of examination as to the value of wines, and had been exceedingly severe when Bob had not acquitted himself to his satisfaction, but had mixed up Malaga with Madeira, and had stated that a French wine was grown near Cadiz. I expect I shall know them better when I get to taste them, Bob had urged in excuse. When you don't know anything about the wine, it is very difficult to take an interest in them. It is like learning that a town in India is on the Ganges. You don't care anything about the town, and you don't care anything about the Ganges, and you are sure to mix up next time with some other town on some other river. If those are your ideas, Robert, I think you had better go to bed, Mr. Bell had said sternly, and Bob had gone to bed, and had thought what a nuisance it was that his uncle was going down to Portsmouth, just when he wanted to be jolly with Corey and her husband, for the last time. Little had been said at breakfast, and it was not until the coach was rattling along the high road, and the last house had been left behind him, that Bob's spirits began to rise. There had been a thaw a few days before, and the snow had disappeared, but it was now freezing sharply again. The air is brisk. Do you feel it cold, Robert? Mr. Bell said, breaking silence for the first time. I feel cold about the toes and about the ears and nose, Uncle, Bob said, but I am not very likely to feel cold anywhere else. His uncle looked down at the boy who was wedged in between him and the stout woman. Well, no, he agreed. You are pretty closely packed. You had better pull that muffler over your ears more. It was rather different weather when you went down to Canterbury in the summer. That it was, Bob replied heartily. It was hot and dusty. Just there were a man and woman sitting opposite who kept on drinking out of a bottle every 5 minutes. She had a baby with her, too, who screamed almost all the way. I consider I saved that baby's life. How was that, Robert? Well, you see, Uncle, they had finished the bottle by the time we got to Sevenoaks, and we all got down for dinner there, and before we sat down the man went to the bar and got it filled up again. A pint of gin filled up with water. I heard him order it. He put it in the pocket of his coat, and hung the coat upon a peg, and he sat down to dinner. I was not long over my dinner, and finished before they did, and I took the bottle out and ran out to the yard and emptied it, and filled it up with water, and put it back in the pocket again, without his noticing it. You should have seen what a rage he was in when he took the first sip from the bottle after he had started. He thought the man in the inn had paid him a trick, and he stood up and shouted to the coachman to turn back again. But of course he wasn't going to do that, and everyone laughed except the woman. I think she had more than was good for her already, and she cried for about an hour. The next two places where we changed horses, we did it so quick that the man hadn't time to get down. The third place he did, and though the guard said he shouldn't stop a minute, he went into the public house. The guard shouted, but he didn't come out, and off we went without him. Then he came out running and waving his arms, but the coachman wouldn't stop. The woman got down with the child at the next place. We changed horses, and I suppose they went on next day, and if they started sober, they did perhaps get to Dover all right. That was a very nasty trick, the woman who was sitting next to Bob said sharply. Bob had noticed that she had already opened a basket on her lap and had partaken of a liquid refreshment. But you see, I saved the baby, ma'am, Bob said humbly. The woman was sitting at the end, and if she had taken her share of the second bottle, the chances are she would have dropped the baby. It was a question of saving life, you see. Bob felt a sudden convulsion in his uncle's figure. It is all very well to talk that way, the woman said angrily. It was a piece of impudence, and you ought to have been flogged for it. I have no patience with such impudent doings. Wasting of good liquor, too. I don't think, ma'am, Mr. Bell said, it was as much waste as it would have been had they swallowed it, for at least it did no harm. I cannot see myself why, because people get outside a coach, they should consider it necessary to turn themselves into hogs. I will trouble you to keep your insinuations to yourself, the woman said, in great indignation. You ought to be ashamed of yourself at your age, encouraging a boy in such ways. There is them as can stand the cold, and there is them as can't, and a little good liquor helps them wonderful. I am such myself. And she defiantly took out a bottle from her basket and applied it to her lips. I was not speaking personally, my good woman, Mr. Bell said. I would have you to know, the woman snapped, that I ain't your good woman, and I wouldn't demean myself to the like. I will ask this company if it is right as an unprotected female should be insulted on the outside of one of His Majesty's mails. The other passengers, who had been struggling with their laughter, endeavored to pacify her with the assurance that no insult had been meant, and Mr. Bell made no reply. She subsided into silence, grumbling occasionally to herself. I'm a-going down, she broke out presently, to meet my husband, and I don't mind who knows it. He is a warrant officer, he is, on board the Latana, as came in last week with 2 prizes. There ain't nothing to be ashamed of in that. And I will thank you, boy, she said, turning sharply to Bob, not to be a-scourging me so. I pay for my place, I do. I think you ought to pay for 2 places, Bob said. I am sure you have got twice as much room as I have, and if there is any scourging, it isn't me. Would you have an objection, sir, the woman said majestically to a man sitting at the other side of her, to change places with me? I ain't a-going to bear no longer with the insults of this boy, of the person, he calls himself a man, sitting next to me. The change was effected to Bob's great satisfaction. You see, Robert, what you have brought down upon me, Mr. Bell said. This comes of your telling stories about bottles, when there is a woman with one in her basket next to you. I really was not thinking of her when I spoke, uncle, but I am glad now, for I really could hardly breathe before. Why, uncle, I had no idea you smoked, he added, as Mr. Bell took a cigar case from his pocket. I do not smoke when I am in the city, Robert, but I see no harm in a cigar. In fact, I like one at other times. I observe a long pipe at the mantelpiece at Mr. Medlin's, and indeed I have seen the gentleman smoke when we have been out together. but I've never observed him indulging in that habit in the city. Oh, yes, he smokes at home, Bob said. I have great confidence in Mr. Medlin, Robert. You have been comfortable with him, I hope. Could not be more comfortable, sir. An excellent man of business, Robert, and most trustworthy, a serious-minded man. Bob was looking up and saw a little twinkle in Mr. Bell's eye. You don't find it dull, I hope. Not at all dull, Mr. Medlin and his family are very musical. Musical are they, Robert? Mr. Bell said in a tone of surprise. As far as I have seen in the counting-house, I should not have taken him to be musical. No, I don't think you would, uncle. Just the same way as one wouldn't think it likely that you would smoke a cigar. Well, no, Robert. You see, one must not always go by appearances. No, sir, that is just what Mr. Medlin says, Bob replied, smiling. Oh, he says that, does he? I suppose he has been telling you that we go out fishing together. He did mention that, sir. You must not always believe what Medlin says, Robert. No, sir, I thought you told me he was perfectly trustworthy. In some points, boy, but it is notorious that from all times the narrative of fishermen must be received with a large amount of caution. The man who can be trusted with untold gold cannot be relied upon to give with even an approach to accuracy the weight of the fish he has caught. And indeed, all his statements with reference to the pursuit must be taken with a large discount. You were surprised when you heard that I went fishing, Robert. Not more surprised than I was when you lit your cigar, sir. Well, you know what Harris said, Robert. I forget what it was in the Latin, but I meant, he is a poor soul who never rejoices. The bow must be relaxed, Robert, or it loses its stiffness and spring. I myself always bear this in mind and endeavor to forget that there is such a place in the city of London, or a place of business called Philpot Lane, directly I go away from it. Don't you think you could forget, too, uncle, that the name I am known by in the city is Robert, and that my name at all other times is Bob? I will try to do so if you make a point of it, Mr. Bell said gravely, but at the same time it appears to me that Bob is a name for a short-tailed sheepdog rather than for a boy. I don't mind who else is called by it, uncle. Besides, sheepdogs are very useful animals. They differ from boys in one respect, Bob. What's that, uncle? They always attend strictly to business, lad. They are most conscientious workers. Now this is more than can be said for boys. But I don't suppose the sheepdogs do much while they are puppies, uncle. I think you have been there, Bob. I suppose we must make allowances for them. Well, we shall be at Goldford in half an hour, and will stop there for dinner. I shall not be sorry to get down and to stamp my feet a bit. It is very cold here, in spite of these rugs. It was 7 o'clock in the evening when the coach drew up at the George Hotel in Portsmouth. Captain O'Halloran was at the door to meet them. Well, Mr. Bell, you have had a coldish drive down today. How are you, Bob? At present I am cold, Bob said. That last 2 hours have been bitter. I have taken bedrooms here for you, Mr. Bell. There is no barrack accommodation at present, for everyone is back from leave. Any other time we could have put you up. Now if you will point out your baggage, my man, we'll see it taken up to your rooms, and you can come straight on to me. Carrie has got supper ready and a big fire blazing. It is not 3 minutes' walk from here. They were soon seated at a table, and after the meal was over they drew round the fire. So you have really become a man of business, Bob, his sister said. I was very glad to hear from your letter that you liked it better than you expected. But it will be a long while yet before he is a man of business, niece. It is like having a monkey in a china shop. The other day I went down to the cellar just in time to see him put down a bottle so carelessly that it tumbled over. Unfortunately, there was a row of them he had just filled, and a dozen went down like ninepins. The corks had not been put in, and half the contents were lost before they could be righted. And the wine was worth 80 shillings a dozen. And what can you expect of him, Mr. Bell? Gerald O'Halloran said. It is a spalpeen like that you would trust with handling of good wine, and I would as soon set a cat to bottle milk. He is young for it yet, Mr. Bale agreed, but when a boy amuses himself by breaking out of school at 3 o'clock in the morning and fighting burglars, what are you to do with him? I should give him a medal for his pluck, Mr. Bale, and let him do something where he would have a chance of showing his spirit, and make him as wild as a ham scam as you are yourself, O'Halloran, and then expect him to turn out a respectable merchant afterwards. I am sure I don't wish to be trouble with him till he has got rid of what you call his spirits, but what are you to do with such a pickle as this? There have been more bottles broken since he came than there ordinarily are in a course of a year. I suspect him of corrupting my chief clerk, and in mortal apprehension that he will be getting into some scrape at Hackney, and make the place too hot for him. I never gave you credit for much brains, Carey, but how it was you let your brother grow up like this is more than I can tell. Although this all sounds serious, Bob did not feel at all alarmed. Carey, however, thought that her uncle was greatly vexed and tried to take up the cudgel in his defense. I am sure Bobs does not mean any harm, uncle. I did not say that he did, niece, but if he does harm, it comes to the same thing. Well, we will not talk about that now, so I hear that you are going out to the Mediterranean. Yes, uncle, to Gibraltar. It is a nice station, everyone says, and I am very pleased. There are so many places where there's fighting going on. Now that I think we are most fortunate in going out there. I was so afraid the regiment might be sent either to America or India. I suppose you would rather have gone where there was fighting, O'Halloran? I would, the officer said promptly. What is the use of going into the army if you don't fight? I should say, what is the use of going into the army at all, Mr. Bale said testily. Still, I suppose someone must go. I suppose so, sir, Captain O'Halloran said, laughing. If it were not for the army and navy, I fancy you trading gentlemen would very soon find the difference. Besides, there are some of us born to it, and I should never have made a figure in the city, for instance. I fancy not, Mr. Bale said dryly. You will understand, O'Halloran, that I am not objecting in the slightest to your being in the army. My objection is solely lies in the fact that you, being in the army, should have married my niece, and that instead of coming to keep house for me comfortably, she's going to wander about with you to the ends of the earth. Carey laughed. How do you think someone else would not have snapped me up if he had an uncle? That is right, Carey. You would have found her twice as difficult to manage as Bob, Mr. Bale. You would never have kept her in Philpot Lane if I hadn't taken her, and there are some people can be tamed down, and there are some who can't, and Carey is one of the latter. I should pity you from my heart if you had her on your hands, Mr. Bale. If ever I got to be a colonel, it is she will command the regiment. Well, it is good that one of us should have sense, Gerald, his wife said, laughing, and now you had better put the whisk on the table, unless uncle would prefer some mulled port wine. Neither one nor the other, my dear. Your brother is half asleep now, and it is as much as I can do to keep my eyes open, after the cold ride we have had, and the sooner we go back to the George, the better. We will breakfast there, Carey, and I don't know what your hours are, but when I am away on the holidays, I always give myself a little extra sleep. Besides, your husband will, I suppose, have to be on duty, and I have no doubt it will suit you as well as me for us to breakfast at the George. Perhaps it will be better, uncle, if you don't mind. Gerald happens to be the orderly officer for the day, and will have to get his breakfast as he can, and will be busy all the morning. But I should be ready for you by 10. At that hour Bob appeared alone. Uncle won't come around till 1 o'clock, Carey, he said. He should take a quiet stroll round by himself and look at the ships, and that no doubt we should like to have a talk together. Is he very cross with you, Bob? she asked anxiously. "You know, he really is kind at heart, very kind, but I'm afraid he must be very hard as a master." "Not a bit, Carrie. I expect he was going to be so, but he hasn't the least like that. He is very much liked by everyone there. He doesn't say much, and he certainly looks stiff and grim enough for anything, but he isn't so, really not a bit." "Didn't he scold you dreadfully about your upsetting those 12 bottles of wine?" "He never said a word about it, and I did not know at the time he had seen me. John the foreman, the one who used to take me out in the holidays, would not have said anything about it. He said, of course, accidents did happen sometimes with the boys, and when they did, he himself blew them up, and there was no occasion to mention it to Mr. Bell, when it wasn't anything very serious. But of course I could not have that, and said that either he must tell Uncle or I should. It really happened because my fingers were so cold I could not fill the bottle. Of course the cellar is not cold, but I had been outside taking in a wagon load of bottles that had just arrived and counting them, and my fingers got regularly numbed. So John went to the counting house and told him about the wine being spilt, and he said I wish him to tell him and how it had happened." "What did Uncle say, Bob?" "He said he was glad to hear that I told John to tell him, but that he knew it already, for he had just come down into the cellar when the bottles went over, and as he didn't wish to interfere with the foreman's work, had come back to the counting house without anyone noticing he had been there. He said of course boys could not be trusted like men, and that as he had chosen to put me there he must put up with accidents. He never spoke about it to me till last night." "Well, he seemed very vexed about it, Bob, and made a great deal of it." "He didn't mean it, Carrie, and I knew he didn't mean it. He knows I am beginning to understand him." That evening Mr. Bell sent Bob back to the hotel. "I thought I would get him out of the way," he said, when Bob had left. "I wanted to have a chat with you about him. You see, Carrie, acting hastily in taking him away from school, but I seemed to me that he must be getting into a very bad groove, to be playing such pranks as breaking out in the middle of night. I was sorry afterwards, partly because it had upset all my plans, partly because I was not sure that I had done the best thing by him. I had intended that he should have stopped for another year at school, but that time he would be between 16 and 17, and I thought of taking him into the office for 6 months or so, to begin with, for him to learn a little of the routine, when I had intended to send him out to Upper 2 for 2 years, and then to Cadiz for 2 years, so that he would have learnt Portuguese and Spanish well, got up all there was to learn about the different growths, and established friendly relations with my agents. Now, as it happens, all these plans have been upset. My agent at Opetu died a month ago. His son succeeded him. He is a young man and not yet married. In the first place, I don't suppose he would care about being bothered with Bob, and in the second place, boys of Bob's age are not likely to submit very quietly to the authority of a foreigner. Then, too, your brother is full of mischief and fun, and I don't suppose foreigners would understand him in the least, and he would get into all manners of scrape. My correspondent at Cadiz is an elderly man without a family, and the same objection would arise in his case. And moreover, from what I hear from him, and from the other Spanish sources, there's a strong feeling against the English in Spain. And now that we are at war with France, and have troubles in America, I think it likely enough that we'll join in against us. Of course, my correspondent writes cautiously, but in his last letter, he strongly advises me to buy largely at once, as there is no saying about the future, and several of my friends in the trade have received similar advice. I have put the boy in the cellar for the moment. I could see nothing else to do with him, but really the routine he is learning is of little importance, and there is no occasion for him to learn to do these things himself. He would pick up all he wants to know there when he came back in a very short time. "Then what are you thinking of doing, Uncle?" Carrie asked for a pause as she saw that Mr. Bell expected her to say something. "It seems to me that a way has opened out of the difficulty. I don't want him to go back to school again. He knows quite as much Latin as is required in an importer of wine. I want him to learn Spanish, Portuguese, and to become a gentleman and a man of the world. I have stuck to Philpot Lane all my life, but there is no reason why he should do so. After all, things are changing in the city, and many of our merchants no longer live there, but have houses in the country and drive or ride to them. Some people shake their heads over what they call newfangled notions. I think it is good for a man to get right away from his business when he has done work. But this is not a point. Bob is too young to begin to learn the business abroad, 2 years too young at least, but there is no reason why he should not begin to learn Spanish. Now I thought if I could find someone I could entrust him to, where his home would be bright and pleasant, he might go there for a couple of years. Naturally, I should be prepared to pay a fair sum, say £200 a year for him, for of course no one is going to be bothered with a boy without being paid for it." Carrie listened for something further to come, then her husband broke in. "I see what you are driving at, Mr. Bell, and Carrie and myself would be delighted to have him. Don't you see, Carrie, your uncle means that Bob shall stop with us and learn the language here." "That would be delightful," Carrie exclaimed enthusiastically. "Do you really mean that, Uncle?" "That is really what I do mean, niece. It seems to me that is the very best thing we could do with a young scamp." "It would be capital," Carrie went on. "It is what I should like above everything. A nicer arrangement couldn't be, Mr. Bell. It will suit us all. Bob will learn the language. He will be companion to Carrie when I am on duty, and we will make a man of him. But he won't be able to go out with us, I am afraid. Officers' wives and families get their passages in the transports, but I'm afraid it would be no use to ask for one for Bob. Besides, we will sail in 4 days. No, I will arrange about his passage, and so on. Well, I am glad that my proposal suits you both. The matter has been worrying me for the last 3 months, and it is comfortable that it is off my mind. I will go back to the hotel now. I will send Bob round in the morning, and you can tell him about it." End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. Chapter 4. Preparations for a Voyage. Bob went round to the barracks at 9:30. "Uncle says you have a piece of news to tell me, Carrie." "My dear Bob," Captain O'Halloran said, "your uncle is a broth of a boy. He would do credit to Galway, and if anyone says anything to the contrary, I will have him out tomorrow morning." "What has he been doing?" Bob asked. "I told you, Carrie, yesterday he wasn't a bit like what he seemed." "Well, Bob, you are not going to stay at his place of business any longer." "No? Where is he going to send me? To school again? I'm not sure I should like that, Carrie. I didn't want to leave, but I don't think I should like to go back to Caesar and Euclid and all those wretched old books again." "Well, you are not going, Bob." "Hurry up, Carrie," her husband said. "Don't you see that you are keeping the boy on thorns? Tell him the news without beating about the bush." "Well, it is just this, Bob. You are to come out for 2 years to live with us at Gibraltar and learn Spanish." Bob threw his cap up to the ceiling with a shout of delight, executed a wild dance, rushed at his sister and kissed her violently, and shook hands with her husband. "That is glorious," he said, when he had sufficiently recovered himself for speech. "I said Uncle was a brick, didn't I? But I never dreamt of such a thing as this." "He is going to pay very handsomely while you are with us, Bob, so it will be really a great help to us. Besides, we will like to have you with us. But you will have to work hard at Spanish, you know." "Oh, I will work hard," Bob said confidently. "And be very steady," Captain O'Halloran said gravely. "Of course," Bob replied. "But who are you going to hire to teach me that?" "You are an impudent boy, Bob," his sister said, while Captain O'Halloran burst out laughing. "Sure he has us both there, Carrie. I wonder your uncle did not make a proviso that we were to get one of the padres to look after him." "As if I would let a Spanish priest look after me," Bob said. "I didn't mean a Spanish priest, Bob. I meant one of the army chaplains. We always call them padres. That would be worth thinking about, Carrie." "Oh, I say," Bob exclaimed in alarm. "That would spoil it altogether." "Well, we will see how you go on, Bob. We may not find it necessary, you know. But you will have to mind your P's and Q's at Gibraltar. It is a garrison place, you know, and they won't stand nonsense there. If you played any tricks, they would turn you outside the lines or send you up to one of the caverns to live with the apes." "Are there apes?" Bob asked eagerly. "They would be awful fun, I should think. I have seen 'em at Exeter Change." "There are apes, Bob. But if you think you are going to get near enough to put salt on their tails, you are mistaken." "But am I going out with you?" Bob asked. "Why, tomorrow is Christmas Day, and you sail 2 days after, don't you? And I shouldn't have time even to go up to town and down to Putney to say good-bye to the fellows. I should like to do that and tell them that I am going abroad." "You are not going with us, Bob, and you will have time for all that. We could not take you in the transport, and Uncle will arrange a passage for you in some ship going out. Of course, he knows all about vessels trading with Spain." "Well, we shan't have to say good-bye now," Bob said. "I haven't said much about it, but I have been thinking a lot about how horrid it would be, after being so jolly here, to have to say good-bye, knowing I shouldn't see you again for years and years. Now that is all over." A few minutes later, Mr. Bale came in. He had assumed his most businesslike expression, but Bob rushed up to him. "Oh, Uncle, I am so obliged to you. It is awfully kind." "I thought the arrangement would be a suitable one," Mr. Bale began. "No, no, Uncle," Bob broke in. "You would say that if you were in Philpot Lane. Now you know you can say that you thought it would be the very jolliest thing that was ever heard of." "I am afraid, niece, that the sentiment of respect for his elders is not strongly developed in Bob." "I am afraid not, Uncle. But you see, if elders set an example of being double-faced to their nephews, they must expect to forfeit their respect. And it is a lot better being liked than being respected, isn't it, Uncle?" "Perhaps it is, Bob, but the two things may go together." "So they do, Uncle. Only I keep my respect for Philpot Lane, and it is all liking here." They spent 2 more delightful days at Portsmouth, visited some of the ships of war and the transport in which the 58th was to sail, and went over the dockyard. The next morning Mr. Bale and Bob returned by the early coach to London, as the boxes and trunks and portable furniture had to be sent off early on board. Mr. Medlin was less surprised at hearing Bob was going to leave than the latter had expected. "You know, Bob, I was away one day last week. Well, I didn't tell you at the time where I was, because I was ordered not to. But your uncle said to me the evening before, 'I am going to drive down by coach to Windsor, Mr. Medlin, and shall be glad if you will accompany me." I guessed he wanted to talk about things outside the business, and so it was. We had a capital dinner down there, and then we had a long talk about you. I told him frankly that, though I was very glad to have you with me, I really did not see that it was of any use your being kept at that work. He said that he thought so too, and had an idea on which he wanted my opinion. He was thinking of accepting your sister's invitation to go down and spend Christmas with her, and intended to ask her if they would take charge of you for a couple years in order that you might learn Spanish. Of course, I said that it was the very best thing in the world for you, and would not be any loss of time, because if you could speak Spanish well, you would learn the business much more quickly when you went to Cadiz, and need not be so long abroad then. I shall be awfully sorry to go away from you, Mr. Medlin, and from Mrs. Medlin and the others. It has been so jolly with you, and you have all been so kind. Yes, it has been very comfortable all round, Bob, and we shall all be sorry that you are going. But I did not expect we should have you long with us. I felt sure your uncle would see he had made a mistake in taking you into the place so young, and when he finds out he has made a mistake, he says so. Some people won't, but I have known him own up he has been wrong, after blowing up one of the boys in the cellar for something he hadn't done. Now there is not one employer in 100 who would do that. Yes, I felt sure that he would change his mind about you, and either send you back to school again or make some other arrangement, so I wasn't a bit surprised when he spoke to me last week. Still, we shall all be sorry, Bob. Another fortnight passed, without Bob hearing more, except that he was taken by Mr. Medlin to various shops, and a large outfit was ordered. "You will bear in mind 2 things, Mr. Medlin," his employer had said. "In the first place, that my nephew will grow in the next 2 years. Therefore, order some of his things to fit him now, and some to be made larger and in more manly fashion. Give instructions that, when these are finished, they are to be put in tin cases and soldered down, so as to be kept distinct from the others. In the second place, you will bear in mind that clothes which would be perfectly right and suitable for him here will not be at all suitable for him there. He will be living with an officer and associating entirely with military men, and there must therefore be a certain cut and fashion about his things. Of course, I don't want him to look like a young fop, but you understand what I want. There will be no boys out there. It is therefore better that he should look a little older than he is. Besides, I think that boys, and men too, to some extent, live up to their clothes. I do not think I have anything else to say, Mr. Medlin, except that, as he will not be able to replace any clothes he may destroy out there, and as he is sure to be climbing about and destroying them in one way or another, it is necessary that an ample supply should be laid in." Mr. Medlin had scrupulously carried out all these instructions, and Bob was almost alarmed at the extent of the wardrobe ordered. "I know what I am doing, Mr. Robert," for they were in the city when Bob made his protest. "I am quite sure that my employer will make no objection to my ordering largely, but he would certainly be much displeased if I did not order what he conceived to be sufficient." At the end of the fortnight, Mr. Bale informed Bob that he had arranged for his passage to Gibraltar in the brig Antelope. "She is bound to Valencia for fruit. She is a fast sailor and is well armed. There will be no other passengers on board, but as I am acquainted with the captain, who has several times brought over cargoes for me from Cadiz and Porto, he has agreed to take you. I would rather you had gone in a ship sailing with a convoy, but as there was a very strong one went at the time the transports sailed, There may not be another for some time. These small vessels do not wait for convoys, but trust to their speed. You can now discontinue your work here, as you will probably wish to go down to Putney to say goodbye to your friends there. The brig will sail next Monday, but you will go down on Saturday by coach to Southampton, where she now is. I shall request Mr. Medlin to see you aboard. He tells me that your outfit is completed, and your trunks, with the exception of what will be required upon the voyage, will be sent off by the carrier wagon on Wednesday. On Thursday afternoon you will leave Mr. Medlin's and stay here till you start. The week passed quickly. Bob enjoyed his day at Putney, where, after saying good-bye to his old schoolfellows, he called upon Admiral Langton, who was very glad to hear of the change in his prospects. "It will do you good," he said, "to go out into the world and see a little of life. It was a dull thing for a lad of your age and spirits to be cooped up in a counting-house in the city. But now that you are going to Gibraltar, and afterwards to Cadiz and Oporto, and will not return to settle down to business until you are 21 or so, I think that the prospect before you is a very pleasant one, and I am glad that your uncle has proved altogether different to your anticipations of him. Well, you are sure to see my son at Gibraltar sometimes. I shall write to him and tell him that you are there, and as your friend Sankey is on board the Brilliant, it will be pleasant for both of you. Only don't lead him into scrapes, Bob. Midshipmen are up to mischief enough on their own account." "Everyone always seems to think I'm getting into scrapes, Admiral. I don't think I get into more than other fellows." "I rather think you do, Bob. Mr. Tulloch certainly intimated to me that you had a remarkable talent that way, if in no other. Besides, your face tells its own story. Pickle is marked upon it as plainly as if it were printed. Now you must have supper with us at 7 o'clock, and catch the 8 o'clock stage. You can stay until then, I hope?" "Yes, sir. I told Mr. Medlin that I might not come back until the last stage." At parting, the Admiral placed a case in Bob's hands. "There, my lad, a brace of pistols. You won't have any use for them for some years to come, I hope, but if you stay out in Spain and Portugal they may prove useful. Those fellows are very handy with their knives, and it is always well to be armed if you go about at night among them. I should advise you to practice shooting whenever you get an opportunity. A pistol is an excellent weapon if you really know how to use it, but is of no use at all if you don't. Another thing is, you may get involved in affairs of honor. I consider dueling to be a foolish practice, but it is no use one person standing up against a crowd. It is the fashion in our days to fight duels, and therefore it is almost a necessity for a gentleman to be able to shoot straight. Besides, although you might be able to avoid fighting a duel with any of your countrymen, there is no possibility of getting out of it if you become involved in a quarrel with a foreigner. In that case an Englishman who showed the white feather would be a disgrace to his country. Another advantage of being a good shot, I mean a really good shot, is that if you get forced into an affair and are desirous of giving a lesson, but no more, to an opponent, you have it in your power to wing him, whereas if you are only a tolerably good shot, you can't pick your spot, and may, to your lasting regret, kill him. But all this is in the future, Bob. I have fought several duels myself with those very pistols, and I am happy to say I have never killed my man, and shall be glad to believe, Bob, that they will always be used in the same spirit." Bob's last 2 evenings before sailing were more pleasant than he had expected. Mr. Bale seemed to forget that he was still in Philpot Lane, and chatted with him freely and confidentially. "I hope that I am doing the best thing for you, Bob. I know this is an experiment, and I can only trust that it will turn out well. I believe you have plenty of sound sense somewhere in your head, and that this association with a number of young military men will not have any bad effect on you, but that after 4 or 5 years abroad you will not be less, but rather more inclined to settle down to business. I regard you as my son, and have indeed no relations whom I care for in any way except you and your sister. I trust that when you come back you will apply yourself to business, without becoming, as I have done, a slave to it. I might, if I chose, make you altogether independent of it, but I am sure that would not be for your good. There is nothing more unfortunate for a young man belonging to the middle classes than to have no fixed occupation. The heir to large estates is in a different position. He has all sorts of responsibilities. He has the pursuits of a country gentleman and the duties of a large landowner. But the young man of our class, who does not take to business, is almost certain to go in for reckless dissipation or gambling. I have seen numbers of young men, sons of old friends of my own, who have been absolutely ruined by being left the fortunes their fathers had made, simply because they had nothing with which to occupy their minds. It is for this reason, Bob, that I chiefly wish you to succeed me in my business. It is a very good one. I doubt whether any other merchant imports such large quantities of wines as I do. During the next few years I shall endeavor to give up, as far as I can, what I may call private business, and deal entirely with the trade. I have been doing so for some time, but it is very difficult to give up customers who have dealt with me and my father before me. However, I shall curtail the business in that direction as much as I can, and you will then find it much more easily managed. Small orders require just as much trouble in their execution as large ones, and a wholesale business is, in all respects, more satisfactory than one in which private customers are supplied as well as the trade. I am entering into arrangements now with several travelers for the purpose of extending my dealings with the trade in the provinces, so that when it comes into your hands you will find it more compact and at the same time more extensive than it is now. I am glad that I have had you here for the past 4 months. I have had my eye upon you more closely than you suppose, and I am pleased to see that you have worked well and willingly, far more so than I expected from you. This has much encouraged me in the hope that you will in time settle down to business here, and not be contented to lead a purposeless and idle life. The happiest man, in my opinion, is he who has something to do, and yet not too much, who can, by being free of anxieties regarding it, view his business as an occupation and a pleasure, who is its master and not its slave. I am thinking of giving Mr. Medlin a small interest in the business. I mean to make a real effort to break a little loose from it, and I have seen enough of him to know that he will make a very valuable junior. He is a little eccentric, perhaps, a sort of exaggeration of myself, but I shall signify to him that when he comes into the firm, I consider that it will be to its advantage that he should import a little of what we may call his extra-official manner into it. In our business, as I am well aware, although I do not possess it myself, a certain cheerfulness of disposition and a generally pleasing manner are of advantage. Buyers are apt to give larger orders than they otherwise would do under the influence of pleasant and genial relations, and Mr. Medlin can, if he chooses, make up for my deficiencies in that way. But I am taking the step rather in your interest than in my own. It will relieve you of a considerable portion of the burden of the business, and will enable you to relax somewhat, when you are disposed, if you have a partner in whom you can place thorough confidence. I do not wish you to mention this matter to him. I would rather open it to him myself. We will go on another fishing expedition together, and I think we can approach it then on a more pleasant footing than we could here. He has modelled himself so thoroughly upon me that the matter could only be approached in so intensely a business-like way here, that I feel sure we should not arrive at anything like such a satisfactory arrangement as we might do elsewhere. In the course of the week, Captain Lockett of the Antelope had called at the office, and Bob had been introduced to him by Mr. Bale. He was a hearty and energetic-looking man, of some 35 years of age. "I shall want you to go to Cadiz for me next trip, Captain Lockett," Mr. Bale said. "I am having an unusually large cargo prepared for me, enough, I fancy, to fill up your brig." "All the better, sir," the sailor said. "There is nothing like having only one shipper. It saves time and trouble. But I should advise you to insure it for its full value, for the Channel swarms with French privateers at present, and the fellows are building them bigger and mounting heavier guns than they used to do. I am mounting a long 18 as a swivel gun this voyage, in addition to those I carried before. But even with that, there are some of these French craft might prove very awkward customers if they fell in with us. You see, their craft are crowded with men, and generally carry at least twice as many as ours. It is just the same with their fishing boats. It takes about 3 Frenchmen to do the work of an Englishman." "Well, don't get caught this time, Captain Lockett. I don't want my nephew to learn to speak French instead of Spanish, for there is very little trade to be done in that quarter at present, and what there is all carried on by what I may call irregular channels." "I fancy there is a great deal of French wine comes into this country still, sir, in spite of the two nations being at war. It suits both governments to wink at the trade. We want French wine, and they want English money." "That's so, Captain Lockett. But at any rate we can't send English buyers out there, and must take what they choose to send." On Saturday morning, Bob said good-bye to his uncle, with an amount of feeling and regret he would have considered impossible 4 months previously. Mr. Medlin accompanied him to Southampton, and the journey was a very lively one. "Good-bye, Bob," the clerk said, as they shook hands on the deck of the Antelope. "You will be a man when I see you again. That is, if you don't come home for a bit, before going to the people at Cadiz and Oporto. You will be coming into the firm then, and will be Mr. Robert always." "Not if we go on fishing expeditions together," Bob said, and laughed. "Ah, well, perhaps that will be an exception. Well, good-bye, a pleasant voyage to you, and don't get into more scrapes than you can help." "Oh, I am growing out of that, Mr. Medlin." "Not you, Bob. They may be different sorts of scrapes in the future, but scrapes there will be, or I am a Dutchman." "Well, youngster, are you a good sailor?" the captain asked, as the Antelope, with all sail set, ran down the Southampton water. "I hope I am, Captain, but I don't know yet. I have gone out sailing in boats at Plymouth several times in rough weather, and have never felt a bit ill, but I don't know how it will be in a ship like this." "If you can sail in rough water in a boat without feeling ill, you ought to be all right here, lad. She is an easy craft, as well as a fast one, and makes good weather of it in anything short of a gale. There is 8 bells striking. That means 8 o'clock, and breakfast. You had better lay in as good a store as you can. We shall be outside the Needles, if the wind holds, by dinner time, and you may not feel so ready for it then." The second mate breakfasted in the cabin with the captain and Bob, the first mate remaining on deck. The second mate was a young man of 24 and 20, a cousin of the captain. He was a frank, pleasant-faced young sailor, and Bob felt that he should like him. "How many days do you expect to be in getting to Gibraltar, Captain?" "About 10 if we have luck, 20 if we haven't. There is never any saying." "How many men do you carry?" 28 seamen, the cook, the steward, 2 mates, and myself, and there are 3 boys. 36 all told." "I see you have 8 guns, besides the pivot gun." "Yes. We have plenty of hands for working them, if we only have to fight one side at a time. But we shouldn't be very strong-handed if we had to work both broadsides. There are 4 16-pounders, 4 12s, and the pivot, so that gives 3 men to a gun, besides officers and idlers. 3 men is enough for the 12s, but it makes rather slow work with the 16s. However, we may hope that we shan't have to work both broadsides at once. We carry a letter of marque, so that, in case of our having the luck to fall in with a French trader, we can bring her in. But that is not our business. We are peaceful traders, and don't want to show our teeth unless we are interfered with." To Bob's great satisfaction, he found that he was able to eat his dinner with unimpaired appetite, although the Antelope was clear of the island and was bowing deeply to a lively sea. The first mate, a powerful-looking man of 40, who had lost one eye, and whose face was deeply seamed by an explosion of powder in an engagement with a French privateer, came down to the meal, while the second mate took the duty on deck. Bob found some difficulty in keeping his dish before him, for the Antelope was lying well over, with a northerly wind abeam. "She is travelling well, Probert," the captain said. "We have got her in capital trim this time. The last time we were too light, and could not stand up to our sails. If this wind holds, we shall make a fast run of it. We will keep her well inshore until we get down to the Scillies, and then stretch across the bay. The nearer we keep to the coast, the less fear there is of our running against one of those French privateers." The wind held steady, and Bob enjoyed the voyage immensely as the brig sailed along the coast. After passing Portland Bill, they lost sight of land, until, after 8 hours' run, a bold headland appeared on the weather beam. "That is the start," the captain said. "When I get a beam of it, we shall take our bearings, and then shape our course across the bay. If this wind does but hold, we shall make quick work of it." Presently the tiller was put up, and, as the brig's head paid off, the yards were braced square, and she ran rapidly along towards the southwest, with the wind nearly dead aft. The next morning, when Bob went on deck, he found that the wind had dropped, and the brig was scarcely moving through the water. "This is a change, Mr. Probert," he said to the first mate, who was in charge of the deck. "Yes, and not a pleasant one," the officer replied. "I don't like the look of the sky, either. I have just sent down to the captain to ask him to step on deck." Bob looked around. The sky was no longer bright and clear. There was a dull, heavy look overhead, and a smoky haze seemed to hang over the horizon all round. Bob thought it looked dull, but wondered why the mate should send for the captain. The latter came up on deck in a minute or two. "I don't much like the look of the sky, sir," the mate said. "The wind has died suddenly out this last half-hour, and the swell has got more kick in it than it had. I fancy the wind is going round to the southwest, and that when it does come, it will come hard." "I think you are right, Mr. Probert. I glanced at the glass as I came up, and it has fallen half an inch since I was up on deck in the middle watch. I think you had better begin to take in sail at once. call the watch up from below. It is not coming yet, but we may as well strip her at once." The mate gave the order to the boatswain, whose shrill whistle sounded out, followed by the shout of "All hands to take in sail." The watch below tumbled up. "Take the royals and topgallant sails off her, Mr. Probert. Double reef the topsails and get in the courses." Bob watched the men as they worked aloft, and marveled at the seeming carelessness with which they hung on, where the slip of a foot or hand would mean sudden death, and wondered whether he could ever attain such steadiness of head. 3/4 of an hour's hard work, and the mast was stripped, save for the reduced topsails. "Get in 2 of the jibs, and brail up the spanker." This was short work. When it was done, the second mate, who had been working forward, looked to the captain for further orders. The latter had again gone below, but was now standing on the poop, talking earnestly with the first mate. "Yes, I think you are right," Bob heard the captain say. "The glass is still falling, and very likely it will be some time before we want these light spars again. There's nothing like being snug." "Aloft again, lads," the mate sung out, "and send down the yards and topgallant masts." "Now she is ready for anything," the captain said, when the men had again descended to the deck. Bob, who had been so intently watching the men that he had not looked round at the sky since they first went aloft, now had time to do so, and was startled with the change that had come over the sea and sky. There was not a breath of wind. There was a dull, oily look on the water as it heaved in long, regular waves, unbroken by the slightest ripple. Black clouds had banked up from the southwest, and extended in a heavy arch across the sky but little ahead of the brig. From its edge ragged fragments seemed to break off suddenly and fly out ahead. "It is going to blow, and no mistake," the captain said. "It is lucky that we have had plenty of time to get her into fighting trim. You had better get hold of something, lad, and clutch it tight. It will begin with a heavy squall, and like enough lay her pretty well over on her beam ends when it strikes her." Higher and higher the threatening arch rose, till its edge stood over the mainmast. Then the captain cried, "Here it comes, lads! Hold on, everyone!" Looking ahead, Bob saw a white line. It approached with wonderful rapidity, and with a confused, rushing sound. Then, in a moment, he felt himself clinging as if for life to the stanchion of which he had taken hold. The wind almost wrenched him from his feet, while at the same moment a perfect deluge of water came down upon him. He felt the brig going further and further over, till the deck beneath his feet seemed almost perpendicular. The captain and first mate had both grasped the spokes of the wheel, and were aiding the helmsman in jamming it down. Bob had no longer a hold for his feet, and was hanging by his arms. Looking down, the sea seemed almost beneath him, but with a desperate effort he got hold of the rail with one hand, and then hauled himself up under it, clinging tight to the main shrouds. Then he saw the second mate loose the jib halyards, while one of the sailors threw off the fore staysail sheet, and the spanker slowly brought the brig's head up into the wind. As it did so, she righted gradually, and Bob regained his place on the deck, which was still, however, lying over at a very considerable angle. The captain raised his hand and pointed to the main topsail, and the second mate at once made his way aft with some of the men, and laying out on the weather rigging, made his way aloft. The danger seemed to Bob so frightful that he dared not look up. He could hear, through the pauses of the blast, the mate shout to the men above him, and in a few minutes they again descended to the deck. Even Bob could feel how much the brig was relieved when the pressure of the topsail was taken off. The lower planks of the deck rose from the water, and although this still rushed in and out through the scupper holes, and rose at times to the level of the bulwark rail, he felt that the worst was over. One of the men was called to assist at the helm, and the captain and mate came forward to the poop rail. "That was touch and go, youngster," the former shouted to Bob. "It was," Bob said. "More go than touch, I should say, for I thought she had gone altogether. You had better go below and change your things. Tell the steward to bring me my oilskins out of the cabin. You had better keep below until this rain has stopped." Bob thought this advice was good, so he went down and got into dry clothes, and then lay down on the cabin sofa to leeward. He could not have kept his place on the other side. The rain was still falling so heavily on deck that it sounded like a wagon passing overhead, and mingled with this noise was the howl of the wind and the swashing of the water against the ship's side. Gradually the motion of the vessel became more violent, and she quivered from bow to stern as the waves struck her. Although it was early in the afternoon, it became almost dark as night in the cabin. The steward had brought him a glass of hot grog as soon as he had changed his clothes, and, in spite of the din, he presently fell off to sleep. When he woke, the rain had ceased, but the uproar caused by the howling of the wind, the creaking of the spars, and the dashing of the waves was as loud as before. He soon made his way up on deck, and found that a tremendous sea was running. The fore topsail had been got off the ship, the weather sheets of the jib and fore staysail hauled across, and the vessel was making comparatively little way through the water. She was, in fact, although Bob did not know it, lying to under these sails and the spanker. It all looked so terrible to him that he kept his place but a few minutes, and was then glad to return to the sofa below. In a short time the captain came down. "How are you getting on, lad? All in the dark, eh? Steward, light the lamp and bring me a tumbler of hot grog. Keep the water boiling, the other officers will be down directly." "Well, what do you think of it, young man?" "I don't like it at all," Bob said. "I thought I should like to see a storm, but I never want to see one again." "I am not surprised at that," the captain said with a laugh. "It is all very well to read about storms, but it is a very different thing to be caught in one." "Is there any danger, sir?" "There is always more or less danger in a storm, lad, but I hope and think the worst is over. We are in for a heavy gale, but now that the brig has got through the first burst, there is not much fear of her weathering it. She is a capital sea-boat, well found and in good trim, and we were fortunate enough in having sufficient warning to get her snug before the first burst came. That is always the most dangerous point. When a ship has way on her, she can stand almost any gale, but when she is caught by a heavy squall, when she is lying becalmed, you have to look out. However, she got through that without losing anything, and she is lying to now, under the smallest possible canvas, and if all goes well, there is no reason whatever for anxiety." "What do you mean, if all goes well, Captain?" "I mean as long as one of her masts isn't carried away, or anything of that sort. I dare say you think it rough now, but it is nothing to what it will be by tomorrow morning. I should advise you to turn in at once. You could see nothing if you went up, and would run the risk of being washed overboard, or of getting a limb broken." Bob's recollections of his position, as the ship heeled over when the storm struck her, were still far too vivid for him to have any desire for a repetition of it, and he accordingly took the captain's advice and turned in at once. When he got up in the morning, and with some difficulty made his way on deck, he found that, as the captain predicted, the sea was far heavier than the night before. The great ridges of water, bore down upon the ship, each seeming as if it would overwhelm her, and for the first few minutes Bob expected to see the brig go head foremost and sink under his feet. It was not till he reflected that she had lived through it for hours that he began to view the scene with composure. Although the waves were much higher than when he had left the deck on the previous afternoon, the scene was really less terrifying. The sky was covered with masses of gray cloud, ragged and torn, hurrying along with great velocity, apparently but a short distance above the masthead. When the vessel rose on a wave, it seemed to him that the clouds, in places, almost touched the water, and mingled with the masses of spray caught up by the waves. The scud, borne along by the wind, struck his face with a force that caused it to smart, and for a time he was unable to face the gale, even for a minute. The decks were streaming with water. The boats had disappeared from the davits, and a clean sweep seemed to have been made of everything movable. Forward was a big gap in the bulwark, and as the brig met the great waves, masses of green water poured in through this and swept along the deck waist deep. The brig was under the same sail as before, except that she now showed a closely reefed fore topsail. When he had become a little accustomed to the sea and to the motion, he watched his time, and then made a rush across from the companion to the weather bulwark, and got a firm hold of one of the shrouds. The captain and the second mate were on the poop near the whale. The former made his way to him. "Good morning, Master Repton. Managed to get some sleep?" "Yes, I have slept all night, Captain. I say, isn't this tremendous? I did not think anything could be like this. It is splendid, you know, but it takes one's breath away. I don't think it is blowing quite so hard, is it?" "Every bit as hard, but it is more regular, and you are accustomed to it." "But I see you have got up some more sail." "Yes, that's to steady her. You see, when she gets into the trough between these great waves, the lower sails are almost becalmed, and we are obliged to show something above them to keep a little way on her. We are still lying to, you see, and meet the waves head on. If her head was to fall off a few points, and one of these waves took her on the beam, she would go down like a stone. Yes, the brig is doing very handsomely. She has a fine run, more like a schooner than a brig, and she meets the waves easily, and rises to them as lightly as a feather. She is a beauty." "If you are going to stay there, lad, you had better lash yourself, for it is not safe standing as you are." End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. Chapter 5. A French Privateer. As he became more accustomed to the scene around him, and found that the waves were more terrible in appearance than reality, Bob began to enjoy it, and to take in its grandeur and wildness. The bareness of the deck had struck him at once, and he now saw that 4 of the cannon were gone, the 2 forward guns on each side, and he rightly supposed that these must have been run out and tumbled overboard to lighten the ship forward, and enable her to rise more easily to the waves. An hour later the second mate came along.
"You had better come down and get some breakfast,"
he said.
"I am going down first."
Bob threw off the rope and followed the mate down into the cabin. Mr. Probert had just turned out. He had been lying down for 2 or 3 hours, having gone down as daylight broke.
"The captain says you had better take something before you go on deck, Mr. Probert,"
the second mate said.
"He will come down afterwards and turn in for an hour or 2. No change, I suppose?" "No, She goes over it like a duck. The seas are more regular now, and she is making good weather of it.
Bob wondered in his own mind what she would do if she was making bad weather. The meal was an irregular one. The steward brought in 3 large mugs, half filled with coffee, a basket of biscuits and a ham. From this he cut off some slices, which he laid on biscuits, and each of them ate their breakfast, holding their mugs in one hand and their biscuits and ham in the other. As soon as they had finished, the 2 officers went on deck, and directly afterwards the captain came down. Bob chatted with him until he had finished his breakfast, and then went up on deck again for 2 or 3 hours. At the end of that time he felt so completely exhausted from the force of the wind and the constant change of the angle at which he was standing that he was glad to go below and lie down again. There was no regular dinner, the officers coming below by turns and taking a biscuit and a chunk of cold meat standing. But at tea time the captain and second mate came down together, and Bob, who had again been up on deck for a bit, joined them in taking a large bowl of coffee.
"I think the wind is blowing harder than ever,"
he said to the captain.
Yes, the glass has begun to rise a little, and that is generally a sign you are getting to the worst of it. I expect it is a 3 days gale, and we shall have it at its worst tonight. I hope by this time, tomorrow, we shall be beginning to shake out our reefs. You had better not go up any more. It will be dark in half an hour, and your bunk is the best place for you.
Bob was not sorry to obey the order, for he felt that the scene would be a very terrible one after dark. The night, however, seemed to him to be a miserably long one, for he was only able to doze off occasionally, the motion being so violent that he had to jam himself in his berth to prevent himself from being thrown out. The blows with which the waves struck the ship were tremendous, and so deeply did she pitch that, more than once, he thought that she would never come up again, but go down head foremost. Once he thought he heard a crash, and there were orders shouted on the deck above him, but he resisted the desire to go up and see what it was, for he knew that he could do nothing, and that in the darkness he could see but little of what was going on. With the first gleam of daylight, however, he got out of the bunk. He had not attempted to undress, having taken off his shoes only when he lay down. Having put these on again, he went up. There was but little change since the previous morning, but looking forward he saw that the bowsprit was gone and the 4 topmost had been carried away. The sea was as high as ever, but patches of blue sky showed overhead between the clouds, and the wind was blowing somewhat less violently.
We have been in the wars, you see, youngster,
the captain said, when Bob made his way aft.
But we may thank God it was no worse. We have had a pretty close squeak of it, but the worst is over now. The wind is going down, and the gale will have blown itself out by this evening. It was touch and go several times during the night, and if she had had a few more tons of cargo in her, she would never have risen from some of those waves. But I think now we shall see Oporto safely, which was more than I expected about midnight.
For some hours Bob himself had considerable doubts as to this, so deeply did the brig bury herself in the waves. But after 12 o'clock the wind fell rapidly, and although the waves showed no signs of decreasing in height, their surface was smoother, and they seemed to strike the vessel with less force and violence.
Now, Mr. Probert,
said the captain,
do you and Joe turn in till first watch. I will take charge of the deck. After that, you can set regular watches again.
The main topsail was already on her, and at 6 o'clock the captain had 2 of its reefs shaken out, and the other reef was also loosed, when Mr. Probert came up and took charge of the first watch at 8 bells. That night Bob lay on the floor, for the motion was more violent than before, the vessel rolling, gunwale under, for the wind no longer pressed upon her sails and kept her steady, and he would have found it impossible to maintain his position in his berth. In the morning he went up. The sun was rising in an unclouded sky. There was scarce a breath of wind. The waves came along in high, glassy rollers, smooth mounds of water which extended right and left in deep valleys and high ridges. The vessel was rolling tremendously, the lower yards sometimes touching the water. Bob had to wait some time before he could make a rush across to the bulwark, and when he did so, found it almost impossible to keep his feet. He could see that the men forward were no longer crouching for shelter under the break of the forecastle, but were holding on by shrouds or stays, smoking their pipes and laughing and joking together. Until the motion abated somewhat, it was clearly impossible to commence the work of getting things in order.
Did the bowsprit and mast both go together?
Bob asked Joe Lockett, who was holding on to the bulwark near him.
Yes, the bowsprit went with the strain when she rose, having buried herself halfway up the waist, and the topmast snapped like a carrot a moment later. That was the worst dive we made. There is no doubt that getting rid of the leverage of the bowsprit right up in her eyes eased her a good bit, and as the topmast was a pretty heavy spar too, that also helped.
How long will it be before the sea goes down?
If you mean goes down enough for us to get to work, a few hours. If you mean goes down altogether, it will be 5 or 6 days before this swell has quite flattened down, unless the wind springs up from some other quarter.
I meant till the mast can be got up again.
Well, this afternoon the captain may set the men at work, but I don't think they would do much good, and there would be a good chance of getting a limb broken. As long as this calm holds, there is no hurry one way or the other.
You mean because we couldn't be sailing even if we had everything set?
Well, yes, that is something, but I didn't mean that. I'm not thinking so much of our sailing as of other people's. We are not very fit as we are now, either for fighting or running, and I should be sorry to see a French privateer coming along, but as long as the calm continues, there is no fear of that, and I expect there have been few ships out in this gale who have not got repairs to do as well as we have.
After dinner, an effort was made to begin the work, but the captain soon ordered the men to desist.
It is of no use, Mr. Probert. We shall only be getting some of the men killed. It wouldn't be possible to get half done before dark, and if the sea goes down a bit tonight, they will get as much done in an hour's work in the morning as they would if they were to work from now to sunset. The carpenter might get some canvas and nail it so as to hide those gaps in the bulwark. That will be something done. The boys can give it a coat of paint in the morning. But as for the spar, we must leave it.
All hands were at work next morning with the first gleam of daylight. The rollers were still almost as high as the day before, but there was now a slight breath of wind, which sufficed to give the vessel steerage way. She was put head to the rollers, changing the motion from the tremendous rolling, when she was lying broadside to them, for a regular rise and fall that interfered but little with the work. A spare spar was fitted in the place of the bowsprit. The stump of the topmast was sent down, and the topgallant mast fitted in its place, and by midday the light spars were all in their places again, and the brig was showing a fair spread of canvas, and a casual observer would, at a distance, have noticed but slight change in her appearance.
That has been a good morning's work,
the captain said as they sat down to dinner.
We are a little short of head sail, but that will make no great difference in our rate of sailing, especially if the wind is aft. We are ready to meet with another storm again if it should come, which is not likely. We are ready for anything, in fact, except a heavily armed privateer. The loss of 4 of our guns has crippled us. But there was no choice about the matter. It went against my heart to see them go overboard, but it was better to lose 4 guns than to lose the ship. I hope we shall meet with nothing till we get through the straits. I may be able to pick up some guns at Gibraltar. Prizes are often brought in there and condemned, and there are sales of stores, so I hope to be able to get her into regular fighting trim again before I clear out from there. I should think you won't be sorry when we drop anchor off the Mole, youngster.
I am in no hurry now, Bob said. I would have given a good deal, if I had had it, 2 days ago, to have been on dry land, but now that we are all right again, I don't care how long we are before we get there. It is very warm and pleasant. A wonderful change after what it was when we sailed. Whereabouts are we, Captain?
We are a good bit farther to the east than I like,
the captain replied.
We have been blown a long way into the bay. There is a great seat of current in here. We have drifted nearly 50 miles in since noon yesterday. We are in 4 degrees 50 minutes west longitude and 45 degrees latitude.
I don't think that means anything to me.
No, I suppose not,
the captain laughed.
Well, it means we are nearly due west of Bordeaux, and about 100 miles from the French coast, and a little more than 80 north of Santander on the Spanish coast. As the wind is south-southwest, we can lay our course for Cape Ortegal, and once round there, we shall feel more comfortable.
But don't you feel comfortable at present, Captain?
Well, not altogether. We are a good deal too close in to the French coast, and we are just on the track of any privateer that may be making for Bordeaux, from the west or south, or going out in those directions. So although I can't say I'm absolutely uncomfortable, I shall be certainly glad when we are back again on the regular track of our own line of traffic for the Straits or Portugal. There are English cruisers on that line, and privateers on the lookout for the French, so that the sound of guns might bring something up to our assistance. But there is not much chance of meeting with a friendly craft here, unless it has, like ourselves, been blown out of its course.
A lookout had already been placed aloft. Several sails were seen in the distance in the course of the afternoon, but nothing that excited suspicion. The wind continued light, and although the brig had every sail set, she was not making more than 5.5 knots an hour through the water. In the evening the wind dropped still more, and by 9 o'clock the brig had scarcely steerage way.
It is enough to put a saint out of temper,
the captain said as he came down into the cabin and mixed himself a glass of grog before turning in.
If the wind had held, we should have been pretty nearly off Finisterre by morning. As it is, we haven't made more than 40 knots since we took the observation at noon.
Bob woke once in the night, and knew by the rippling sound of water, and by the slight inclination of his berth, that the breeze had sprung up again. When he woke again, the sun was shining brightly, and he got up and dressed leisurely, but as he went into the cabin, he heard some orders given in a sharp tone by the captain on deck, and quickened his pace up the companion to see what was going on. "Good morning, Mr. Lockett," he said to the second mate, who was standing close by, looking up at the sails.
"Good morning, Master Repton,"
he replied, somewhat more shortly than usual. "There is a nice breeze this morning," Bob went on. "We seem going on at a good rate."
"I wish she were going twice as fast,"
the mate said.
"There is a gentleman over there who seems anxious to have a talk with us, and we don't want to make his acquaintance."
Bob looked round and saw over the quarter a large lugger some 3 miles away. "What vessel is that?" he asked.
"That is a French privateer. At least there is very little doubt about it. We must have passed each other in the dark, for when we first made him out he was about 4 miles away sailing northeast. He apparently sighted us just as we made him out, and hauled his wind at once. He has gained about a mile on us in the last 2 hours. We have changed our course and are sailing, as you can see, northwest, so as to bring the wind on our quarter, and I don't think that fellow has come up much since. Still, he does come up. We feel the loss of our sail now."
It seemed to Bob, looking up, that there was already an immense amount of canvas on the brig. Stun sails had been set on her, and she was running very fast through the water. "We seem to have more canvas set than that vessel behind us," he said.
"Yes, we have more, but those luggers sail like witches. They are splendid boats, but they want very big crews to work them. That is the reason why you scarcely ever see them with us, except as fishing craft or something of that sort. I dare say that lugger has 100 men on board, 80 anyhow, so it is no wonder we sometimes get the worst of it. They always carry 3 hands to our 2, and very often 2 to our 1. Of course, we are really a trader, though we do carry a letter of marque. If we were a regular privateer, we should carry twice as many hands as we do.
Walking to the poop rail, Bob saw that the men were bringing up shot and putting them in the racks by the guns. The breech covers had been taken off. The first officer was overlooking the work.
"Well, lad,"
Captain Lockett said, coming up to him,
"you see that unlucky calm has got us into a mess after all, and unless the wind drops again, we are going to have to fight for it."
"Would the wind dropping help us, sir?"
"Yes, we have more canvas on her than the lugger carries, and if the breeze were lighter, should steal away from her. As it is, she doesn't gain much, but she does gain, and in another 2 or 3 hours she will be sending a messenger to ask us to stop."
"And what will you do, Captain?"
"We shall send another messenger back to tell her to mind her own business. Then it will be a question of good shooting. If we can knock out one of her masts, we shall get off. If we can't, the chances are we shall see the inside of a French prison. If she once gets alongside, it is all up with us. She can carry us by boarding, for she can throw 3 times our strength of men onto our deck."
There was but little talking on board the brig. When the men had finished their preparations, they stood waiting by the bulwarks, watching the vessel in chase of them, and occasionally speaking together in low tones.
"You may as well pipe the hands to breakfast, Mr. Probert. I have told the cook to give them an extra good meal. After that I will say a few words to them. Now, Master Repton, we may as well have our meal. We mayn't get another good one for some time, but I still hope that we shall be able to cripple that fellow. I have great faith in that long 18. The boatswain is an old man-of-war's man, and is a capital shot. I am a pretty good one myself, and as the sea is smooth, and we have a good steady platform to fire from, I have good hope we shall cripple that fellow before he comes up to us."
There was more talking than usual at breakfast. Captain Lockett and the second mate both laughed and joked over the approaching fight. Mr. Probert was always a man of few words, and he said but little now.
"The sooner they come up, the better,"
he growled.
"I hate this running away, especially when you can't run fastest. The men will all do their best, I suppose, Probert? You have been down among them?"
The first mate nodded.
"They don't want to see the inside of a prison, Captain, no more than I do. They will stick to the guns, but I fancy they know well enough it will be no use if it comes to boarding." "No use at all, Probert. I quite agree with you there. If she comes up alongside, we must haul down the flag. It is of no use throwing away the men's lives by fighting against such odds as that. But we mustn't let her get up." "That is it, sir. We have got to keep her off if it can be done. We shall have to haul our wind a little when we begin, so as to get that 18 to bear on her." "Yes, we must do that,"
the captain said.
"Then we will get the other 4 guns over on the same side."
After breakfast was over, the captain went up and took his station at the poop rail. The men had finished their breakfast, and, on seeing that the captain was about to address them, moved aft.
"My lads,"
he said,
"that Frenchman behind will be within range in the course of another hour. What we have got to do is to knock some of her spars out of her, and as she comes up slowly, we shall have plenty of time to do it. I dare say she carries a good many more guns than we do, but I do not suppose that they are heavier metal. If she got alongside of us, she would be more than our match, but I don't propose to let her get alongside, and as I don't imagine any of you wish to see the inside of a French prison, I know you will all do your best. Let there be no hurrying in your fire. Aim at her spars and don't throw a shot away. The chances are all in our favour, for we can fight all our guns, while she can fight only her bow chasers, at any rate until she bears up. She doesn't gain on us much now, and when she comes to get a few shot holes in her sails, it will make the difference. I shall give 10 guineas to be divided among the men at the first gun that knocks away one of her spars, and 5 guineas besides to the man who lays the gun.
The men gave a cheer.
Get the guns all over to the port side. I shall haul her wind a little as soon as we are within range.
By 5 bells the lugger was within a mile and a half. The men were already clustered round the pivot gun.
Put her helm down a little.
The captain ordered.
That is enough. Now, boatswain, you are well within range. Let us see what you can do. Fire when you have got her well on your sights.
A few seconds later there was a flash and a roar. All eyes were directed on the lugger, which the captain was watching through his glass. There was a shout from the men. The ball had passed through the great foresail, a couple of feet from the mast.
Very good,
the captain said.
Give her a trifle more elevation next time. If you can hit the yard, it will be just as good as hitting the mast. Ah, there she goes.
2 puffs of white smoke broke out from the lugger's bow. One shot struck the water nearly abreast of the brig at a distance of 10 yards. The other fell short.
14s,
the captain said.
I thought she wouldn't have 18s so far forward.
Shot after shot was fired, but so far no serious damage had been caused by them. The brig had been hulled once, and 2 shots had passed through her sails. The captain went himself to the pivot gun and laid it carefully. Bob stood watching the lugger intently, and gave a shout as he saw the foresail run rapidly down.
It is only the slings cut,
the second mate, who was standing by him, said.
They will have it up again in a minute. If the shot had been the least bit lower, it would have smashed the yard.
The lugger came into the wind, and as she did so, 8 guns flashed out from her side, while almost at the same moment the 4 broadside guns of the Antelope were, for the first time, discharged. Bob felt horribly uncomfortable for a moment as the shot hummed overhead, cutting one of the stunsail booms in 2 and making 5 fresh holes in the sails.
Take the men from the small guns, Joe, and get that sail in,
the captain said.
Its loss is of no consequence.
In half a minute the lugger's foresail again rose, and she continued the chase, heading straight for the brig.
He doesn't like this game of long bowls, Probert,
the captain said.
He intends to come up to board instead of trusting to his guns. Now, boatswain, you try again.
The brig was now sailing somewhat across the lugger's bows, so that her broadside guns, trained as far as possible aft, could all play upon her, and a steady fire was kept up, to which she only replied by her 2 bower chasers. One of the men had been knocked down and wounded by a splinter from the bulwark, but no serious damage had so far been inflicted, while the sails of the lugger were spotted with shot holes. Bob wished heartily that he had something to do, and would have been glad to have followed the first mate's example, that officer having thrown off his coat and taken the place of the wounded man in working a gun. But he felt that he would only be in the way did he try to assist. Steadily the lugger came up until she was little more than 1/4 of a mile behind them.
Now, lads,
the captain shouted,
double shot the guns. This is your last chance. Lay your guns carefully and all fire together when I give the word. Now, are you all ready? Fire!
The 5 guns flashed out together, and the 10 shot sped on their way. The splinters flew from the lugger's foremast in 2 places, but a cry of disappointment rose as it was seen that it was practically uninjured.
Look! Look!
the captain shouted.
Hurrah, lads!
And a cloud of white canvas fell over to leeward of the lugger. Her 2 masts were nearly in line, and the shot that had narrowly missed the foremast and passed through the foresail had struck the mainmast and brought it and its sail overboard. The crew of the brig raised a general cheer. A minute before, A French prison had stared them in the face, and now they were free. The helm was instantly put up, and the brig bore straight away from her pursuer.
What do you say, Probert? Shall we turn the tables now and give her a pounding? I should like to, sir, nothing better, but it would be dangerous work. Directly she gets free of that hamper, she will be under command, and will be able to bring her broadside to play on us, and if she had luck and knocked away one of our spars, she would turn the tables upon us. Besides, even if we made her strike her colours, we could never take her into port. Strong-handed as she is, we should not dare to send a prize crew on board. You are right, Probert, though it does seem a pity to let her go scot-free, when we have got her almost at our mercy. Not quite, sir. Look there.
The lugger had managed to bring her head sufficiently up into the wind for her broadside guns to bear, and the shot came hurtling overhead. The yard of the main topsail was cut in sunder, and the peak halyard of the spanker severed, and the peak came down with a run. They could hear a faint cheer come across the water from the lugger.
Leave the guns, lads, and repair damages,
the captain shouted.
Throw off the throat halyards of the spanker, get her down, and send a hand up to reef a fresh rope through the blocks, Mr. Probert. Joe, take 8 men with you and stow away the topsail. Send the broken yard down. Carpenter, see if you have got a light spar that will do instead of it. If not, get 2 small ones and lash them so as to make a splice of it.
In a minute the guns of the lugger spoke out again, but although a few ropes were cut away and some more holes made in the sails, no serious damage was inflicted, and before they were again loaded, the spanker was rehoisted. The lugger continued to fire, but the brig was now leaving her fast. As soon as the sail was up, the pivot gun was again set to work, and the lugger was hulled several times, but seeing that her chance of disabling the brig was small, she was again brought before the wind. In half an hour a new topsail yard was ready, and that sail was again hoisted. The Antelope had now got 3 miles away from the lugger. As the sail sheeted home, the second mate shouted from aloft,
There is a sail on the weather bow, sir. She is close hauled and sailing across our head. I see her,
the captain replied.
We ought to have noticed her before, Mr. Probert. We have all been so busy that we haven't been keeping a lookout. What do you make her to be, Joe?
He said to the second mate.
I should say she was a French frigate, sir.
The captain ascended the shrouds with his glass, remained there 2 or 3 minutes watching the ship, and then returned to the deck.
She is a frigate, certainly, Mr. Probert, and by the cut of her sails I should say a Frenchman. We are in an awkward fix. She has got the weather gauge of us. Do you think, if we put up helm and ran due north, we should come out ahead of her?
The mate shook his head.
Not if the wind freshens, sir, as I think it will. I should say we had best haul our wind and make for one of the Spanish ports. We might get into Santander. Yes, that would be our best chance. All hands about ship.
The vessel's head was brought up into the wind and paid off on the other tack, heading south, the frigate being now on her weather quarter. This course took the brig within 1.5 miles of the lugger, which fired a few harmless shots at her. When she had passed beyond the range of her guns, she shaped her course south-east by east for Santander, the frigate being now dead astern. The men were then piped to dinner.
Is she likely to catch us, sir?
Bob asked as they sat down to table.
I hope not, lad. I don't think she will, unless the wind freshens a good deal. If it did, she would come up hand over hand. I take it she is 12 miles off now. It is 4 bells, and she's only got 5 hours daylight at most. However fast she is, she ought not to gain a knot and a half an hour in this breeze, and if we are 5 or 6 miles ahead when it gets dark, we can change our course. There is no moon.
They were not long below.
The lugger is under sail again, sir,
the second mate, who was on duty, said as they gained the deck.
They haven't been long getting up a jury mast,
Captain Lockett said.
That is the best of a lug rig. Still, they have a smart crew on board.
He directed his glass towards the lugger, which was some 5 miles away.
It is a good-sized spar,
he said.
nearly as lofty as the foremast. She's carrying her mainsail, with 2 reefs in it, and with the wind on her quarter, is travelling pretty nearly as fast as she did before. Still, she can't catch us, and she knows it. Do you see, Mr. Probert, she is bearing rather more to the north. She reckons, I fancy, that after it gets dark, we may try to throw the frigate out, and may make up that way, in which case she would have a good chance of cutting us off. That is awkward, for the frigate will know that, and will guess that, instead of wearing round that way, we shall be more likely to make the other. That is so,
The mate agreed.
Still, we shall have the choice of either hauling our wind and making south by west, or of running on, and she can't tell which we shall choose. That is right enough. It is just a toss-up. If we run and she runs, she will overtake us. If we haul up close into the wind and she does the same, she will overtake us again. But if we do one thing and she does the other, we are safe. Then again, we may give her more westing after it gets dark, and bear the same course the lugger is taking. She certainly won't gain on us, and I fancy we shall gain a bit on her. Then, in the morning, if the frigate is out of sight, we can make for Santander, which will be pretty nearly due south of us then, or, if the lugger is left well astern, we can make a leg north, and then get on our old course again, for Cape Ortegal. The lugger would see it was of no use chasing us any further. Yes, I think that is the best plan of the 3, Captain. I see the frigate is coming up. I can just make out the line of her hull. She must be a fast craft.
The hours passed on slowly. Fortunately, the wind did not freshen, and the vessels maintained their respective positions towards each other. The frigate was coming up, but when it began to get dusk, she was still some 6 miles astern. The lugger was 5 miles away on the lee quarter, and 3 miles northeast of the frigate. She was still pursuing a line that would take her 4 miles to the north of the brig's present position. The coast of Spain could be seen stretching along to the southward. Another hour, and it was perfectly dark, and even with the night glasses, the frigate could no longer be made out.
Starboard your helm,
The captain said to the man at the wheel.
Lay her head due east. I fancy the wind is dying away, sir.
Mr. Probert said.
So long as it don't come a stark calm, I don't care.
The captain replied.
That would be the worst thing that could happen, for we should have the frigate's boats after us, but a light breeze would suit us admirably.
2 hours later, the wind had almost died out.
We will take all the sails off her, Mr. Probert. If the frigate keeps on the course she was steering when we last saw her, she will go 2 miles to the south of us, and the lugger will go more than that to the north. If they hold on all night, they will be hull down before morning, and we shall be to windward of them, and with the wind light, the frigate would never catch us, and we know the lugger wouldn't with her reduced sails.
In a few minutes all the sails were lowered, and the brig lay motionless. For the next 2 hours the closest watch was kept, but nothing was seen of the pursuing vessels.
I fancy the frigate must have altered her course more to the south,
The captain said.
thinking that, as the lugger was up north, we should be likely to haul our wind in that direction. We will wait another hour, and then get up sail again, and lay her head for Cape Ortegal.
When the morning broke, the brig was steering west. No sign of the lugger was visible, but from the tops the upper sails of the frigate could be seen, close under the land away to the southeast.
Just as I thought.
The captain said, rubbing his hands in high glee.
She hauled her wind as soon as it was dark, and stood in for the coast, thinking we should do the same. We are well out of that scrape.
2 days later, the brig dropped her anchor in the Tagus, where 3 English ships of war were lying. A part of the cargo had to be discharged here, and the captain at once went ashore to get a spar to replace the topmast carried away in the gale.
We may fall in with another Frenchman before we are through the straits,
He said.
and I'm not going to put to sea again like a lame duck.
Bob went ashore with the captain and was greatly amused at the scenes in the streets of Lisbon.
You had better keep with me, as I shall be going on board in an hour. Tomorrow you can come ashore and see the sights and spend the day. I would let Joe come with you, but he will be too busy to be spared, so you will have to shift for yourself.
Before landing in the morning, the captain advised him not to go outside the town.
You don't know the lingo, lad, and might get into trouble. You see, there are always sailors going ashore from our ships of war, and they get drunk and have sprees, and I don't fancy they are favourites with the lower class here, although the shopkeepers, of course, are glad enough to have their money. But I don't think it would be safe for a lad like you, who can't speak a word of the language, to wander about outside the regular streets. There will be plenty for you to see without going further.
As Bob was a good deal impressed with the narrow escape he had had from capture, he was by no means inclined to run any risk of getting into a scrape, and perhaps missing his passage out. He therefore strictly obeyed the captain's instructions, and when, just as he was going down to the landing stage where the boat was to come ashore for him, he came upon a party of half-drunken sailors, engaged in a vigorous fight with a number of Portuguese civil guards. He turned down a side street to avoid getting mixed up in the fray, repressing his strong impulse to join in by the side of his countrymen. On his mentioning this to the captain when he reached the brig, the latter said,
It is lucky that you kept clear of the row. It is all nonsense talking about countrymen. It wasn't an affair of nationality at all. Nobody would think of interfering if he saw a party of drunken sailors in an English port fighting with the constables. If he did interfere, it ought to be on the side of the law. Why, then, should anyone take the part of drunken sailors in a foreign port against the guardians of the peace? To do so is an act of the grossest folly. In the first place, the chances are in favour of getting your head laid open with a sword cut. These fellows know they don't stand a chance against Englishmen's fists, and they very soon whip out their swords. In the second place, you would have to pass the night in a crowded lock-up, where you would be half smothered before morning. And lastly, if you were lucky enough not to get a week's confinement in jail, you would have a smart fine to pay. There is plenty of fighting to be done in days like these, but people should see that they fight on the right side, and not be taking the part of every drunken scamp who gets into trouble, simply because he happens to be an Englishman. You showed plenty of pluck, lad, when the balls were flying about the other day, and when I see your uncle, I am sure he will be pleased when I tell him how well you behaved under fire. But I'm equally certain he would not have been by any means gratified at hearing that I had to leave you behind at Lisbon, either with a broken head or in prison through getting into a street row in which you had no possible concern, between drunken sailors and the Portuguese civil guards.
Bob saw that the captain was perfectly right, and said so frankly. I see I should have been a fool, indeed, if I had got into the row, Captain, and I shall remember what you say in future. Still, you know, I didn't get into it.
No, I give you credit for that, lad, but you acknowledge your strong impulse to do so. Now, in future, you had better have an impulse just the other way, and when you find yourself in the midst of a row in which you have no personal concern, let your first thought be how to get out of it as quickly as you can. I got into more than one scrape myself when I was a young fellow from the conduct of messmates who had got too much liquor in them, but it did them no good and did me harm. So take my advice, fight your own battles, but never interfere to fight other people's unless you are absolutely convinced that they are in the right. If you are, stick by them as long as you have a leg to stand upon.
End of Chapter 5. Read by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, November 2023.
Chapter 6 of Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. Chapter 6, The Rock Fortress. On the third day after her arrival at Lisbon, the Antelope's anchor was hove up, and she dropped down the river. Half an hour later a bark and another brig came out and joined her, the three captains having agreed the day before that they would sail in company. As they were all bound through the straits, Captain Lockhart had purchased two 14-pounder guns at Lisbon, and the brig therefore now carried 3 guns on each side, besides her long 18-pounder. The bark carried 14 guns and the other brig 10, so that they felt confident of being able to beat off any French privateer they might meet on the way. 1 or 2 suspicious sails were sighted as they ran down the coast, but none of these approached within gunshot, the 3 craft being evidently too strong to be meddled with. Rounding Cape St. Vincent at a short distance, they steered for the mouth of the straits. After the bold cliffs of Portugal, Bob was disappointed with the aspect of the Spanish coast. It is very well, the first mate replied, when he expressed his opinion. Give me your low, sandy shores, and let those who like have what you call the fine, bold rocks. Mind, I don't mean coasts with sandbanks lying off them, but a coast with a shelving beach, and pretty deep water right up to it. If you get cast on a coast like that of Portugal, it is certain death. Your ship will get smashed up like an eggshell against those rocks you are talking of, and not a soul gets a chance of escape. While if you are blown on a flat coast, you may get carried within a ship's length of the beach before you strike, and it is hard if you can't get a line on shore. Besides, it's 10 to 1 the ship won't break up for hours. No, you may get a landsman to admire your bold cliffs, but you won't get a sailor to agree with him. We seem to be going along fast, although there is not much wind. Yes, there is a strong current. You see, the rivers that fall into the Mediterranean ain't sufficient to make up for the loss by evaporation, and so there is always a current running in here. It is well enough for us going east, but it is not so pleasant when you want to come out. Then you have got to wait till you can get a breeze from somewhere about east to carry you out. I have been kept waiting, sometimes, for weeks, and it is no unusual thing to see 200 or 300 ships anchored, waiting for the wind to change. Are there any pirates over on that side? Bob asked, looking across at the African coast. Not about here. Ceuta lies over there. They are good friends with us, and Gibraltar gets most of its supplies from there. But once through the straits we give that coast a wide berth, for the Algerian pirates are nearly as bad as ever, and would snap up any ship becalmed on their coast, or that had the bad luck of being blown ashore. I hope, some day, we shall send a fleet down and blow the place about their ears. It makes one's blood boil to think that there are hundreds and hundreds of Englishmen working as slaves among the Moors. There. Do you see that projecting point with a fort on it, and a town laying behind? That is Tarifa. That used to be a great place, in the time when the Moors were masters in Spain. Yes, the captain who had just joined them said. Tarif was a great Moorish commander, I have heard, and the place is named after him. Gibraltar is also named after a Moorish chief, called Tariq ibn Ziyad. Bob looked surprised. I don't see that is much like his name, Captain. No, Master Repton, it doesn't sound much like it now. The old name for the place was Gebel Tariq, which means Tank's Hill, and it is easy to see how Gebel Tariq got gradually changed into Gibraltar. In another 2 hours the straits were passed, and the Rock of Gibraltar appeared, rising across a bay to the left. There is your destination, lad, the captain said. It is a strong-looking place, isn't it? It is indeed, Captain, Bob said, taking the captain's glass from the top of the skylight and examining the rock. You see, the captain went on, the rock is divided from the mainland by that low spit of sand. It is only a few 100 yards wide, and the sea goes around the back of the rock and along the other side of that spit, though you can't see it from here, so anything coming to attack it must advance along the spit under the fire of the guns. There, do you see that building standing up on the hill above the town? That is the old Moorish castle, and there are plenty of modern batteries scattered about near it, though you can't see them. You see, the rock rises sheer up from the spit, and it is only on this side, close to the water's edge, that the place can be entered. The weak side of the place is along this sea face. On the other side, the rock rises right out of the water, but on this side, as you see, it slopes gradually down. There are batteries all along the water's edge. But if the place were attacked by a fleet strong enough to knock those batteries to pieces and silence their guns, a landing could be effected. At the southern end you see the rocks are bolder, and there is no landing there. That is called Europa Point, and there is a battery there, though you can't make it out from here. The scene was a very pretty one, and Bob watched it with the greatest interest. A frigate and 2 men-of-war brigs were anchored at some little distance from the rock, and around them were some 30 or 40 merchantmen, waiting for a change in the wind to enable them to sail out through the straits. White-sailed boats were gliding about among them. At the head of the bay were villages nestled among the trees, while the country behind was broken and hilly. On the opposite side of the bay was a town of considerable size, which the captain told him was Algeciras. It was, he said, a large town at the time of the Moors, very much larger and more important than Gibraltar. The ground rose gradually behind it and was completely covered with foliage, orchards, and orange groves. The captain said, "You see that rock rising at the end of the bay among the trees, lads? That is called the Queen of Spain's chair. It is said that, at a certain siege when the Moors were here, the then Queen of Spain took her seat on that rock and declared she would never go away till Gibraltar was taken. She also took an oath never to change her linen until it surrendered. I don't know how she managed about it at last, for the place never did surrender. I suppose she got a dispensation and was able to get into clean clothes again some day. I have heard tell that the Spaniards have a color that is called by her name, a sort of dirty yellow. It came out at that time. Of course, it would not have been etiquette for other ladies to wear white when Her Majesty was obliged to wear dingy garments, so they all took to having their things dyed so as to match hers, and the tint has borne her name ever since. It is a very nasty idea, Bob said, and I should think she took pretty good care afterwards not to take any oaths. It is hot enough now, and I should think, in summer, it must be baking here. It is pretty hot on the rock in summer. You know they call the natives of the place rock scorpions. Scorpions are supposed to like heat, though I don't know whether they do. You generally find them lying under pieces of loose rock. But whether they do it for heat or to keep themselves cool, I can't say. Now, Mr. Probert, you may as well take some of the sail off her. We will anchor inside those craft close to the new mole. They may want to get her alongside to unload the government stores we have brought out, and the nearer we are in, the less trouble it will be to warp her alongside tomorrow morning. Of course, if the landing place is full, they will send lighters out to us." The sails were gradually got off the brig, and she had but little way when her anchor was dropped, a cable's length from the end of the mole. Scarcely had she brought up when a boat shot out from the end of the pier. "Hooray!" Bob shouted. "There are my sister and Gerald." "I thought as much," the captain said. "We hoisted our number as soon as we came around the point, and the signal station on the top of the rock would send down the news directly they made out our colors." "Well, Bob, it gave me quite a turn," his sister said after the first greetings were over, "when we saw how the sails were all patched and everyone said the ship must have been in action. I was very anxious till I saw your head above the bulwarks. We have been in a storm and a fight, and we came pretty near to being taken. Did you get out all right?" "Yes, we had a very quiet voyage." The captain then came up and was introduced. I have a box or two for you, madam, in addition to your brother's kit. Mr. Bale sent them down a couple of days before we sailed. At one time it didn't look like you would ever see their contents, for we had a very close shave of it. In the first place, we had about as bad a gale as I ever met with in crossing the bay, and were blown into the bight, with the loss of our bowsprit, fore topmast, and 4 of our guns that we had to throw overboard to lighten her. Then a French lugger that would have been a good deal more than a match for her at any time came up. We might have been able to outsail her if we could have carried all of our canvas, but with only a jury topmast she was too fast for us. As you may see by our sails, we had a smart fight, but by the greatest good fortune we knocked the mainmast out of her. Then we were chased by a French frigate with the lugger to help her. However, we gave them a slip in the night, and here we are. I'm afraid you won't get your brother's boxes till tomorrow. Nothing can go ashore till the port officer has been on board and the usual formalities gone through. I don't know yet whether we'll discharge into lighters or go alongside, but I will have your boxes all put together in readiness for you the first thing in the morning, whichever way it is. We will be very glad if you will dine with us tomorrow, Captain O'Halloran said. We dine at 1 o'clock, or if that would be inconvenient for you, come to supper at 7. I would rather do that, if you will let me, Captain Lockett replied. I shall be pretty busy tomorrow, and you military gentlemen do give us such a lot of trouble in the way of papers, documents, signatures, that I never like to leave the ship till I get rid of the last bale and box with the government brand on it. Very well, then, we shall expect you to supper. I shall come down first thing in the morning, Captain, Bob said, so I need not say good-bye to anyone now. You had better bring only what you may want with you for the night, Bob, his sister put in as he was about to run below. The cart will take everything else up together in the morning. Then I shall be ready in a minute, Bob said, running below, and it was not much more before he reappeared with a small handbag. I shall see you again tomorrow, Mr. Probert. I shall be here about our luggage. And he took his place in the boat beside the others, who had already descended the ladder. And you had a pleasant voyage, Bob? Captain O'Halloran asked. Very jolly, Gerald. First rate. Captain Lockett was as kind as could be, and the first mate was very good too, though I didn't think he would be when I first saw him. And Joe Lockett, the second mate, is a capital fellow. But how was it that you did not take that French privateer, Bob? With a fellow like you on board, the captor of a gang of burglars, and all that sort of thing, I should have thought that, instead of running away, you would have gone straight at her, that you would have thrown yourself on her deck at the head of the boarders, would have beaten the Frenchmen below, killed their captain in single combat, and hauled down her flag. There is no saying what I might have done, Bob laughed, if it had come to boarding, but as it was, I did not feel the least wish for a closer acquaintance with the privateer. It was too close to be pleasant as it was, a good deal too close. It is a pity you were not there to have set me an example. I am going to do that now, Bob, and I hope you will profit by it. Now then, you jump out first, and give Carey your hand, that is it. And having settled with the boatman, Captain O'Halloran followed the other steps. It was a busy scene. 3 ships were discharging their cargoes, and the wharf was covered with boxes and bales, piles of shot and shell, guns, and cases of ammunition. Fatigued parties of artillery and infantrymen were piling the goods or stowing them in handcarts. Goods were being slung down from the ships and were swinging in the air, or run down to the cry of, "Look below." "Mind how you go, Carey," Captain O'Halloran said, "or you will be getting what brains you have knocked out." "If that is all the danger, Gerald," she laughed, "you are safe anyhow. Now, Bob, do look out," she broke off as, while glancing around, he tripped over Hawser and fell. "Are you hurt?" "Never mind him, Carey. Look out for yourself. A boy never gets hurt. Now keep your eyes about you, Bob. You can come and look at this any day." At last they got to the end of the mole. Then they passed under an archway with a massive gate, at which stood a sentry. Then they found themselves in a sort of yard, surrounded by a high wall, on the top of which 2 cannons were pointed down upon them. Crossing the yard, they passed through another gateway. The ground here rose sharply, and 100 yards further back stood another battery, completely commanding the mole and the defences through which they had just passed. The ground here was comparatively level, rising gradually to the foot of the rock, which then rose steeply. A few houses were scattered about, surrounded by gardens. Hedges of cactus lined the road. Parties of soldiers and sailors, natives with carts, and women in picturesque costumes passed along. The vegetation on the low ground was abundant, and Bob looked with delight at the semi-tropical foliage. Turning to the right, they followed the road, passed under an archway in a strong wall, and were in the town itself. "We are not living in the barracks," Carey said. "Fortunately there was no room there, and we draw a lodging allowance, and have taken the upper portion of a Spanish house. It is much more pleasant. Besides, if we had had to live in quarters, we should have had no room for you." "The streets are steep," Bob said. "I can't make out how these little donkeys keep their feet on the slippery stones with those heavy loads." "Oh, I say, there are 2 rum-looking chaps. What are they, Moors?" "Yes, you will see lots of them here, Bob. They come across from Ceuta, and there are some of them established here as traders. What with the Moors and Spaniards and Jews and the sailors from the shipping, you can hear pretty nearly every European language spoken on one walk through the streets." "Oh, I say, isn't it hot?" Bob exclaimed, mopping his face. "And isn't there a glare from all those white walls and houses? How much higher is it?" "About another 100 yards, Bob. There, you see, we are getting beyond the streets now." They had now reached a flat shoulder, and on this the houses were somewhat scattered, standing in little enclosures with hedges of cactus and geranium, and embowered in shrubs and flowers. "This is our house," Carey said, stopping before a rickety wooden gateway hung upon 2 massive posts of masonry. "You see, we have a flight of steps outside, and are quite cut off from the people below." They ascended the stairs. At the top there was sort of a wide porch with a wooden roof, which was completely covered with creepers, growing from 2 wooden tubs. 4 or 5 plants, covered with blossoms, stood on the low walls, and 2 or 3 chairs showed that the little terrace was used as an open-air sitting-room. "In another hour, when the sun gets lower, Bob, we can come and sit here. It is a lovely view, isn't it?" "Beautiful," Bob said, leaning on the wall. Below them lay the seafront, with its gardens and bright foliage and pretty houses, and Europa Point and the sea stretching away beyond it. A little to the right were the African hills, and then, turning slightly round, the Spanish coast, with Algeciras nestled in the foliage, and the bay with all its shipping. The head of the bay was hidden, for the ground behind was higher than that on which the house stood. "Come in, Bob," Captain O'Halloran said. "You had better get out of the sun. Of course, it is nothing to what it will be, but it is hot now, and we are none of us acclimatized yet." The rooms were of a fair size, but the light-colored walls gave them a bare appearance to Bob's eyes. They were, however, comfortably furnished, matting being laid down instead of carpets. "It is cooler and cheaper," Carey said, seeing Bob look at them. "This is your room, and this is the kitchen," and she opened the door into what seemed to Bob a tiny place indeed. Across one end was a mass of brickwork, rather higher than an ordinary table. Several holes a few inches deep were scattered about over this. In some of these, small charcoal fires were burning, and pots were placed over them. There were small openings from the front leading to these tiny fireplaces, and a Spanish girl was driving the air into one of these with a fan when they entered. "This is my brother, Manola," Mrs. O'Halloran said. The girl smiled and nodded, and then continued her work. "She speaks English," Bob said as they went out. "She belongs to the Rock, Bob. Almost all the natives here talk a little English. Where do these steps lead to? I thought we were at the top of the house." "Come up and see," Carey said, leading the way. Following her, Bob found himself on a flat terrace, extending over the whole of the house. Several orange trees in tubs, and many flowers and small shrubs in pots, stood upon it, and 3 or 4 light, keen-work lounging chairs stood apart. Here's where we come when the sun is down, Bob. There is no finer view, we flatter ourselves, anywhere in Gib. Here we receive our guest in the evening. We have only begun yet, but we mean to make a perfect garden of it. It is splendid, Bob said, as he walked round by the low parapet and gazed at the view in all directions. And we can see what everyone else is doing on their roofs, and no one can look down on us except from the rock over there, behind us, and there are no houses there. No, the batteries commanding the neutral ground lay over that crest, Bob. We are quite shut in on 2 sides, but we make up for it by the extent of our view on the others. We are very lucky in getting the place. A regiment went home in the transport that brought us out. Gerald knew some of the officers, and one of them had been staying here, and told Gerald of it, and we took it at once. The other officers' wives are quite jealous of me, and though some of them have very nice quarters, it is admitted that, as far as the view goes, this is by far the best. Besides, it is a great thing being out of town, and it does not take Gerald more than 3 or 4 minutes longer to get down to the barracks. But now let us go downstairs. I am sure you must want something to eat, and we shan't have supper for another 3 hours. I dined at 12, Bob said, just before we rounded the point, and I certainly could hold on until supper time. Still, I dare say I could eat something now. Oh, it's only a snack. It is some stewed chicken and some fruit. That won't spoil your supper, Bob. You will be glad to hear, Bob, Captain O'Halloran said, as the lad was eating his meal, that I have secured the services of a Spanish professor for you. He is to begin next Monday. Bob's face fell. I don't see that there was need for such a hurry, he said ruefully, laying down his knife and fork. I don't see there was a need for any hurry at all. Besides, of course, I want to see the place. You will be able to see a good deal of it in 4 days, Bob, and your time won't be entirely occupied when you do begin. The days are pretty long here. Everyone gets up early. He is to come at 7 o'clock in the morning. You have a cup of coffee and some bread and butter and fruit before that. He will go at 9, then we have breakfast. Then you will have time to yourself till dinner at 2:30. The assistant surgeon of our regiment, he is a Dublin man, will come to you for Latin and what I may call general knowledge for 2 hours. That is all, except I suppose that you will work a bit by yourself in the evening. That is not so bad, is it? What sort of man is the assistant surgeon? Bob replied cautiously. It all depends on how much he is going to give me to do in the evening. I don't think he will give you anything to do in the evening, Bob. Of course, the Spanish is the principal thing, and I told him that you will have to work at that. I don't think you need to be afraid, Bob. His sister laughed. You won't find Dr. Burke a very severe kind of instructor. Nobody but Gerald would ever have thought of choosing him. Sure, and didn't you agree with me, Carrie, her husband said in an aggrieved voice, that as we were not going to make the boy a parson, and as it would be too much to expect him to learn Spanish and a score of other things at once, that we ought to get someone who would make his lessons pleasant for him, and not be worrying his soul out of his body with all sorts of useless balderdash. Yes, we agreed that, Gerald. But there was a limit, and when you told me you had already spoken to Teddy Burke about it, and arranged the matter with him, I thought you had gone beyond that limit altogether. He is just the man for Bob, Carrie. That boy will find it mighty dull here after a bit, and will want someone to cheer him up. I promised the old gentleman I would find him someone who could push Bob on his humanities. And Teddy Burke has taken his degree at Dublin, and I will venture to say we'll get him on faster than a stiff-starched man will do. Bob would always be playing tricks with a fellow like that, and be getting into rows with him. There will be no playing tricks with Teddy Burke, for he is up to the whole thing himself. I should think he is, Gerald. Well, we will see how it works anyhow. Go on with your fowl, Bob. You will see all about it in good time. Bob felt satisfied that the teacher his brother-in-law had chosen for him was not a formidable personage, and his curiosity as to what he would be like was satisfied that evening. After he had finished his meal, he went for a stroll with Captain O'Halloran through the town, and around the batteries at the end of the rock, returning to supper. After the meal was over, they went up to the terrace above. There was not a breath of wind, and the lamp on the table there burned without a flicker. They had scarcely taken their seats when Manola announced Dr. Burke, and a minute later an officer in uniform made his appearance on the terrace. He wore a pair of blue spectacles and advanced in a stiff and formal manner. "I wish you a good evening, Mrs. O'Halloran. So this is our young friend. You are well, I hope, Master Repton, and are none the worse for your inconveniences I hear you have suffered on your voyage." Carrie, to Bob's surprise, burst into a fit of laughter. "What is the matter, Mrs. O'Halloran?" Dr. Burke asked, looking at her with an air of mild amusement. "I am laughing at you, Teddy Burke. How can you be so ridiculous?" The doctor removed his spectacles. "Now, Mrs. O'Halloran," he said, with a strong brogue, "do you call that acting fairly by me? Didn't you talk to me yourself half an hour yesterday and impress upon me that I ought to be grave and steady, now that I was going to enter into the duties of a pedagogue? And ain't I trying my best to act up to your instructions? And there you burst out laughing in my face and spoil it all entirely. Gerald said to me, 'Now mind, Teddy, it is a responsible affair. The boy is up to all sorts of diversions, and divil a bit will he attend to you if he finds that you are as bad, if not worse, than he is himself.' But, said I, it is Latin and such like that you are wanting me to teach him, and not manners at all. And he says, it is all one. It is quiet and well behaved that you have got to be, Teddy. The missus has been holding out about the inequity of taking a spalpeen like yourself, and it is for you to show her that she is mistaken altogether. So I said, you trust me, Gerald, I will be as grave as the doctor of divinity. So I got out these glasses, which I bought because they told me they would be wanted here to keep out the glare of the sun, and I came here and spoke as proper as might be, and then, Mrs. O'Halloran, you burst out laughing in my face, and destroy the whole effect of these spectacles and all. Well, we must make the best of a bad business, and we will try, for a bit anyhow. If he won't mind me, Gerald must go to the chaplain, as he intended to, and I pity the boy then. I would rather be had up before the colonel, any day, than have any matter of dispute with him." "You are too bad, Teddy Burke," Mrs. O'Halloran said, still laughing. "It was all very well for you to try and look sensible, but to put on that face was too absurd. You know you could not have kept it up for 5 minutes. No, I don't think it will do," and she looked serious now. "I always thought that it was out of the question, but this bad beginning settles it." But Bob, who had been immensely amused, now broke in. "Why not, Carrie? I am sure I should work better for Dr. Burke than I should for any one who was very strict and stiff. One is always wanting to do something with a man like that, to play tricks with his wig or pigtail, or something of that sort. You can let us try anyhow, and if Dr. Burke finds that I am not attentive and don't mind him, then you can put me with somebody else. Sure, we shall get on first rate, Mrs. O'Halloran. Gerald says the boy is sensible, and that he has been working very well under an old uncle of yours. He knows for himself that it's no use his having a master if he isn't going to try his best to get on. When I was at school, I used to get larruped every day, and I used to think to myself what a grand thing it would be to have a master just like what Dr. Burke, M.D., Dublin, is now, and I expect it is just about the same with him. We shan't work any the worse because maybe we will joke over it sometimes." "Very well, then, we will try, Teddy, though I know the whole regiment will think Gerald and I have gone mad when they hear about it, but I shall keep my eye upon you both." "The more you keep your eye upon me, the better I shall be pleased, Mrs. O'Halloran, saving your husband's presence," the doctor said insinuatingly. "Do sit down and be reasonable, Teddy. There are cigars in that box on the table." The tobacco here almost reconciles one to living outside of Ireland, Dr. Burke said, as he lit a cigar and seated himself in one of the comfortable chairs. Just about a quarter of the price they are at home, and brandy at 1 shilling per bottle. It is lucky for the country that we don't get them for that price in Ireland, for it is mighty few boys they would get to enlist if they could get tobacco and spirits at such prices at home. I have been telling Gerald that it will be much better for him to drink claret out here, Mrs. O'Halloran said. And you are not far wrong, the doctor agreed, but the native wines here are good enough for me, and you can get them at 6 pence a quart. I was telling them at Mass yesterday that we must not write home and tell them about it, or faith, there would be such an immigration that the rock wouldn't hold the people, not if you were to build houses all over it. 6 pence a quart and good sound tipple. Sure, and it was a mighty mistake of Providence that Ireland was not dropped down into the sea off the coast of Spain. What a country it would have been. I don't know, Teddy, Captain O'Halloran said. As the people don't kill themselves with overwork now, I would doubt if they would ever work at all if they had the excuse of a hot climate for doing nothing. There would not have been so much need, Gerald. They needn't have bothered about the thatch, when it only rains in 6 months or so, while as for clothes, it is little enough they would have needed, and the bogs would have all dried up, and they would have had crops without more trouble than just scratching the ground and sowing the seed, and they would have grown oranges instead of proddies. Oh, it would have been a great country entirely. The doctor's 3 listeners all went off into a burst of laughter at the seriousness with which he spoke. But you would have had trouble with your pigs, Mrs. O'Halloran said. The Spanish pigs are wild, fierce-looking beasts. It would never be content to share the cottage. But we would have had Irish pigs just the same as now. Well, what do you think? He broke off suddenly, sitting upright and dropping the brogue altogether. They were saying at Mess that the natives declare there are a lot of Spanish troops moving down in this direction, and that a number of ships are expected with stores at Algeciras. Well, what of that? Mrs. O'Halloran asked. We are at peace with Spain. What does it matter where they move their troops or land stores? That is just the thing. We are at peace with them, sure enough, but that is no reason why we should always be at peace. You know how they hate seeing our flag flying over the rock, and they may think that now we have got our hands full with France and the American colonists, it will be the right time for them to join in the scrimmage and see if they can't get the rock back again. But they would never go to war without any ground of complaint? I don't know, Mrs. O'Halloran. When one wants to pick a quarrel with a man, it is always a mighty easy thing to do so. You can tread on his toe and ask him what he put it there for, or sit down on his hat and swear that he put it on the chair on purpose. Or you can tell him that you do not like the color of his hair, or that his nose isn't the shape that pleases you. It is the easiest thing in the world to find something to quarrel about when you have a mind for it. Are you quite serious, Teddy? Never more serious in my life. Have you heard about it, Gerald? I heard them saying something about it when we were waiting for the colonel on parade this morning, but I did not think much of it. Well, of course, it mayn't be true, Gerald, but the colonel and the major both seemed to think that there was something in it. It seems, from what they said, that the governor has had letters that seem to confirm the news that several regiments are on the march south, and that stores are being collected at Cadiz and some of the other seaports. There is nothing, as far as we know, specially said about Gibraltar, but what else can they be getting ready for, unless it is to cross the straits and attack the Moors, and they are at peace with them at present just as they are with us. I mean to think they are coming here till we are downright sure they are not. The news is so good, I mean to believe that it is true as long as I can. For shame, Teddy, Mrs. O'Halloran said. You can't be so wicked as to hope that they are going to attack us. And it is exactly that point of wickedness I have arrived at, the doctor said, again dropping into the brogue. In the first place, shan't we need something to keep us from dying entirely of nothing to do at all in this wearisome old place? We are fresh to it, and we are not tired yet of the oranges, and the wine, and the cigars, and the queer people you see in the streets. But the regiments that have been here for some time are just sick of their lives. Then in the second place, how am I going to learn my profession if we are going to stop here, quiet and peaceful, for years? Didn't I come into the army to study gunshot wounds and barring duels? Divil a wound have I seen since I joined, and it's getting rusty I am entirely, and there is the elegant case of instruments my aunt gave me that have never been opened. By the same token, I will have them out and oil them in the morning. Don't talk that way, Teddy. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. It seems to me you are making a great to-do about nothing. Some soldiers have been marching somewhere in Spain, and all this talk is made up about it. They must know very well they can't take the rock. They tried once, and I should have thought they would not be in a hurry to try it again. I shall believe in it when I see it. You should not look so delighted, Bob, if there should be any trouble, and it seems nonsense even to think about such a thing. But if there should be any, we should put you on board the very first vessel sailing for England and get you off our minds." Bob laughed. "I should go down and ship as a powder monkey on one of the ships of war, or enlist as a drummer in one of the regiments. Then I should be beyond your authority altogether." "I begin to think you are beyond my authority already, Bob." "Gerald, I'm afraid we did a very foolish thing in agreeing to have this boy out here." "Well, we have got him on our hands now, Carrie, and it is early yet for you to find out your mistake." "Well, if there should be a siege—" "You know there is no chance of it, Gerald." "Well, I only say if, and if we are cut off from all the world, he will be a companion to you and keep you alive while I am in the batteries." "I won't hear such nonsense talked any more, Gerald, and if Teddy Burke is going to bring us every bit of absurd gossip that may be picked up from the peasants, he can stay away altogether." "Except when he comes to instruct his pupil, Mrs. O'Halloran." "Oh, that is not to last long, Dr. Burke." "That is to be seen, Mrs. O'Halloran. It is a nice example you are setting him of want of respect for his instructor. I warn you that before another 6 months have passed, you will have to confess that it has been just the very best arrangement that could have been made, and you will thank your stars that Dr. Edward Burke, M.D., of Dublin, happened to be here, ready to your hand."
Chapter 7 of Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7 Troubles Ahead. When Dr. Burke had left, Bob broke into an Indian war dance expressive of the deepest satisfaction, and Captain O'Halloran burst into a shout of laughter at the contrast between the boy's vehement delight and the dissatisfaction expressed in his wife's face. "I am not at all pleased, Gerald, not at all, and I don't see that it is any laughing matter. I never heard a more ridiculous thing. Uncle entrusted Bob to our care, believing that we should do what was best for him, and here you go and engage the most feather-headed Irishman in the garrison, and that is saying a good deal, Gerald, to look after him." It was so seldom that Carrie took matters seriously that her husband ceased laughing at once. "Well, Carrie, there is no occasion to put yourself out about it. The experiment can be tried for a fortnight, and if at the end of that time you are not satisfied, we will get someone else. But I am sure it will work well." "So am I, Carrie," Bob put in. "I believe Dr. Burke and I will get on splendidly. You see, I have been with 2 people, both of whom looked as grave as judges, and one of them cross as a bear, and yet they were both first-rate fellows. It seems to me that Dr. Burke is just the other way. He turns everything into fun, but I expect he will be just as sharp when he is at lessons as anyone else. At any rate, you may be sure that I will do my best with him, so as to not get put under some stiff old fellow instead of him." "Well, we shall see, Bob. I hope it will turn out well, I am sure." "Of course it will turn out well, Carrie. Why, didn't your uncle at first think I was the most harum-scarum fellow he ever saw? And now he sees that I'm a downright model husband, with only one fault, and that is that I let you have your own way altogether." "It looks like it on the present occasion, Gerald," his wife laughed. "I will give it, as you say, a fortnight's trial. I only hope that you have made a better choice for Bob's Spanish master." "I hope so, my dear. That is, if it is possible. The professor, as I call him, has been teaching his language to officers here for the last 30 years. He's a queer wizened-up old chap, and has got out of the way of bowing and scraping that seigneurs generally indulge in, but he seems a cheery little old soul, and he has got to understand English ways, and at any rate there is no fear of his leading Bob into mischief. The Spaniard don't understand that, and if you were to ruffle his dignity, he would throw up teaching him at once, and I have not heard of another man on the rock who would be likely to suit. On the following Monday, Bob began to work with the professor, who called himself on his card Don Diaz Marcos. He spoke English very fairly, and after the first half hour, Bob found that the lessons would be much more pleasant than he expected. The professor began by giving him a long sentence to learn by heart thoroughly, and when Bob had done this, parsed each word with him, so that he perfectly understood its meaning. Then he made the lad say it after him a score of times, correcting his accent and inflection, and when he was satisfied with this, began to construct fresh sentences out of the original one, again making Bob repeat them, and form fresh ones himself. Thus, by the time the first lesson was finished, the lad, to his surprise, found himself able without difficulty to frame sentences from the words he had learned. Then the professor wrote down 30 nouns and verbs in common use. "You will learn them this evening," he said, "and in the morning we shall be able to make up a number of sentences out of them, and by the end of a week you shall see that we shall begin to talk to each other. After that it will be easy. 30 fresh words every day will be ample. In a month you will know 700 or 800, and 700 or 800 are enough for a man to talk with on common occasions." "He is first rate," Bob reported to his sister as they sat down to dinner at 1 o'clock. "You would hardly believe that I can say a dozen little sentences already, and can understand him when he says them. He says in a week we shall be able to get to talk together. I wonder they don't teach Latin like that. Why, I shall know more in 2 or 3 months as much Spanish, and more, ever so much more, than I do Latin, after grinding away at it for the last 7 or 8 years. Well, that is satisfactory. I only hope the other will turn out as well." As Mrs. O'Halloran sat that evening with her work in her hand on the terrace, with her husband smoking a cigar beside her, she paused several times as she heard a burst of laughter. "That doesn't sound like master and pupil," she said sharply, after an unusually loud laugh from below. "More the pity, Carrie. Why on earth shouldn't a master be capable of a joke? Do you think one does not learn all the faster when the lecture is pleasant? I know I would myself. I never could see why a man should look as if he was going to an execution when he wants to instill knowledge." "But it is not usual, Gerald," Carrie remonstrated, no other argument occurring to her. "But that doesn't prove that it's wrong. Why a boy should be driven worse than a donkey and thrashed until his life is a burden to him and he hates his lessons and hates his master beats me entirely. Some day they will go more sensibly to work." "You see, in the old times, Carrie, men used to beat their wives, and you don't think the women were any better for it, do you?" "Of course they weren't," said Carrie indignantly. "But it was usual, you know, Carrie, just as you say that it is usual for masters to beat boys, as if they would do nothing without being thrashed. I can't see any difference between the two things." "I can see a great deal of difference, sir." "Well, what is the difference, Carrie?" But Carrie disdained to give any answer. Still, as she sat sewing and thinking the matter over, she acknowledged to herself that really she could not see any good and efficient reason why boys should be beaten, any more than women. "But women don't do bad things like boys," she said, breaking silence at last. "Don't they, Carrie? I am not so sure of that. I have heard of women who are always nagging their husbands and giving them no peace of their lives. I have heard of women who think of nothing but dress, and who go about and leave their homes and children to shift for themselves. I have heard of women who spend all their time spreading scandal. I have heard of—" "There, that is enough," Carrie broke in hastily. "But you don't mean to say that they would be any the better for beating Gerald?" "I don't know, Carrie. I should think perhaps they might be sometimes. At any rate, I think they deserve a beating quite as much as a boy does for neglecting to learn a lesson or for playing some prank, which comes just as naturally to him as mischief does to a kitten. For anything really bad, I would beat a boy as long as I could stand over him. For lying, or thieving, or any mean, dirty trick, I would have no mercy on him. But that is a very different thing to keeping the cane always going at school as they do now. But here comes Bob. Well, Bob, is the doctor gone? Didn't you ask him to come up and have a cigar?" "Yes, but he said he had got 2 or 3 cases at the hospital he must see, and would wait until this evening." "How have you got on, Bob?" "Splendidly. I wonder why they don't teach at school like that." "It didn't sound like teaching," Carrie said severely. "I don't suppose it did, Carrie, but it was teaching for all that. Why, I have learned as much this evening as I did in a dozen lessons at school. He explains everything so that you seem to understand it at once, and he puts things sometimes in such a droll way, and brings in such funny comparisons that you can't help laughing. But you understand it for all that, and are not likely to forget it. Don't you be afraid, Carrie. If Dr. Burke teaches me for the 2 years that I'm going to be here, I shall know more than I should have done if I had stopped at Tulloch's till I was an old man. I used to learn lessons there and get through them somehow, but I don't think I ever understood why things were so, while Dr. Burke explains everything so that you seem to understand all about it at once. And he's pretty sharp, too. He takes a tremendous lot of pains himself, but I can see that he will expect me to take a tremendous lot of pains, too. At the end of a fortnight, Carrie made no allusion to the subject of a change of masters. The laughing downstairs still scandalized her a little, but she saw that Bob really enjoyed his lessons, and although she herself could not test what progress he was making, his assurances on that head satisfied her. The Brilliant had sailed on a cruise the morning after Bob's arrival, but as soon as he heard that she had again dropped anchor in the bay, he took a boat and went out to her, and returned on shore with Jim Sankey, who had obtained leave for the afternoon. The two spent hours in rambling about the rock and talking of old times at Tulloch's. Both agreed that the most unfortunate thing that had ever happened had been the burglary at Admiral Langton's, which had been the means of Jim's getting into the Navy, and Bob's coming out to Gibraltar to his sister. Jim had lots to tell of his shipmates and his life on board the Brilliant. He was disposed to pity Bob spending half his day at lessons, and was astonished to find that his friend really enjoyed it, and still more that he should already have begun to pick up a little Spanish. "You can't help it with Don Diaz," Bob said. "He makes you go over a sentence 50 times, until you say it in exactly the same voice he does. I mean, the same accent. He says it slow, at first, so that I can understand him, and then faster and faster till he speaks in his regular voice. Then I have to make up another sentence in answer. It is good fun, I can tell you, and yet one feels that one is getting on very fast. I thought it would take years before I should be able to get on anyhow in Spanish, but he says if I keep sticking to it, I shall be able to speak pretty nearly like a native in 6 months' time. I quite astonished Manola, that is our servant, by firing off sentences in Spanish at her. My sister Carrie says she shall take to learning with the Don, too." "Have you had any fun since you landed, Bob?" "No, not regular fun, you know. It has been very jolly. I go down with Gerald, Carrie's husband, you know, to the barracks, and I know most of the officers of his regiment now, and I walk about a bit by myself, but I have not gone beyond the rock yet." "You must get a long day's leave, Bob, and we will go across the neutral ground into Spain together." "Gerald said that, as I was working so steadily, I might have holidays sometimes, if I did not ask for it too often. I have been 3 weeks at it now. I am sure I can go for a day when I like, so it will depend on you." "I shan't be able to come ashore for another 4 or 5 days, after having gone away this afternoon. Let us see, this is Wednesday. I will try to get leave for Monday. Have you heard, Jim, there is a talk about Spanish troops moving down here, and that they think Spain is going to join France and try to take this place?" "No, I haven't heard a word about it," Jim said, opening his eyes. "You don't really mean it?" "Yes, that is what the officers say. Of course, they don't know for certain, but there is no doubt the country people have got the idea into their heads, and the natives on the rock certainly believe it." "Hooray! That would be fun," Jim said. "We have all been grumbling on board the frigate at being stuck down here without any chance of picking up prizes or falling in with the Frenchmen, except we go on a cruise. Why, you have seen twice as much fun as we have, though you only came out in a trader. Except that we chased a craft that we took for a French privateer, we haven't seen an enemy since we came out from England, and we didn't see much of her, for she sailed right away from us, while you have had no end of fighting, and a very narrow escape of being taken to a French prison." "Too narrow to be pleasant, Jim. I don't think there would be much fun to be got out of a French prison." "I don't know, Bob. I suppose it would be dull if you were alone, but if you and I were together, I feel sure we should have some fun, and should make our escape somehow." "Well, we might try," Bob said doubtfully, "but you see, not many fellows do make their escape, and as sailors are up to climbing ropes and getting over walls and all that sort of thing, I should think they would do it if it could be managed anyhow." Upon the following day, when Bob was in the anteroom of the mess with Captain O'Halloran, looking at some papers that had been brought by a ship that had come in that morning, the colonel entered, accompanied by Captain Langton. The officers all stood up, and the colonel introduced them to Captain Langton, who was, he told them, going to dine at the mess that evening. After he had done this, Captain Langton's eye fell upon Bob, who smiled and made a bow. "I ought to know you," the captain said. "I have certainly seen your face somewhere." "It was at Admiral Langton's, sir. My name is Bob Repton." "Of course it is," the officer said, shaking him cordially by the hand. "But what on earth are you doing here? I thought you had settled down somewhere in the city, with an uncle, wasn't it?" "Yes, sir, but I have come out here to learn Spanish." "Have you seen your friend Sankey?" "Yes, sir. I went on board the frigate to see him yesterday afternoon, and he got leave to come ashore with me for 2 or 3 hours." "He ought to have let me know that you were here," the captain said. "Who are you staying with, lad?" "With Captain O'Halloran, sir, my brother-in-law," Bob said, indicating Gerald, who had already been introduced to Captain Langton. "I dare say you are surprised at me knowing this young gentleman," he said, turning to Colonel Cochrane. but he did my father the Admiral a great service. He and 3 other lads under his leadership captured 4 of the most notorious burglars in London when they were engaged in robbing my father's house. It was a most gallant affair, I can assure you, and the 4 burglars swung for it a couple months later. I had one of the lads as a midshipman on board my ship, and I offered a berth to Repton, but very wisely he decided to remain on shore where his prospects were good. "Why, O'Halloran, you never told me anything about this," the colonel said. "No, sir. Bob asked me not to say anything about it. I think he's rather shy of having it talked about, and it is the only thing of which he is shy as far as I have discovered." "Well, we must hear the story," the colonel said. "I hope you will dine at mess this evening and bring him with you. He shall tell us the story over our wine. I am curious to know how 4 boys can have made such a capture." After mess that evening Bob told the story, as modestly as he could. "There, Colonel," Captain Langton said when he'd finished. "You see that if these stories are true, and the Spaniards are going to make a dash for Gibraltar, you have got an invaluable addition to your garrison." "Yes, indeed," the colonel laughed. "We will make a volunteer of him. He has had some little experience of standing fire, for O'Halloran told me that the brig he came out in had fought a sharp action with a privateer of superior force, and indeed when she came in here, her sails were riddled with shot holes." "Better and better," Captain Langton laughed. "Well, Repton, remember when you are disposed for a cruise I shall be glad to take you as passenger. Sankey will make you at home in the midshipman's berth. If the Spanish declare war on us, we shall have stirring times at sea, as well as on shore, and though you won't get any share in any prize money we may win while you are on board, you will have part of the honor, and you see, making captures is quite in your line." The next day Captain O'Halloran and Bob dined on board the Brilliant. Captain Langton introduced the lad to his officers, telling them that he wished him to be considered as free on board the ship, whether he himself happened to be on board or not, when he came off. "But you must keep an eye on him, Mr. Hardy, while he's on board," he said to the first lieutenant. "Mr. Sankey," and he nodded at Jim, who was among those invited, "is rather a pickle, but from what I hear Repton is worse, so you'll have to keep a sharp eye on them when they are together, and if they are up to mischief, do not hesitate to masthead both of them. A passenger on board one of His Majesty's ship is amenable to discipline like anyone else." "I will see to it, sir," the lieutenant said, laughing. "Sankey knows the way up already." "Yes, I think I observed him taking a view of the shore from that elevation this morning." Jim colored hotly. "Yes, sir," the lieutenant said. "The doctor made a complaint that his leeches had got out of their bottle and were all over the ship, and I fancy one of them got into his bed somehow." He had given Mr. Sankey a dose of physic in the morning, and remembered afterward that, while he was making up the medicine, Sankey had been doing something in the corner where his bottles were. When I questioned Sankey about it, he admitted that he had observed the leeches, but declined to criminate himself further. So I sent him aloft for an hour or 2 to meditate upon the enormity of wasting His Majesty's medical stores. "I hope, Captain O'Halloran," the captain said, "that you have less trouble with your brother-in-law than we have with his friend." "Bob hasn't had much chance yet," Captain O'Halloran said, laughing. "He is new to the place as yet, and besides, he is really working hard, and hasn't much time for mischief, but I don't flatter myself that it is going to last." "Well, Mr. Sankey, you may as well take your friend down and introduce him formally to your messmates," the captain said, and Jim, who had been feeling extremely uncomfortable since the talk had turned on the subject of mast-heading, rose and made his escape with Bob, leaving the others to their wine. The proposed excursion to the Spanish lines did not come off, as the Brilliant put to sea again on the day fixed for it. She was away a fortnight, and on her return the captain issued order that none of the junior officers, when allowed leave, were to go beyond the lines, for the rumours of approaching troubles had become stronger, and as the peasantry were assuming a somewhat hostile attitude, any act of imprudence might result in trouble. Jim often had leave to come ashore in the afternoon, and as this was the first time that Bob had to himself, they wandered together all over the rock, climbed up the flagstaff, and made themselves acquainted with all the paths and precipices. Their favourite place was the back of the rock, where the cliff in many places fell sheer away for hundreds of feet down into the sea. They had many discussions as to the possibility of climbing up on that side, though both agreed it would be impossible to climb down. "I should like to try awfully," Bob said, one day early in June, as they were leaning on a low wall looking down at the sea. "But it would never do to risk getting into a scrape here. It wouldn't indeed, Bob. They don't understand jokes at Gib. One would be had up before the big wigs and court-martialed and goodness knows what. Of course it is jolly being ashore, but one never gets rid of the idea that one is a sort of prisoner. There are the regulations about what time you may come off, and what time the gate is closed, and if you are a minute late, there you are until next morning. Whichever way one turns there are sentries, and you can't pass one way and you can't go back another way, and there are some of the batteries you can't go into without a special order. It would never do to try any nonsense here. Look at that sentry up there. I expect he has got his eye on us now, and if he saw us trying to get down, he'd take us for deserters and fire. There wouldn't be any fear of his hitting us, but the nearest guard would turn out, and we should be arrested and reported, and all sorts of things. It wouldn't matter so much for you, but I should get my leave stopped altogether and should get into the captain's black books. No, I don't mind running a risk of breaking my neck, but not here on the rock. I would rather get into 10 scrapes on board the frigate than one here. Yes, I suppose it can't be done, Bob agreed, but I should have liked to swing myself down to one of those ledges. There'd be such a scolding and shrieking among the birds. Yes, that would be fun, but as it might bring on some of the same sort of row among the authorities, I'd rather leave it alone. I expect we shall soon get leave to go across the lines again. There doesn't seem to be any chance of a row with the Dons. I expect it was all moonshine from the first. Why, they say Spain is trying to patch up the quarrel between us and France. She would not be doing that if she had any idea of going to war with us herself. I don't know, Jim. Gerald and Dr. Burke were talking it over last night, and Gerald said just what you do, and then Dr. Burke said, "You are wrong entirely, Gerald. That is just the dangerous part of the affair. Why should Spain want to put a stop to the war between us and the Frog-Eaters? Sure, wouldn't she look on with the greatest pleasure in life while we cut each other's throats and blew up each other's ships and put all the trade of the Mediterranean into her hands? Why, it is the very thing that suits her best." "Then what is she after putting herself forward for, Teddy?" Gerald said. "Because she wants to have a finger in the pie, Gerald. It wouldn't be decent for her, say, in England. It is in a hole you are at present, with your hands full, and so I'm going to take the opportunity of pitching into you." So she begins by stepping forward as a dear friend of both parties, and she says, "What are you breaking each other's heads for, boys? Make up your quarrel and shake hands." Then she sets to and proposes terms, which she knows mighty well we should never agree to, for the letters we had the other day said that it was reported that the proposals of Spain were altogether unacceptable. And then when we refuse, she turns round and says, "You have put yourself in the wrong entirely. I gave you a chance of putting yourself in the right, and it is a grave insult to me for you to refuse to accept my proposals. So there is nothing for me to do now but just to join with France and give you the beating you deserve." That is Teddy Burke's idea, Jim, and though he's so full of fun, he's awfully clever and has got no end of sense, and I take his opinion about anything. You see how he has gotten me on in these 4 months in Latin and things. Why, I've learnt more with him than I did all the time I was at Tulloch's. He says most likely the negotiations will be finished, one way or the other, by the middle of this month, and he offered to bet Gerald a gallon of whiskey that there would be a declaration of war by Spain before the end of the month. "Did he?" Jim said in great delight. "Well, I do hope he's right. We are all getting precious tired, I can assure you, of broiling down there in the harbour. The decks are hot enough to cook a steak on. When we started today, we didn't see a creature in the streets. Everyone had gone off to bed for 2 or 3 hours, and the shops were all closed as if it had been 2 o'clock at night instead of 2 o'clock in the day. Even if the dogs were all asleep in the shade. I think we shall have to give up our walks till August is over. It is getting too hot for anything in the afternoon." "Well, it is hot," Bob agreed. "Carrie said I was mad coming out in it today, and should get sunstroke and all sorts of things, and Gerald said at dinner if it were not against the regulations he would like to shave his head instead of plastering it all over with powder." "I call it disgusting," Jim said heartily. "That is the one thing I envy you in. I shouldn't like to be grinding away at books as you do, and you don't have half the fun I do on shore here without any fellows to have larks with, but not having to powder your hair almost makes up for it. I don't mind it in winter because it makes sort of a thatch for the head, but it is awful now. I feel just as if I got a pudding crust all over my head." "Well, that is appropriate, Jim," laughed Bob, and then Jim chased him all along the path, so they got within sight of a sentry and a battery, and then his dignity as a midshipman compelled them to desist, and the pair walked gravely down into the town. The evening after lessons were over, Dr. Burke, as usual, went up on the terrace to smoke a cigar with Captain O'Halloran. "It is a pity altogether, Mrs. O'Halloran," he said, as he stood by her side, looking over the moonlit bay, the dark hulls of the ships and the faint lights across it Algeciras, "that we can't do away with the day and have nothing but night of it for 4 or 5 months in the year. I used to think it might be mighty unpleasant for the Eskimo, but faith I envy them now. Fancy 5 or 6 months without catching a glimpse of that burning old sun." "I don't suppose they think so," Mrs. O'Halloran laughed, "but it would be pleasant here. The heat has been dreadful all day, and it is really only after sunset that one begins to enjoy life." "You may well say that, Mrs. O'Halloran. Faith, I wish they would let me take off my coat and do my work in my shirt sleeves down at the hospital. Sure, it is a strange idea these military men have got in their heads, that a man isn't fit for work unless he's buttoned so tightly up to the chin that he's red in the face. If nature had meant it, we should have been born in a suit of scale armour like a crocodile. Well, there is one consolation. If there is a siege, I expect there will be an end of hair powder and cravats. It's the general rule on a campaign, and it's worth standing to be shot at to have a little comfort in one's life." "Do you think there is any chance at all of the Spaniards taking the place if they do besiege us?" Bob asked, as Dr. Burke took a seat. "None of taking the place by force, Bob. It's been besieged over and over again, and it pretty nearly always by hunger that it has fallen. That is where the pinch will come if they besiege us in earnest. It's living on mice and grass you're like to be before it's over." "But the fleet will bring in provisions, surely, Dr. Burke?" "The fleet will have all it can do to keep the sea against the navies of France and Spain. They'll do what they can, you may be sure, but the enemy well know that it is only by starving us out they can hope to take the place, and I expect they will put such a fleet here that it will be mighty difficult for even a boat to find its way in between them." "Do you know about the other sieges?" Mrs. O'Halloran asked. "Of course I know something about the last siege, but I know nothing about the history of Iraq before that, and of course Gerald doesn't know." "And why should I, Carrie? You don't suppose when I was at school at Athlone they taught me the history of every bit of rock sticking up on the face of the globe? I had enough to do to learn about the old Romans, bad cess to them and all their bothering doings." "I can tell you about it, Mrs. O'Halloran," Teddy Burke said. "Bob's professor, who comes to have a talk with me for half an hour every day, has been telling me about it, and if Gerald will move himself and mix me a glass of grog to moisten my throat, I'll give you the whole story of it. You know, no doubt, that it was called the Mount Calpe by Gerald's friends the Romans, who called the hill opposite there Mount Ibla, and the two together the Pillars of Hercules. But beyond giving it a name, they don't seem to have concerned themselves with it, nor do the Phoenicians or Carthaginians, though all of them had cities out in the Low Country. It was when the Saracens began to play their games over here that we first heard of it. Roderick, you know, was king of the Goths, and seemed to have been a thundering old tyrant, and one of his nobles, Julian, who had been badly treated by him, went across with his family into Africa, and put up Musa, the Saracen governor of that province across there, to invade Spain. They first of all made a little expedition, that was in 711, with 100 horse and 400 foot. They landed over there at Algeciras, and after doing some burning and plundering, sailed back again, with the news that the country could be conquered. So next year 12,000 men under a chief named Tara crossed and landed on the flat between the rock and Spain. He left a party here to build the castle, and then marched away, defeated Roderick and his army at Xeres, and soon conquered the whole of Spain except the mountains of the north. You don't hear much more of Gibraltar for another 600 years. Algeciras had become a fortress of great strength and magnificence, and Gibraltar was a mere sort of outlying post. Ferdinand IV of Spain besieged Algeciras for years, and could not take it, but a part of his army attacked Gibraltar and captured it. The African Moors came over to help their friends, and Ferdinand had to fall back. But the Spaniards still held Gibraltar, a chap named Vasco Pez de Mira being in command. In 1333, Abomelic, son of the Emperor of Fez, came across with an army and besieged Gibraltar. Vasco held out for 5 months and then was starved into surrender, just as Alonso XI was approaching to his assistance. He arrived before the town 5 days after it surrendered and attacked the castle, but the Moors encamped on the neutral ground in its rear and cut him off from its supplies, and he was obliged at last to negotiate and was permitted to retire. He was not long away. The next time he attacked Algeciras, which after a long siege he took in 1343. In 1349 there were several wars in Africa, and he took advantage of this to besiege Gibraltar. He was some months over the business, and the garrison were nearly starved out, when pestilence broke out in the Spanish camp, by which the king and many of his soldiers died, and the rest retired. It was not until 60 years afterwards, in 1410, that there were fresh troubles, and then they were what might be called family squabbles. The Africans of Fez had held the place until then, but the Moorish king of Granada suddenly advanced upon it and took it. A short time afterwards the inhabitants rose against the Spanish Moors and turned them out, and the Emperor of Morocco sent over an army to help them, but the Moors of Granada besieged the place and took it by famine. In 1435 the Christians had another slap at it, but Henry de Guzman, who attacked by sea, was defeated and killed. In 1462 the greater part of the garrison of Gibraltar was withdrawn to take place in some civil shindy that was going on in Granada, and in their absence the place was taken by John de Guzman, Duke of Medina Sidonia, and son of the Henry that was killed. In 1540 Gibraltar was surprised and pillaged by one of Barros's captains, but as he was leaving some Christian galleys met him, and the corsairs were all killed or taken. This is really the only affair worth speaking of between 1462, when it fell into the hands of the Spaniards, and 1704, when it was captured by us. Sir George Rooke had gone out with a whole force to attack Cadiz, finding there was not much chance of success in that direction, resolved with Prince George of Hesse and Darmstadt, who commanded the troops on board the fleet, to make an attack on Gibraltar. On the 21st of July, 1704, the English and Dutch landed on the neutral ground, and at daybreak on the 23rd the fleet opened fire. The Spaniards were driven from their guns on the Molehead battery. The boats landed and seized the battery, and held it in spite of the Spaniards springing a mine, which killed 2 lieutenants and about 40 men. The Marquis de Salines, the governor, was then summoned and capitulated. So you see we made only a day's work of taking a place which the Spaniards thought they had made impregnable. The professor made a strong point of it. The garrison consisted only of 150 men, which certainly counts for our success, for it is no use having guns and walls if you haven't got soldiers to man them. The Prince of Hesse was left as governor. It was not long before his mettle was tried, for in October the Spanish army, with 6 battalions of Frenchmen, opened trenches against the town. Admiral Sir John Leake threw in reinforcements and 6 months' provisions. At the end of the month, the forlorn hope of 500 Spanish volunteers managed to climb up the rock by ropes and ladders and surprised a battery. Were so furiously attacked that they were all killed or taken prisoner. A heavy cannonade was kept up for another week, when a large number of transports with reinforcements and supplies arrived, and the garrison being now considered strong enough to resist any attack, the fleet sailed away. The siege went on until the middle of March, when Sir John Leake again arrived, drove away the French fleet, and captured or burnt 5 of them, and the siege was then discontinued, having cost the enemy 10,000 men. So you see there was some pretty hard fighting over it. The place was threatened in 1720, and in the beginning of 1727 20,000 Spaniards again sat down before it. The fortification had been made a good deal stronger after the first siege, and the garrison was commanded by Lieutenant Governor Clayton. The siege lasted until May, when news arrived that the preliminaries of a general peace had been signed. There was a lot of firing, but the Spaniards must have been shot pretty badly, for we had only 300 killed and wounded. You would think that was enough, but when I tell you that the cannon were so old and rotten that 70 cannon and 30 mortars burst during the siege, it seems to me that every one of those 300 must have been damaged by our own cannon, and the Spaniards didn't succeed in hitting a single man. This is mighty encouraging for you, Mrs. O'Halloran, for I don't think our cannon will burst this time, and if the Spaniards do not shoot better than they did before, it is little work enough that is likely to fall to the share of the surgeons. Thank you, Mrs. O'Halloran said. You have told that very nicely, Teddy Burke. I did not know anything about it before, and I had some idea that it was when the English were besieged here that the Queen of Spain sat on that rock which is called after her. But I see now that it was Ferdinand's Isabella, and that it was when the Moors were besieged here hundreds of years before. Well, I am glad I know something about it. It is stupid to be in a place and know nothing of its history. You are rising in my estimation fast, Dr. Burke. Mistress O'Halloran, the doctor said, rising and making a deep bow. You overwhelm me entirely, and now I must say good night, for I must look in at the hospital before I turn into my quarters. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Held Fast for England by G.A. Henty. Chapter 8. The Siege Begins. On the 19th of June, General Elliot, accompanied by several of his officers, paid a visit to the Spanish lines to congratulate General Mendoza, who commanded there, on the promotion that he had just received. The visit lasted but a short time, and it was remarked that the Spanish officer seemed ill at ease. Scarcely had the party returned to Gibraltar than a Swedish frigate entered the bay, having on board Mr. Logie, H.M. Consul in Barbary, who had come across in her from Tangier. He reported that a Swedish brig had put in there. She reported that she had fallen in with a French fleet of 28 sail of the line, off Cape Finisterre, and that they were waiting there to be joined by the Spanish fleet from Cadiz. The news caused great excitement, but it was scarcely believed, for the Spanish general had given the most amicable assurances to the governor. On the 21st, however, the Spaniards at their lines across the neutral ground refused to permit the mail to pass, and a formal notification was sent in that intercourse between Gibraltar and Spain would no longer be permitted. This put an end to all doubt and discussion. War must have been declared between Spain and England, or such a step would never have been taken. In fact, although the garrison did not learn it until some time later, the Spanish ambassador in London had presented what was virtually a declaration of war on the 16th. The messenger had been sent off on the same day from Madrid, ordering the cessation of intercourse with Gibraltar, and had he not been detained by accident on the road, he might have arrived during General Elliot's visit to the Spanish lines. A fact of which Mendoza had been doubtless forewarned, and which would account for his embarrassment at the governor's call. Captain O'Halloran brought the news home when he returned from parade. "Get ready your sandbags, Carrie, examine your stock of provisions, prepare a store of lint and plaster." "What on earth are you talking about, Gerald?" "It is war, Carrie. The Dons have refused to accept our mail and have cut off all intercourse with the mainland." Carrie turned a little pale. She had never really thought that the talk meant anything, or that the Spaniards could be really intending to declare war without having any ground for quarrel with England. "And does it really mean war, Gerald?" "There is no doubt about it. The Spaniards are going to fight, and, as their army can't swim across the Bay of Biscay, I take it is here they mean to attack us. Faith, we are going to have some diversion at last." "Diversion? You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Gerald." Well, my dear, what have I come into the army for? To march about for 4 hours a day in a stiff sock and powder and pigtail and a cocked hat and a red coat? Not a bit of it. Didn't I enter the army to fight? And here have I been, without a chance of smelling powder for the last 10 years. It is the best news I have had since you told me that you were ready and willing to become Mrs. O'Halloran. And to think that we have got Bob out here with us, his wife said, without taking any notice of the last words. What will Uncle say? Faith, and it makes mighty little difference what he says, Carrie, seeing that he is altogether beyond shouting distance. As for Bob, he will be just delighted. Why, he has been working till his brain must all be in a muddle, and it is the best thing in the world for him, or he would be mixing up the Spaniards and the Romans, and the X's and Y's and the tangents and all the other things into a regular jumble. And it is a nice business that would have been. It is the best thing in the world for him, always supposing that he don't get his growth stopped for want of victuals. You don't mean really and seriously, Gerald, that we are likely to be short of food? And that is exactly what I do mean. You may be sure that the Dons know mighty well that they have no chance of taking the place on the land side. They might just as well lay out their trenches against the moon. It is just starvation that they are going to try, and when they get the 18 French sail of the line that Mr. Logie brought news of, and a score or so of Spanish men of war in the bay, you will see that it's likely you won't get your mutton and your butter and vegetables very regularly across from Tangier. Well, it is very serious, Gerald. Very serious, Carrie. I don't see anything to laugh at all, Gerald. I didn't know that I was laughing. You were looking as if you wanted to laugh, which is just as bad. I suppose there is nothing to be done, Gerald? Well, yes, I should go down to the town and lay in a store of things that will keep. You see, if nothing comes of it, we should not be losers. The regiment is likely to be here 3 or 4 years, so we should lose nothing by laying in a big stock of wine and so on. While, if there is a siege, you will see everything will go up to 10 times its ordinary price. That room through ours is not used for anything, and we might turn that into a storeroom. I don't mean that there is any hurry about it today, but we ought certainly to lay in as large a store as we can of things that will keep. Some things we may get cheaper in a short time than we can now. A lot of the Jew and native traders will be leaving if they see there is really going to be a siege, for you see the town is quite open to the guns of batteries on the other side of the neutral ground. It was a mighty piece of luck we got this house. You see that rising ground behind will shelter us from shot. They may blaze away as much as they like, as far as we are concerned. Ah, there is Bob coming out of his room with the professor. Well, take him out and tell him, Gerald. I want to sit down and think. My head feels quite in a whirl. Bob was, of course, greatly surprised at the news, and the professor himself was a good deal excited. We have been living here for 300 years, he said, my fathers and grandfathers. When the English came and took this place 75 years ago, my grandfather became a British subject, like all who remained here. My father, who was but then a boy, has told me that he remembers the great siege, and how the cannons roared night and day. It was in the year when I was born that the Spaniards attacked the rock again, and a shell exploded in the house and nearly killed us all. I was born a British subject and shall do my duty in what way I can, if the place is attacked. They call us rock scorpions. Well, they shall see we can live under fire, and will do our best to sting if they put their fingers on us. Ha-ha! The little man is quite excited, Captain O'Halloran said, as the professor turned away and marched off at a brisk pace towards his home. It is rather hard on these rock people. Of course, as he says, they are British subjects, and were born so. Still, you see, in race and language they are still Spaniards, and their sympathies must be divided, at any rate at present. When the shot and shell come whistling into the town and knocking their houses about their ears, they will become a good deal more decided in their opinions than they can be now. Come along, Bob, and let us get all the news. I came off as soon as I heard that our communication with Spain was cut off, and therefore it was certain war was declared. There will be lots of orders out soon. It is a busy time we shall have of it for the next month or 2. There were many officers in the anteroom when they entered. Any fresh news? Captain O'Halloran asked. Lots of it, O'Halloran. All the Irish officers of the garrison are to be formed into an outlying force to occupy the neutral ground. It is thought their appearance will be sufficient to terrify the Spaniards. Get out with you, Grant. If they were to take us at all, it would be because they knew that we were the boys to do the fighting. And the drinking, O'Halloran, another young officer put in. And the talking, said another. Now, drop it, boys, and be serious. What is the news, really? There is a council of war going on at the governor's. O'Halloran, Boyd, of course, and de la Motte, Colonel Green, the admiral, Mr. Logie, and 2 or 3 others. They say the governor has been gradually getting extra stores across from Tangier ever since there was first a talk about this business. And of course that is the most important question at present. I hear that Green and the engineers have been marking out places for new batteries for the last month, and I suppose fatigue work is going to be the order of the day. It is too bad of them choosing this time of the year to begin, for it will be awfully hot work. Everyone is wondering what will become of the officers who are living out with their families at San Roque and the other villages across the Spanish lines, and besides, there are a lot of officers away on leave in the interior. Of course, they won't take them prisoners, that would be a dirty trick, but it is likely enough they may ship them straight back to England instead of letting them return here. Well, it is lucky that we have got a pretty strong garrison. We have just been adding up the last field state. These are the figures: officers, non-commissioned officers, and men, artillery, 485. 12th Regiment, 599, 39th, 586, 56th, 587, 58th, 605, 72nd, 1046. The Hanoverian Brigade of Hardenberg's, Redden's, and de la Motte's regiments, 1,352, and 122 engineers under Colonel Green, which makes up altogether 5,382 officers and men. That is strong enough for anything, but it would have been better if there had been 500 more artillerymen, but I suppose they will be able to lend us some sailors to help work the heavy guns. They will turn you into a powder monkey, Repton. I don't care what they turn me into, Bob said, so long as I can do something. I think it is likely, Captain O'Halloran said gravely, that all women and children will be turned out of the place before fighting begins, except, of course, wives and children of officers. There was a general laugh at Bob. Well, he said quietly, it will lessen the ranks of the subalterns, for there must be a considerable number who are not many months older than I am. I am just 16, and I know there are some not older than me. This was a fact, for commissions were in those days given in the army to mere lads, and the ensigns were often no older than midshipmen. Late in the afternoon, a procession of carts was seen crossing the neutral ground from the Spanish lines, and it was soon seen that these were the English officers and merchants from San Roque and the other villages. They had that morning received peremptory orders to leave before sunset. Some were fortunate enough to be able to hire carts to bring in their effects, but several were compelled, from want of carriage, to leave everything behind them. The guards had all been reinforced at the northern batteries. Pickets had been stationed across the neutral ground. The guard at the work known as the Devil's Tower were warned to be specially on the alert, and the artillery in the battery on the rock above it were told to hold themselves in readiness to open fire upon the enemy should they be perceived advancing towards it. It was considered improbable in the extreme that the enemy would attack until a great force had been collected, but it was possible that a body of troops might have been collected secretly somewhere in the neighborhood, and that an attempt would be made to capture the place by surprise before the garrison might be supposed to be taking precautions against attack. The next morning orders were issued, and large working parties were told off to go on with the work of strengthening the fortifications, and notice was issued that all empty hogsheads and casks in the town would be bought by the military authorities. These were to be filled with earth and to take the place of fascines, for which there were no materials available on the rock. Parties of men rolled or carried these up to the heights. Other parties collected earth and piled it to be carried up in sacks on the back of mules, there being no earth on the rocks where the batteries would be established, a fact which added very largely to the difficulties of the engineers. On the 24th, the Childers, sloop of war, brought in 2 prizes from the west, one of which, an American, she had captured in the midst of the Spanish fleet. Some of the Spanish men of war had made threatening demonstrations as if to prevent the sloop from interfering with her, but they had not fired a gun, and it was supposed that they had not received orders to commence hostilities. 2 English frigates had been watching the fleet, and it was supposed to be on its way to join the French fleet off Cape Finisterre. The Spaniards were seen now to be at work dragging down guns from San Roque to arm their 2 forts, St. Philippe and St. Barbara, which stood at the extremities of their lines, St. Philippe on the bay and St. Barbara upon the seashore on the eastern side of the neutral side. In time of peace, only a few guns were mounted in these batteries. Admiral Duff moved the men of war under his command, consisting of the Panther of 60 guns, 3 frigates, and a sloop, from their usual anchorage off the water port, where they were exposed to the fire of the enemy's forts, to the New Mole, more to the southward. Bob would have liked to be out all day watching the busy preparations and listening to the talk of the natives, who were greatly alarmed at the prospect of the siege, knowing that the guns from the Spanish forts, and especially from Fort St. Philippe, could throw their shot and shell into the town. But Captain O'Halloran agreed with his wife that it was much better he should continue his lessons with Don Diaz of a morning, for that it would be absurd for him to be standing about in the sun the whole day. The evening lessons were, however, discontinued from the first, as Dr. Burke had his hands full in superintending the preparations making at the hospitals for the reception of large numbers of wounded. Bob did not so much mind this, for he had ceased to regard the time spent with the professor as lessons, After he had once mastered the conjugation of the verbs and had learned an extensive vocabulary by heart, books had been laid aside altogether, and the 3 hours with the professor had, for the last 2 months, been spent simply in conversation. They were no longer indoors, but sat in the garden on the shady side of the house, or when the sky happened to be clouded and the morning was cool, walked together out to Europa Point, and would sit down there looking over the sea, but always talking. Sometimes it was history, Roman, English, or Spanish, sometimes Bob's school days and life in London, sometimes general subjects. It mattered little what they talked about, so that the conversation was kept up. Sometimes, when it was found that topics failed them, the professor would give Bob a Spanish book to glance through, and its subject would serve as a theme for talk on the following day. And as it was 5 months since the lad had landed, he was now able to speak in Spanish almost as fluently as in English. As he had learnt almost entirely by ear, and any word mispronounced had to be gone over again and again until Don Diaz was perfectly satisfied, his accent was excellent, and the professor had told him a few days before the breaking out of the war that in another month or 2 he should discontinue his lessons. It would be well for you to have 1 or 2 mornings a week to keep up your accent. You can find plenty of practice talking to the people. I see you are good at making friends and are ready to talk to the laborers at work, to boys, to the market women, and to anyone you come across, but their accent is bad, and it would be well for you to keep on with me. But you speak at present much better Spanish than the people here, and if you were dressed up as a young Spaniard, you might go about Spain without anyone suspecting you to be English. Indeed, by the professor's method of teaching, assisted by a natural aptitude and 3 hours' daily conversation, for 5 months, Bob had made surprising progress, especially as he had supplemented his lesson by continually talking Spanish with Manola, with the Spanish woman and children living below them, and with everyone he could get to talk to. He had seen little of Jim since the trouble began, as leave was, for the most part, stopped, the ships of war being in readiness to proceed to sea, at a moment's notice, to engage an enemy or to protect merchantmen coming in from the attacks of the Spanish ships and gunboats across at Algeciras. Bob generally got up at 5 o'clock now, and went out for 2 or 3 hours before breakfast, for the heat had become too great for exercise during the day. He greatly missed the market, for it had given him much amusement to watch the groups of peasant women, with their baskets of eggs, fowls, vegetables, oranges, and fruit of various kinds, bargaining with the townspeople and joking and laughing with the soldiers. The streets were now almost deserted, and many of the little traders in vegetables and fruit had closed their shops. The fishermen, however, still carried on their work and obtained a ready sale for their catch. There had, indeed, been a much greater demand than usual for fish, owing to the falling off in the fruit and vegetable supplies. The cessation of trade was already beginning to tell upon the poorer part of the population, but employment was found for all willing to labor either at collecting earth for the batteries, or out on the neutral ground, where 300 of them were employed by the engineers in leveling sand hummocks and other inequalities in the ground that might afford any shelter to an enemy creeping up to assault the gates by the waterside. Dr. Burke came in with Captain O'Halloran to dinner 10 days after the gates had been closed. "You're quite a stranger, Teddy," Mrs. O'Halloran said. "I am that," he replied, "but you are going to be bothered with me again now. We've got everything in apple pie order and are ready to take half the garrison under our charge. There has been lots to do. All the medical stores have been overhauled and lists made out and sent home of everything that can be required, medicines and comforts and lints and bandages and splints and wooden legs, and goodness knows what besides. We hope they will be out in the first convoy. There is a privateer going to sail tomorrow, so if you want to send letters home or to order anything to be sent out to you, you had better take the opportunity. Have you got everything you want for the next 2 or 3 years?" 2 or 3 years? Carrie repeated in tones of alarm. "You mean 2 or 3 months." "Indeed, and I don't. If the French and the Dons have made up their mind to take this place, and once set to fairly to do it, they are bound to stick to it for a bit. I should say you ought to provide for 3 years. "But that is downright nonsense, Teddy. Why, in 3 months there ought to be a fleet here that would drive all the French and Spaniards away." "Well, if you say there ought to be, there ought," the doctor said. "But where is it to come from? I was talking to some of the naval men yesterday, and they all say it will be a long business if the French and Spanish are in earnest. The French navy is as strong as ours, and the Spaniards have got nearly as many ships as the French. We have got to protect our coasts and our trade, to convoy the East Indian fleets, and to be doing something all over the world, and they doubt whether it would be possible to get together a fleet that could hope to defeat the French and Spanish navies combined." "Well, have you been laying in stores, Mrs. O'Halloran?" "Yes, we have bought 2 sacks of flour and 50 pounds of sugar, 10 pounds of tea, and a good many other things." "If you will take my advice," the doctor said earnestly, "you will lay in 5 times as much. Say 10 sacks of flour, 200 weight of sugar, and everything else in proportion. Those sort of things haven't gone up in price yet, but you will see everything will rise as soon as the blockade begins in earnest. No, the prices of those things have not gone up much, but fruit is 3 times the price it was a fortnight ago, and chickens and eggs are double, and vegetables are hardly to be bought. That is the worst of it, the doctor said. It's the vegetables that I am thinking of. Well, we can do without vegetables, Mrs. O'Halloran laughed, as long as we have plenty of bread. It is just that you can't do. You see, we shall be cut off from Tangier, maybe tomorrow, maybe a fortnight hence, but we shall be cut off. A ship may run in sometimes at night, but you can't count upon that, and it is salt meat that we are going to live upon, and if you live on salt meat, you have got to have vegetables or fruit to keep you in health. Now, I tell you what I should do, Gerald, and I am not joking with you. In the first place, I would make an arrangement with the people downstairs, and I would hire their garden from them. I don't suppose they would want much for it, for they make no use of it except to grow a few flowers. Then I would go down to the town, and I would buy up all the chickens I could get. There are plenty of them to be picked up if you look about for them, for most of the people who have got a bit of ground keep a few fowls. Get 100 of them if you can, and turn them into the garden. Buy up 20 sacks if you like of damaged biscuits. You can get them for an old song. The commissariat have been cleaning out their stores, and there are a lot of damaged biscuits to be sold by auction tomorrow. You would get 20 sacks for
Every
a few
story
shillings.
leaves a trace, some in history, others in the shadows. If this one made you think, question, or shiver just a little, you're in the right place. This is Truth Meets Fiction. Until next time, stay curious, stay sharp, and don't believe everything you're told.